Okay. All right. Sorry, I don't know why I'm not Australian. I'm not. I'm not Australian. Don't put me in the cage. I'm not Australian. Let me be free. I have Australian friends. Oh no. Yeah, not many positive stereotypes about Polacks, as it turns out. Hold on, let me de hollow or sorry, de silksongify my setup here. Howdy. In an attempt to improve my ergonomics, I fucked with my setup a little bit. I think it's an improvement for me, by the way. Not for you. But I need to. You seem taller. Well, I moved stuff around, so I can roll. Hold on. I can roll backwards now because I have fixed the rug in place. Okay, I fixed the rug in place, and let me. But now I'm a little too tall. Hold on. That's better, I think. It's not perfectly aligned. It's I need to adjust the mount like more thoroughly than that to fix it properly. But for now it's acceptable. There we go. That's better. Okay, that's better. And if I just lower the desk a little bit. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. Feel like we're feel like we're making some progress here. Am I a little bright? My very white skin is reflecting a lot of light. There we go. He gives a 5'7" vibe. Oh, you people fucking wish. You people wish. Oh, you wish. What's your opinion on your ancestral home getting attacked today? Got attacked yesterday. Did it get attacked again? Oh, now I have to do this again. Nope. There we go. All right, what's going on? World War III, etc., etc. NATO allies swiftly held talks on Wednesday in the incursion of multiple Russian drones into Polish and alliance airspace, the shooting down of some weapons by Polish and Dutch fighter jets. Doop a doop doop doop. Sorry, Vermin, it's got to be a bit. Also, this seems to me like another big nothing burger. Has Russia even provided an adequate explanation? Can anyone explain to me what they were even doing? Like, do you guys really think that Russia was of their own will and intention just sending like 95 drones to die for nothing? Like, just like, haha, Lamau? I mean, yes. They might be getting silly with it. It's generally assumed officially they were checking capabilities. Listen, I'm going to be real with you guys, and I'm sorry. I know this is like the least interesting answer. There is no fucking way Russia can do anything against Poland, let alone the rest of NATO. Russia can't even handle Ukraine. Like, the ability for Russia to menace Europe is determined entirely by their nuclear weaponry. Like that is the that is what they have against Europe. Their like the ability for Poland to intercept their drones has nothing to do with their ability to intercept nuclear ICBMs. It's different. Not the point. Putin is nuts. Nah, not really. I don't really go for that madman bullshit. Um, Nuts. So just like toss 95 drones. I still think this was a fucking computer mistake. Um, that's my guess. I think they overshot. I think this was some like big either it's like a haha Lamau, let's get some news on this with some defunct old drones, or it was a an overstep, like genuinely an overstep, and they're just gonna play it off. Russia was blaming Ukraine GPS blocking. So even Russia is claiming it was a mistake. I need to get a different mic arm, man. My mic arm is blocking my fucking keyboard.
This morning, Poland on high alert after drones from a wave of Russian attacks in neighboring Ukraine reportedly crossed the border. Polish and NATO air defenses were scrambled to shoot down the drones. People in 3 regions of Poland near the Ukraine border being urged to stay home. The Polish government calling the incident an act of aggression that posed a real threat to the safety of our citizens, adding that its forces remain fully prepared for immediate response. It comes less than a week after Russian President Vladimir Putin traveled to China, showing unity with leaders of China and North Korea. Since that meeting, Russia has staged its largest aerial attack on Ukraine since the war began. U.S. Senator Dick Durbin responding overnight, saying Vladimir Putin is testing our resolve to protect Poland and the Baltic nations.
It does just seem like a little bit, at most, a little bit of epic trolling. Again, like, I don't really think it means anything in the context of the conflict. Like, Russia is not capable of doing anything to Poland outside of nukes. Ukraine publishes map of Russian drone attacks on Poland. So this is like an accurate map. Now this map don't speak American. As you can see, yeah, a bunch of them overshot. Who knows?
As tensions rise in Eastern Europe, they're also rising in the Middle East after Israel launched an airstrike into Qatar, a U.S. ally.
Heard about that.
Israel saying it was targeting leaders of Hamas.
Oh my God.
Israel calling the strike entirely justified following a deadly bus stop shooting in Jerusalem.
What a surprise.
Poland's prime minister says his country is the closest it's been to open conflict since World War II. This after NATO fighter jets shot down Russian drones, it says entered Polish airspace. Scorched earth shows where the drones hit the ground.
Yeah, according to Prime Minister Donald Tusk, there were 19 intrusions in all, and many of the drones came into Polish airspace from neighboring Belarus, an ally of Russia. He said that he's activated NATO's Article 4, which sets the stage for consultations with NATO allies. Tusk also adds that it's the first time Russian drones have been shot down over a NATO member state's territory. After a meeting with Poland's National Security Bureau, Tusk said his country is ready to repel what Poland is calling Russia's act of aggression.
We are most likely...
I do think there's kind of like a political and strategic mistake in overreacting to this, but obviously the Polish population is going to want blood, so Tusk basically has no choice but to sort of posture over this. I don't know. Fuck, I just realized I didn't take my goddamn Adderall. How am I supposed to stream?
Dealing with a large-scale provocation, but at the same time we're in consultation with our allies. I am in constant contact with the NATO Secretary General. This is so that we can respond to this type of threat as effectively as we did tonight.
Nick Payton-Walsh is following the story. He filed this report.
All right.
Behind me here is a meeting of what's called the E5 top European defence officials. The Polish defence minister meant to be had to rush back to deal with the crisis in his own country. The French defence minister, actually now the prime minister.
You have to posture or you're showing you're okay with armed Russian drones in your airspace. Yeah, I just feel like the best way to handle this, the best way to posture would be like, Russia is pathetic. They can't even make their way through Ukraine. Their advance has been stalling for 3 years. Their drones were instantly shot down as they moved into our airspace. They're desperate for attention. Good luck. You know, like all trolls, you know, Russia is kind of looking for an overreaction to the extent that this was even a, you know, genuine action on their part. So
still a message.
It just pisses me off a little bit when Western powers pretend that Russia poses any kind of conventional military threat. Like right now, the historic rearmament of Germany and other NATO countries that are not America is being built on the assumption that Russia could, like, mow westward. That shit is not happening. Sorry to interrupt, but Charlie Kirk was just shit at an event. Probably true, but I'm going to assume that's a typo. What? This is a breaking news story and will be updated. He was shot at a Utah Valley University, at an event at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah on Wednesday. Shot near his neck during a Q&A with students. Huh. Yeah, thoughts and prayers, everyone. Thoughts and prayers. Wow. That seems significant. There, I changed my title. Seems important. There has to be some live channel covering this. I look up Charlie Kirk on YouTube. 4 hours ago, Charlie Kirk hands out huge L's at University of California, San Diego. Man, imagine still being caught in the goddamn university student debunk debate cycle. Man, the fucking torment nexus. Charlie Kirk news, less than 1 hour. Yeah, do we have any corroboration of this other than this one article? Like, where is this? Okay, I see 8 minutes ago Desiree News. Do we have anything more recent than that? Or I guess 8 minutes ago is pretty recent. Do we have anything other than that? If he was talking to students, there was probably a camera. Yes, there's a video. Okay, well, I'm probably not going to show it on stream, but can you find it? If you know there's a video. Dean Withers was there, I think. He tweeted this. There was just a gunshot at Charlie Kirk's first tour stop of the year at UVU in Utah. Students bolted, ambulance and cops were swarming the area. I hope that everyone's okay. From Dean Withers. A modern American patriot, I hear. Daily Mail posted this. Okay, lots of links, lots of links. Here it is, don't show it. Okay, I won't show it, thank you. Well, I actually can show this, because it's just a crowd of people running. Huh. Vid of people fleeing the gunfire. Well, that pretty much confirms it. Has he finally gotten canceled for real? Has the race war started? I found the actual video. It's pretty bad. Okay. I'm going to play this on mute. One second. Real video here too. God damn. Jesus Christ. Huh. Should we play the classic game, how right-wing and delusional is the shooter? It is true that based on both of the assassination attempts on Donald Trump, like, history has proven that every time something like this happens, it's actually a right-winger who's just mad at them. So I guess, like, the odds are then this would be a Groyper or something. That was a very direct shot. Hold on. It's a different video. Audio? I know.
Too many.
Oh god, they were talking about fucking trans mass shootings at the time?
Do you know how many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. The timing. The timing is convenient. Don't be a retard. Charlie Kirk is not false flagging himself. God damn, though. I mean, someone else could be false flagging him. That's not really a false flag, then. Stop bringing up Reichstag moments. They get brought up every stream now. Shooter's an old guy, by the way. Looks like they're arresting an old white guy for the shot. We'll see. Anytime there's some kind of event like this, everyone immediately starts circulating videos of something. For all we know, this video could be from the Syrian civil war. This could be from 2015. We have no idea. It's been like 2 minutes. Sim walls. It's an AI video. He looks like that guy from that show. What's the show? The comedian? Larry David, that's who I'm thinking. When did this happen? Like 15 minutes ago? Larry David really committing to the bit here? Yeah. Well, no matter what, I'm sure we can all look forward to people who were, the entire right wing who was unrepentantly, like, up until 15 minutes ago, talking about, infinite death penalty for all degenerates and ne'er-do-wells in the subways, acting as though they're perfect angels who have never called for violence. We'll see how this plays out. This man is clearly a trans person. Well, you don't know that. You can't tell that just by looking. Didn't 2 Dems get executed? Yeah, but that wasn't... You don't understand. That was different, because that was a right-wing nutjob killing Democrats, so that's different. When that happens, that's a news story for 2 days, and then it's gone. A right-winger disguising themselves as a cop and then creating an execution list and working down the list of Democrats, that's different. I literally keep forgetting the right did that. Yep. Just sailed right down the river, man. Every goddamn news story and talking point that's bad for the right. Just whoosh. Nancy Pelosi's husband getting assaulted. Yeah, please never, ever, ever forget that Republicans, not just Republican pundits and voters, but Republican politicians turned an assassination attempt on Nancy Pelosi into like a widespread joke that they all thought was hilarious. They turned it into a conspiracy theory about like a lover spat between Pelosi's husband and a gay guy. Like, they do not care. They do not care. Not even a little bit. You got to remember that. According to Newsweek, he was shot near the neck. It certainly looked that way from the video. I still remember that KTVU Fox 2 interviewed DePape, the attempted assassin, and just let him speak completely uninterrupted and unchallenged for several minutes. Yeah, they really, truly do not give a shit. They have been openly signaling that they are pro-assassination of their political opponents for years, like unambiguously. Hmm. Larry Ellison is now the wealthiest person in the world? Huh, okay. VP just posted about it. Figures he'd be the fastest to the punch. They talk nonstop about a civil war. Yeah, well. I'm waiting for any kind of like legitimate a news organization to open up a live thread on this. Nothing yet. The BBC just did. There we go. The extent of Kirk's injuries were not immediately clear. That's not very useful information. So how bad does getting shot in the neck hurt? I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. It's probably not fun, would be my guess. I don't really know. The video makes it look pretty bad, I have to say. The Trump admin is 100% going to use this as an excuse to crack down on campuses by claiming units are full of radical leftist assassins. Yeah, probably. I wonder how far it's going to go. So far, like, the Trump administration has backed off a couple of opportunities to commit to this. I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing what they could actually do. It's not practically possible to deploy the National Guard to, like, every university. So I don't really know what the move would be there. It is kind of wild that it happened in Utah, you know? Didn't exactly happen at Berkeley. Hassan just reported that Charlie Kirk is dead after seeing a new photo. So that's not reporting. That's him saying something. Video from up close, don't show on stream. I believe I've seen this. Unless it's a different video. Oh, no, this video was from much further up close. Oh, wow. He might actually be dead. That's almost dead center on his neck. He might actually be dead. At the very least, it'd be extremely surprising if he wasn't. If he is dead or dying, we're probably not going to get confirmation of it for quite a while. By quite a while, I mean in, like, real-time terms. So at least, like, you know, we'd have to wait for the hospital to confirm it. But that was a extremely direct shot. Shot by a sniper. Where the fuck did a sniper set up? No Fed posting. Thoughts and prayers. Concealed carries allowed at Utah universities. That didn't look like it was a shot from a handgun. I mean, I guess it could have been if the person was a really good shot, but that was like dead center in the neck from a pretty significant distance. You'd have to be pretty talented to make a shot like that. It was probably a sniper. They say it's a sniper. I doubt it's concealed carry. That video looks fake. You don't bleed that quick. Can we, like, chill in the retardation? There will be plenty of time to schizo post in the near future. You good, Vosh? Well, I am wondering what the fuck the next move is going to be from the administration. Like, obviously, we're dealing in, like, in statistical categories here, right? Like, the right is a monolith that wants to see hundreds of millions dead at a minimum. We're not really talking about individuals here. We're seeing, like, you know, in the context of this shooting, how is the administration going to respond? I'm not going to engage in I'm not going to engage in, like, the false rhetoric of, like, you know, anyone on the right is principally opposed to political violence. We're so far past that. What are they going to do with this? Looks like it was an old man. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Jesus. Okay. They can't go the anti-gun angle. What are they going to do? University of Utah gets divestment? I have no idea what the narrative is going to be. If the shooter really is an old white man, they're probably not going to have an easy time making it about race or being transgender or whatever. Oh god, is this real? Yeah, it's a shot to the throat. Hmm. This is Utah Valley University, not the U. It's irrelevant. The point being that, like, I'm wondering how they're going to narrativize this. Hmm. If it's not faculty or staff, it'll probably cause more security for these events. Yeah, more security for the events is pretty obvious. I'm more thinking, like, what the actual rhetoric is going to be. I mean, they could push for, like, a broader general crackdown on, you know, like, you know, they're going to invade Chicago even harder. I have no idea what, like, the general response is going to be. It's kind of like the Poland situation in a way, right? Like the Trump administration is going to look extremely weak if they let one of their most prominent pundits get assassinated without doing some kind of insane crackdown. Like a fascist would never, because they don't care about like improving society. We're not talking about making the world a better place. We're talking about like political power and posturing. Strength is what matters to them. So they would respond to this with some, you know, with something. I guess we're waiting for a press conference to go live then. Here, hold on. I'm gonna save myself a bit of there we go. Much better. We'll wait for the press conference. Some kind of mental health agenda? Well, they don't like talking about that. Well, maybe. Shooters reported in custody. Okay, so I guess that wasn't a video from the Syrian civil war. We were also talking about Poland and Russia. Yeah, we'll probably get back to that later, I think. Hold on. There's got to be some live feed on this by now. There are no reporters on the scene? KSL News, Utah? Is this actually live?
He was seating on the stage at the time the shot rang out, yes.
So, Jason, with your background in law enforcement, tell us what you noticed as far as the law enforcement presence there. Did it seem like there was heightened security?
They had a lot of security people. They had undercovers in the audience that I saw after the fact. They had their weapons drawn, looking for a suspect and stuff like that. He obviously had his own security detail, but as far as uniform officers, yeah, I was talking to some of them underneath the bridge there where Charlie Kirk was coming out. I was talking to some of them, and yeah, it looked pretty safe to me.
Yeah. Well, we mentioned your instincts kind of jumping in, and your sharp eye took in a lot. We're seeing video now of a suspect who was arrested. It would appear that happened fairly quickly. Can you describe what happened after those shots rang out?
So there was only one shot that I heard, the one shot, and I did see that same guy in a blue shirt in handcuffs over by the was it the north side of the complex where it was. So I did see that same guy in custody. I don't know if that was a shooter or not, but it sounded like the shooter was pretty close to the front row.
Yeah. How would you describe the mood prior to that shot?
Oh, the mood prior? Before everything happened, it was absolutely amazing. The crowd was very cheerful, very positive. It was doing just like a normal Charlie Kirk rally.
Yeah.
Have you attended one before?
Started off on a good foot. We had the first person come in and talk and did very well, and then they moved on, and then the second person came in, and that's when the shot rang out.
Jason, had you attended any one of his events?
Let me shift to NBC.
agents are going to the scene right now and that the FBI stands in full support of this ongoing response and investigation, Tom.
That is correct. This is an active investigation right now. If you're just following our coverage right now, you're just tuning in. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk has reportedly been shot in the neck at Utah Valley University during a speech. The video you see on the left hand of your screen was Charlie Kirk's own video that they were posting on his social media site. He has a massive following on social media, and they were actually posting just minutes and if not seconds before this alleged attack took place. You can see what the event looked like. It sort of looks and feels like a campaign rally. Again, this was on the campus there of Utah Valley University. Retired FBI agent and current NBC News law enforcement analyst Rob D'Amico joins our coverage now. Rob, we're going to be clearing more and more social videos because there was so much video of this event and actually of the possible attack happening. When you look at an event like this and you see all those people out there, how hard is it to protect someone who is speaking there with really what looked like, from some of the videos we've seen, no real security as far as any kind of plexiglass or even bodyguards near him?
Yeah, when you look at what the Secret Service has against a president, one of these outings is really hard to secure. And that's why they go into different things like protective glass and such, and from the attempt on Trump last year. So an event like this, he doesn't have the same security, nowhere near what the Secret Service can provide. So when you're looking at something like this, it is so tough to secure. And then you have one student or one person.
Could this be no political motive like the Reagan shooting?
And you probably don't even have a real,
me.
Executive protection package around him. And there probably wasn't threats out there for them to even act on and think about. So I think, though, what we're seeing is more and more people on both sides of the aisle are starting to take violent acts against people that they have a problem with. We saw it, up in Minnesota. We've seen it now here. We're just seeing that people are getting to the point where they're just taking violent acts against people that they don't like. And I think it's really going to start changing security in general for people that are in politics or talking on one side or the other of the aisle.
Of response coming in now about this.
We don't even have a confirmation the shooter was left-wing, though it's probably a safe thing to assume.
Actually sat down and spoke with Charlie Kirk on a podcast saying this: the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every single form. We're also hearing from all types of leaders on the Republican side as well.
This probably goes without saying, but this is probably going to, assuming he's dead, which again, from the video, makes it look extremely likely. This is quite possibly like the highest profile political assassination in America in decades. I don't know if you'd have to go back to JFK, but like Charlie Kirk is not a regular pundit.
Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. So again, this is sort of the sentiment coming from both the Republicans and some Democrats about the attack on Charlie Kirk, which appears to be political in nature, but we are still getting a lot of reporting that's just coming in. This happened about 20 minutes ago, maybe less than that. Again, Charlie Kirk, a conservative activist, was speaking on the campus of Utah Valley University. You can see the video here. Hundreds of people were out there. This is something he has done for several years now, a staunch ally of President Trump, someone who worked with Don Jr. as a personal assistant and who has sort of come up in the MAGA movement and launched Turning Point USA, which is one of the strongest sort of MAGA-backed conservative groups right now in the country. You can see where this happened, just a little south of Salt Lake City. Apparently, he was speaking on the campus when shots rang out. There are reports there, and we're trying to nail all this down. He was apparently, this is being reported out there, shot in the neck, but we're still trying to confirm all of that. People, including Senator...
Reports are he's not dead yet. He's in critical condition at the hospital. Reports. Why don't you provide the reports? You could link the reports.
Charlie was speaking. But again, this has all happened in the last few minutes. So, we want to make sure we're right when we report all that news out to you. Hallie Jackson is joining our coverage now. Hallie, I remember Charlie Kirk speaking at the Republican National Convention just this summer, talking about his young children. He's a married father with 2 young kids, and just talking about how much time he was spending both campaigning for the president, but also trying to be a dad as well. And he is somebody who is not afraid to sort of mix it up with people, especially on college campuses. He enjoys doing that, debating people and defending President Trump's policies. It's unclear what happened here, what the motive was here, but some political violence in some type of capacity is what it looks like.
Jesus Christ. Hold on.
A little amphitheater, and everybody kind of in the amphitheater seemed really supportive. There was a group of protesters up above him and to his right, not in the area that the shot came from. And they would say things and boo here and there, but overall it seemed very supportive of what was going on.
And with the tiers, the levels, when events are held out here, obviously this was a big crowd, but are they typically occupying those balconies and those enclaves?
I've not personally seen anything to this scale before, so I wouldn't be able to relate it to anything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we appreciate your insight, Jeff. Thank you so much for joining us and jumping on with us for our call. Now, we are getting some more witness accounts of folks who were there on scene. Can you tell me the name of the caller, please?
We don't have a caller at the moment.
I do want to mention, though, Brooke, I'm just reading this now.
What a shit show.
President Trump has just addressed the shooting on his social media site, Truth Social, saying, quote, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him."
We're hearing a number of reactions like that on social media. The latest from President Trump, as Tamara said. J.D. Vance also responded. Some of our local leaders responding as well. It was a very chaotic scene, as you're seeing, and social media reacting real time. There were upwards of 2,000 to 3,000 people there, is the best estimate we can get from those on the ground. And all of those people flooding social media with their experiences, their pictures, and their videos.
Yeah, and based on one witness account, we understand there was a speaker that had just gone out. Charlie Kirk hadn't even spoken yet. And so we're taking a look right now on your screen here. We're getting more video of Utah Valley University at this speaking event.
Yeah, okay, I was thinking, say they're not going to show the shooting, right? That's extremely graphic for news.
Right before the shooting.
Protect him, climb on top of him, and you imagine how quickly people then scattered just as a result of that single shot, that single sound. But we're told the police presence was quite significant, both uniformed police officers, but also those who jumped into action after this particular event, helping to clear the area, helping to get people to safety. So the response itself seems to be pretty quick.
Yeah, an earlier video showed too that there was a person that has been arrested that was being escorted. We haven't gotten confirmation rather that a suspect is in custody, but that's the part of the video that we have been seeing, that someone in fact has been arrested.
Yeah, we have told a suspect was in custody, and we're seeing now the video there of the man in the blue shirt. And spectators say that attention immediately went to this individual. Obviously, it's hard in a situation like that with a crowd of that size to determine where certain sounds come from or how those sounds reverberate or bounce around the area. But one individual we talked to, Jason,
They're going to make him the right-wing MLK dude. Yep, they're going to be naming streets after him and shit. Look, the video made it look pretty bad. Unless somebody's pronounced dead on the scene, there's a whole procedure they're going to go through at the hospital. The hospital is not going to publicly announce time of death like the moment it's confirmed. The fact that he has been brought to the hospital does not confirm that he's under treatment. It's very possible that he died on the way or even before getting on the ambulance, and they're just waiting for the announcement. So right now, I don't think we have any confirmation as to his status.
Retired law enforcement officer, so he had a...
We were both at the school with the shooting.
Okay, Haley and Mia?
Taylor, yes.
Taylor, can you tell us, what did you see and what did you hear? What happened?
So we ended up getting there late, and we were coming in behind where he was speaking. And so in some of the videos, you can see that building, and that's where we were. And we just had walked in and heard the shot, and everyone turned, and they just started running and screaming. They were just screaming, "Shooter, shooter, run!" People were crying, and...
Can you kind of describe what the mood was like there before you heard those shots, before things broke out?
It was so mellow, and then as we were walking out the door so mellow, you could just hear the gunshot, and automatically hundreds of kids were running, screaming, "Shooter, shooter, run, run, run." And as you ran through the halls, every single person just started running. You could feel it. They were crying.
We are here live.
So people scattered both inside buildings and outside, just trying to clear the area as quickly as possible.
Republicans might actually be for gun control now. That's a little bit naive, don't you think?
Yeah. There were just crowds of people trying to get out as fast as they could.
Well, Taylor and Mia, thank you so much for sharing your account. We're glad you're safe, and we appreciate you sharing your experience with us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We can now confirm Charlie Kirk was the individual shot on UVU campus. It was a
Really?
highly promoted
Just
speech
now, huh?
that was scheduled for this morning. Charlie Kirk, of course, an American right-wing political activist. He's an author. He's a media personality. You can see now from this UDOT camera the congestion of traffic as people obviously try to leave the area. It cleared pretty quickly, obviously, after that happened, but now cars and vehicles backed up a little bit on University Parkway as people try to leave that scene.
Yeah, this was a highly publicized event. A lot of people aware that this was going to be going on. A lot of fans of Charlie Kirk who were using this as an opportunity to see him for the first time. From witnesses, they told us about 2,000 to 3,000 people were in attendance there. We know Utah Valley University homed about 46,000 students there at the time as well.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Charlie Kirk was removed from the premises by a security team. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of their job, right? Like, it's not like he was surrounded by 50 cops or anything. Jesus, I wonder when Carolyn Levitt's going to speak on this. You can expect that.
Well, and
Charlie Kirk at the time was seated underneath a canopy shaded just to the left of that podium when that shot was fired. KSL reporter Alex Cabrero is en route to Utah Valley University. He also is tracking the updated information and also the feedback as it rolls out. Alex, what can you tell us?
Just about to UVU campus right now, but I got to tell you, it is, as expected, it is absolute chaos here. There are cars coming out. It is almost a parking lot on the roads. They're trying to orderly get people to leave, at least where we can see. But there are also a lot of people who are trying to make their way onto campus as well, just to be a part of this, to see this or witness this or be there, because Charlie Kirk is such a large presence, has a lot of fans. And so we're just in the middle of that right now, trying to make our way into the area where we can at least start reporting on television.
It's interesting, Alex, because social media obviously reporting real time and seeing the videos that are being posted, you can feel the chaos. You're now experiencing the aftermath of that chaos with the traffic congestion as people try to leave campus, and political leaders responding really quickly in support of Charlie Kirk, sending prayers, President Trump, J.D. Vance, local leaders as well. But we don't have a current update on the condition of Charlie Kirk.
That's right, yeah, and I haven't heard anything myself either, and I haven't seen any of those videos yet myself. We were down at another event in the Pacey Santaquin area when we got the word, from our news desk about what happened, and to try to get there as quickly as we.
BBC says the gunman is not in custody, according to campus officials. Kirk shot gunman is not in custody. I don't know if we can really trust that. I wouldn't worry too much about the breaking news. I'm less interested in the moment-to-moment updates and what is happening and more interested in the political response from the right. What does the BBC know? Nothing.
Way to the campus of Utah Valley University, where Utah now becomes a central focus as the world, the nation watches this situation unfold. We've talked about the attention this particular event had received, although those on the ground tell us and have been telling us all afternoon that the mood was very calm and peaceful prior to what you're seeing now through these social media events. There were a few pockets of protesters. One bystander identified the location of those bystanders as being elevated as in up a level, looking down on this crowd. It's an outdoor venue kind of centralized to the campus, and estimations put the crowd at 2,000 to 3,000 people. So it was packed. It was a really full area, full venue, and relatively calm until this very moment.
Charlie Kirk, a popular political activist, just to give you some background on him, 31-year-old conservative activist, father of two. He helped found Turning Point USA. That's a nonprofit that
I have heard of him. Thank you. God, I'm just muted. That's such an insane thing to have put up there. Get me off local news.
Around him, I know you said there were people there that were sort of some kind of security, but at least around him there was no sort of plexiglass, no kind of barrier. I mean, at least we can't see it. What do you remember seeing?
Nothing. I mean,
news media is fucking worthless when it comes to covering breaking events like this consistently. Anything to fill space.
There's a bunch of SWAT people going through campus right now. I'm inside with a group of people that was pulled inside to, give testimony and stuff like that. So it's.
Justin, I do have another question because we don't know this area as well. You know, some of our viewers may not know this area as well. How far is the closest hospital, would you say, to the school?
Very close, actually. Couple miles.
I don't want to embarrass myself with speculation, but honestly, the fact that we haven't heard anything about his condition makes me more suspicious that he might be dead. Or might have been dead, like maybe even before the EMTs even got to him. Otherwise, the people around him would probably be very, 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 very quick to announce, like, he's an emergency, he's in, like, super duper triage or whatever. But if there was a death, they would wait to release that. There would be other considerations. That's just my suspicion, though. I don't know.
Shot was fired at the visiting speaker, Charlie Kirk. He was hit and taken from the location by his security. Campus police is investigating. A suspect is in custody. So this kind of lines up with everything that you've been telling us, Justin, over the last 5 minutes or so. Going back to the suspect, you saw that elderly man who was...
No, I didn't. Trump cheered for the crowd after getting grazed in the ear. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, just all I saw was what you see in the video there. But by the time, I put eyes on him, he was already, basically in cuffs and had multiple officers surrounding him. And, but it looks like a collared shirt and, sorry, I got SWAT team people walking by me with with rifles out here. So it's a little interesting, but, yeah, man. Just
as you say that, we're actually
in the video.
Yeah, we're looking at a shot now,
Wikipedia marks as dead.
Yeah,
Wikipedia doesn't
from our affiliate KSL there that's
know
showing
the news before
just
anyone
scores
else.
of police
People are just
officers,
rushing to edit it.
First
They've seen the same video
responders,
you
emergency
have.
vehicles, almost sort of blocking and setting up a perimeter around the school where this was. Was this sort of in the middle of the school? Was this the central of the school, or was this kind of an outdoor pavilion?
Yeah, it's an outdoor amphitheater, basically, where he's set up is at the bottom level, and then there's basically crescent-shaped steps that kind of climb up and continue to, rise up as you go back further and further away from the stage area.
And then is this Charlie Kirk? I mean, I don't know how much you follow him. Is this your first time seeing him live, or has he been to this university or this area for a while?
First time seeing him live. I mean, I'd seen plenty of videos, plenty of videos online and on X and stuff, and was excited to come attend this event. He was supposed to come back at the end of September to Logan, Utah, which is a lot further away. So I was excited to attend this one and just kind of, see what was going on.
Yeah, and then if you could describe the moment again, just because some people may be tuning in right now. Justin, you said you were on the left side of where this happened, not too far from Charlie Kirk himself. Talk to us again about what you saw when you heard that first gunshot go off.
When I heard the first gunshot go off, all of a sudden I just saw an eruption of blood, come out of Charlie's chest, and then kind of his whole body recoil and go limp, and it just took a split second, and I was like, is this really happening? Is it, and basically everybody just screamed and fell to the floor. But it looked like
chest.
A
yeah, well, he was a
lot
witness. He probably hasn't seen the video 50 times over and over like you have.
Good. It looked like, looked like a fatal shot. But I hope it's not. I pray that it's not.
Yeah, as you say this, and you mentioned prayer. We have a message now on X from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, saying prayers for Charlie Kirk, an incredible Christian, American, and human being.
Prayers.
May the healing hand of Jesus Christ be upon him. You were talking about a pretty graphic scene and a pretty violent injury. I don't know if you're a doctor or not, but from what you saw, I mean, how bad did this look? It sounds pretty bad.
It looked really bad. I saw a lot of blood leave his body instantly before,
it's not like we heard a shot and we saw him fall to the ground.
Unfortunate way for my university to be covered by Vosh. Yeah, sorry about that. This one's probably going in the history books, I'm afraid.
And did you hear more than one gunshot, or was it just one?
You know, I couldn't remember if there was a
says
second,
praying for Charlie
but
Kirk. Great.
Definitely the one. And luckily there wasn't more than, you know, if there was a second one right away, I think it was just the one, but otherwise it wasn't any more than two.
And did it look like anybody else in the audience or anybody else with Charlie Kirk had also been hit?
No, it was just him, and then everybody went down, and then that was, you know, as I'm sitting there with bodies laying on top of me, I'm just listening. I'm listening for more shots. That's the only thing I'm doing. I'm just like, okay, are there more? Are there more? Are there more? There's none. There's none. There's none. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. And just kind of playing that back in my mind and just thinking, I can't believe this is happening.
I wonder if they'll blame South Park. Listen, they're going to blame anything and everything, obviously. In fairness, that's a pretty ubiquitous response to something like this. This is an extremely high-profile, I'm guessing, political assassination. I mean, obviously, without confirmation, we don't know for absolute sure that it wasn't like, I don't know, a guy trying to do a trick shot from, you know, a few hundred feet away to impress a girl and missing. But, like, let's be real here. It's an extremely high-profile political assassination. Obviously, there's going to be a huge amount of blame being thrown all about the place. If the shooter really is the old white man, I assume it's going to be like an anti-Democrat thing broadly. I don't really know what the angle there would be. I also don't know how the Trump administration is going to feel compelled to respond, considering the fact that, like, again, in a move, like, compassion is not the name of the game for these people, right? In a movement that is governed by strength and the perceived right to rule, they can't respond to this with nothing. There can't be a come together moment. There's no way forward for them without taking advantage of this rhetorically. That being said, I have absolutely no idea to what extent they're going to do this. It was in Utah, right? Not like Berkeley, California. If it wasn't done by a trans person or a black person or whatever, probably going to be an anti-Democrat thing broadly. So what? They double down on sending troops to Chicago, Democrat cities? I'm not sure. It'll probably be pretty scattershot for a while until a narrative sort of gets cemented around.
How did we let this in? Who shot him was deranged. But, yeah, it's just a sad day.
Justin, we thank you for being with us. I'm sure our producers are going to have you stand by for us. If we get any more information, we're going to kind of want your perspective. I do want to bring in our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, what are you hearing from your sources about either the suspect or what happened there on the campus of Utah Valley University?
Yeah, so, Tom, it appears that one individual fired this shot, still clearing the campus. As you just heard from our eyewitness, a fairly incredible report from the scene. A SWAT team and other law enforcement currently going through the buildings of campus, obviously going through the grounds there that have now well been cleared out from the students from the shot that you're looking at there on the left, which was taken moments before this shot was fired to the upper chest neck area of Charlie Kirk, a conservative commentator. Right now, we have not received official confirmation on the name of the individual that has been taken into custody, and if in fact that will ultimately be the individual that's been charged as a result of this incident. The condition of Kirk as of this hour is currently unknown. I will tell you, Tom, that everybody in law enforcement, in the intelligence, counterterrorism threat space is paying very close attention to this shooting because it is part of a disturbing trend that they've been focused on, starting with the 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump while he was running for office. You had the targeted assassination here in New York City of a healthcare CEO. You had an arson attack on the governor of Pennsylvania.
Ben Shapiro about to level up his security. Nobody gives a fuck about Ben Shapiro. Charlie Kirk is an extremely high-profile conservative pundit. Maybe the single largest person who would be counted as a pundit and not just like a direct affiliate of the Republican Party. Maybe. I think you guys are thinking of this in the context of like YouTube videos. Charlie Kirk is massive. Charlie Kirk's an assassination of Charlie. He's not a YouTuber. He's extremely influential. So keep that in mind when you see how they respond.
out, instead of trying to solve differences in a democracy, are apparently trying to take it upon themselves to fire weapons at individuals or attempt to fire weapons at individuals, also using fire, as we saw with the Shapiro attack in Pennsylvania, and as we saw the attack on a group of elderly Jewish Jewish individuals in Colorado who were just supporting the hostages that were taken by Hamas, a fire attack there. So this is top of mind. It's been a discussion I've been having with law enforcement officials all this week, and it is something that presents a very steep security challenge in this country, where you're on a campus, whether you completely agree with Charlie Kirk or not, is a place traditionally where speech has been a spot where it's happened, and now law enforcement has to.
Spot where it's happened. Worthless fucking commentators.
Utah, a state that is a red state, a state friendly to President Trump, a state that does not have very strong gun laws whatsoever, and a place from we heard from our eyewitness that was very friendly to Charlie Kirk, right? Saying 97%, if not more, of the people in that crowd were supportive of Charlie Kirk. But when we talk about threats, Tom, are there still serious threats when it comes to people like Charlie Kirk? And I guess where I'm going here is that should there have been maybe more security, but it's also the same time he was speaking maybe to a friendly crowd, so that wasn't necessary.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to take a look at when a crowd is friendly or not. It only takes one person at a crowd to create an environment like this. As a society, we have to really have a serious discussion now on how we're going to deal with this going forward. I mean,
there's going to be so much paranoia moving forward from this. Like the chilling effect this is going to have on people everywhere. There's such a big tonal difference between something like this happening in a big crowded like arena area versus like a guy dressed as a cop showing up at your door in the middle of the night, you know? It's going to lead to people substantially changing their the way they handle this.
So there was even best security practices there, and still the individual fired through the windows.
There's we know that through a window. There's nothing you can actually do security-wise to meaningfully prevent assassinations if the assassin is determined enough, unless you're somebody like the president. If you're the president and you have like a nonstop 24/7 security detail full of the highly paid professionals, veterans, former police and FBI, okay, sure. But like for regular people, it's just not on the table. What you're really relying on is social stability. That's the thing you want. You want society to be stable enough that nobody wants to do this.
Crowd.
Of course, we're going in the opposite
Utah Valley
direction
State
right
University in a horrific manner that eyewitnesses are telling NBC News there was a lot of blood and it did not look good. And from the tweets that we were hearing, everyone across the aisle, whether it be Republican or Democrat, asking for people to pray for Charlie Kirk right now. I do want to ask you one thing. There are so many different angles of this. We actually have an angle of when the shooting happened. We're not going to show the actual moment of impact, if you will, when the bullet hits Charlie Kirk. But we can actually hear it. I want to ask our control room and our director if we can play that. I want to get your thoughts on the other end. Let's play it now.
But I thought you can't. Wait, are they going to actually show it? I can't show it on screen.
Do you know how many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Okay, they didn't show the actual. They paused it the frame before. What was the point of showing it if you're pausing the frame
You
before?
can hear the crowd. The audio kept playing. You can hear the crowd there.
Give me ABC. Maybe ABC is less banal.
Utah Valley University, while on his tour, the American Comeback Tour, the event, apparently, I'm seeing the event was free and open to the public. This was not just for university students. Tickets apparently were distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. So the likelihood of this not just being students attending, there were others from the public allowed in, which leads me to questions about security as well. Let's bring in our former FBI agent, also our ABC News contributor, Brad Garrett. In a situation like this on a university campus, Brad, and it looks like it was open to the public. The event was free. I'm curious to know what security was like, especially if you're having a controversial speaker like Charlie Kirk.
Well, predictably, we don't know the answer to this, Kira, that you wouldn't have metal detectors and things of that nature, or...
God fucking... Man, people are going to turn this into a goddamn gun control debate. I need you guys to understand, okay? There are 100 million, billion, trillion guns in America. There is no security system that you can meaningfully implement in... certainly not in outdoor spaces that makes stuff like this impossible. It's just not feasible. Social stability is the thing that keeps people safe. Like, it's like guns are a force multiplier, but for somebody who's willing to conduct the political assassination, the person's willingness to commit that violence is already maximal, you know? It's not like somebody who's willing to commit that degree of political violence would be hampered by the unavailability of a firearm. They would just, you know, find some other way of doing it with a car, with a stabbing weapon. Like, don't turn this into a gun control debate. I'm sure the right would love that.
They're on or should check out, and a residence or two.
Like, I promise you the right would love to turn this into an argument for how every teacher needs to have a AR-15. You know, it's just, it's not the relevant factor. We're talking about social stability here.
That are connected to him that could be a danger to law enforcement or others. So all of that has to be happening, obviously, at the same time. But, you know, the key is defensing against, as I mentioned earlier, defensing these types of open operations, open forums, are considered soft targets. And, you know, that's the sad reality of where we are.
And we're starting to hear from everyone from Attorney General Pam Bondi saying the FBI and ATF agents are on the scene now. Pray for Charlie. The President of the United States also putting out on social media, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk.
Doesn't sound encouraging. This is an ongoing situation. We can confirm Charlie Kirk has been shot. He's in the hospital. We're praying for him at this time, said Aubrey Leitch, Public Relations Manager for Turning Point USA. And when was this said? Again, the fact that we have not heard Charlie Kirk is in critical condition seems to me like a borderline confirmation of his death. By now, you would expect to hear somebody saying he's in critical condition. Yeah, this update is from 1 minute ago. Mamdani posted about it. I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. I look forward to a bunch of right-wing dipshit hacks pretending that Mamdani's rhetoric encouraged this to happen, even though Mamdani literally just talks about, like, going on scavenger hunts and having affordable rent. Like, Mamdani is the most let's focus on the positive side guy in the entire fucking political space right now, bar none. And everyone's going to act like he's been, you know, Fed posting this entire time. AF Post announced he did indeed die, not sure how credible. AF Post stands for America First Post. They're Nick Fuentes affiliated, so not credible.
Praised as one of the young up-and-coming conservatives with a tremendous voice and has a solid relationship with the President of the United States, Mary.
Yeah, and Kira, he is a huge star in the far right and someone who is personally very close with this administration. And I think that's being reflected in the outpouring of prayers and support that you are seeing in the statements that are coming out. Everyone from the President of the United States himself, the Vice President, the Attorney General, the FBI Director. These are people who don't just know of Charlie Kirk, but know him personally. And that is being reflected in these statements. As you mentioned, we have seen him often at important, pivotal events for this party, the Republican National Convention. He's also been seen simply here at the White House at various events. He was last here back in May for an...
Why is the media so violently neutral over this? Because it's a high-profile political assassination. You're not going to get super partisan takes right off the gut. Trust me, they'll come entirely from the right, mind you. But you know, you have to wait a little bit for them. Like, just... I wouldn't get too excited about them, okay? It's going to be agonizing. Leave aside the fact that Charlie Kirk is undeniably a person who would celebrate your murder, you know. We're not at that point yet.
just 31
We're not at a point
years
where,
old.
like,
As you mentioned,
everyone's
this is
out here with
not
the
someone
partisan takes.
who shies away from controversy. In fact, the opposite. Charlie Kirk leans into it. It is part of his brand in many ways. He takes on these difficult, often controversial topics head on. He likes a fight. He enjoys a debate. He relishes in it. It's something that's sort of a hallmark of his, is sitting down at that table and being challenged directly in a debate, often with people of the other party. It's really sort of become his one of his many hallmarks. And so to have this event, as you mentioned, the university, it seemed, had faced some pushback there in the community as well. That's not something that is unusual for Charlie Cook. He often faces pushback and knows that he is obviously in an incredibly tense environment. And while he is very close to this administration, he also hasn't been afraid to push back. We've seen not that long ago in recent weeks, as questions surround the Epstein files, that he has pushed for their release, but also said he supports the president and his approach to this issue. So he is someone who is very much seen as leading the next generation of the far right, of the MAGA movement, and deeply personally connected to this president and to this administration, Kira.
And Mary, we're now hearing from Turning Point USA, an official statement here. This is an ongoing situation. We can confirm that Charlie Kirk has been shot. He is in the hospital, and we are praying for him at this time. Let's take it straight to Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky. Aaron, do we have any idea, as we look at that video that we were able to obtain just as that one shot was fired, he was underneath that tent having a conversation back and forth with students there, taking Q&A. Do we know what they were talking about, the essence of the conversation?
Like, you kind of freeze, but you're like, I have to save my life and everything. So that's just, yeah, it was scary. It didn't feel real.
Yeah. And Mom, as her mom, we're hearing from a lot of parents who have students here. Their kids go to school here, terrified. You were with your daughter seeing this. It's not only yourself now, but you're thinking of your daughter.
Yeah, very scary. I just wanted to get us out of there, and there was people that were just kind of like standing around, looking around, and I'm like, grab one of the girls. I'm like, you need to run, get out, because people kind of didn't know what was going on. They had, like, their headphones. And I'm like, leave your food, run. And I don't know, it was scary. I wanted to get everyone out.
I don't blame you. Let me chat with Wes real quick, too.
Kirk's colleagues say he's currently alive, whatever that means. Where does it say that in the link that you provided? This is an ongoing situation, Turning Point USA wrote in a statement to the Daily Caller. We are in the process of confirming reports that Charlie Kirk was shot. We are in the process of confirming reports? This doesn't sound very recent. I don't think there's anything here that confirms he's currently alive.
Kind of what you do now, because you're sharing a terrible experience with others. It's how you, I don't know, decompress and deal a little bit.
Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, talking here seems to help with people who experience it in the parking lot as well. Yeah.
I'm sorry you went through this, Wes. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And ma'am, I'm so sorry. Tell me, where were you when this happened? I heard you chatting with Kim and Bentley. You were pretty close.
I was really close. Watching the whole thing, I was probably on the second level up from, well, I've never been to this place except for classic car shows, so I can't really explain to you, but I was to the left of Charlie, super clear view. Saw everything happen, heard the gunshot. I was the last one standing because I couldn't quite believe. I thought maybe it was a stunt. And then everybody fell to the ground. We all fell to the ground. I got pushed into some bushes. I stayed there. There was a lady with her elderly mom, and I said, "Is she okay?" And she said she's okay. So we just kind of stayed in the bushes for a few minutes, maybe a minute and a half. And then a man said, go this way. And we went right where Charlie had come in and out. And I was right behind the police when they had the man in the handcuffs. And I was standing right there next to them as he was on his knees. And he said, I would say multiple times, but at least twice, just shoot me, just shoot me. And I videoed it, and I called him every name in the book that I could think of, which is probably not appropriate, but I was a shaken ball and mess. I'm still shaking, and I'm still crying. I love Charlie Kirk. He's awesome. And I pray for him and his family.
Gavin Newsom, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the US of A, we must reject political violence in every form. And again, a bunch of right-wingers are probably going to jump in being like, well, Charlie Kirk, you know, Gavin Newsom has always been hateful and encouraged violence against the right, as though they weren't talking on a podcast earlier this year. Yeah, we know exactly what the narrative is going to be from so many of them now.
People too was like, look, no matter what side you're on, this shouldn't happen.
Never, never, ever, never. And I will always help anyone. I don't care if they're a Democrat, Republican, conservative, it does not matter. And I asked a girl, hey, can you tell me what building this is? And she looked at my hat and she said, not with that fat hat, no way. And I was like, okay, well, that was rude, but whatever, you know, to each their own. But
my face when I wear a hate symbol and people hate me.
Sad. It's really sad, the America that we have today.
I hate it when I wear my Klan hood and people out there judge me for it. It fucking sucks, dude. I just want to be judged for the content of my character, not for the pieces of hate merchandise that I wear to indicate my character publicly.
People keep saying, how do we fix this? And you keep thinking, is this tragedy going to be the spark that gets us back together? Because something is wrong, and we need to come together. But how?
I wish I had that answer. Oh, gosh, that's the multi-billion-dollar question, isn't it? I wish I knew. Prayer.
Oh, yeah.
Pray. Stand up for your beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
Don't back down. Don't listen to the propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
Do your own research. Don't take one person's opinion as fact. Look into things for your own. I don't know.
You're still shaking.
I am.
It's crazy how when you get one of these people to list like ways they want to make the world better or solutions they have to problems, nothing they list actually ever makes the world better. Like, they all read off the same goddamn dialogue tree, but none of them have any interest in meaningfully improving the... Like, they never say anything Christ-like, I guess what I'm saying is. Like, be kinder to each other, you know, give food to the homeless. I don't know. You'd think that somebody whose first answer to a situation like this is pray would have answers like that, but obviously not.
Shaking just talking to you, but one thing that hit you were there.
Right.
You talked about it.
Right, and this lovely lady here, I just said pray, I didn't realize that you guys were the news. I just said pray for Charlie, and she said, are you okay? I don't know her, and she gave me a hug, and I thanked her again for the hug, because that's how we need to be. We need to be more loving and kind to our people.
I can't fucking stand this kumbaya bullshit from people who are screeching about how we need to deport 20 million people from this country and, like, obliterate these families. Who cares, man? Bomb Venezuela, bomb Iran, who cares about Palestinians? Doesn't matter. Homeless people should be fucking churned up and turned into mulch. Trans people should be forced back into the closet or, like, systemically denied health care. 20 million people, illegals deported. Supreme Court just made it legal to officially profile against black and brown people. None of it matters, you know?
All of us. It doesn't matter the color of your skin or, your...
Well, hold on. Listen, a Supreme Court ruling penned by Scalia just the other day actually disagrees. It actually matters. Like, legally it matters now.
Political background. It doesn't matter. We're human beings. We're Americans. And we should stand tall for each other.
Thank you for your time. I'm so sorry that you witnessed this and went through this. And I know the adrenaline is wearing down now, and that's where it really hits. But thank you for your time and sharing some of that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your time.
My name's Elisa.
Elisa, I'm Alex. Thank you for your time.
Nice to meet
Thank you so much. You said you want to play some green.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So, Elisa, Kim, Bentley, West, just some of the people.
Fuck, did I say Scalia? Fuck, who penned the opinion? Sorry. I'm pulling from the void. I heard his ghost agreeing with the opinion.
Here who witnessed this, who were a part of this, just coming here to be a part of the debate, to hear Charlie Kirk speak. Again, no matter what.
Was Kavanaugh the one who penned the opinion yesterday? I know it was an unsigned opinion, but wasn't there a brief explanation given? Was it Kavanaugh? Huh.
It shouldn't happen, that you should be able, especially on a college campus, to come and at least have a debate, talk about things that are...
Associated Press says that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition. Let me confirm that. Just in, Charlie Kirk in critical condition at hospital after being shot, AP source says. Okay.
It's just cars backed up all the way, more students and people just leaving campus here, just trying to get out after what they've talked to. But things do certainly appear a lot calmer now than when we first got here maybe 30 minutes ago. We saw some people running when we were pulling into this parking lot here at UVU. And now it looks like people are just casually walking. But just it's a sad day. Again, no matter what side you're on, this stuff people saying shouldn't happen, and they're sharing their stories with us. So let's send it back to you for now.
Alex, thanks for catching and carrying that emotion in such a compassionate way. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. This was part of the American Comeback Tour by Charlie Kirk. It was a stop at UVU. There was a planned stop at Utah State a little bit later. The plan was to set up a Prove Me Wrong table there under that tent where people from the crowd would pose questions or challenges that then would, play out in a live debate. That event had not even really gotten underway when this particular event happened. Charlie Kirk shot this morning on the campus of Utah Valley University.
All right, we want to check in with KSL News Specialist Daniel Woodruff, who is also on campus. Daniel, we were just speaking with Alex Cabrero, and emotions, as you can imagine, running very high. Describe to us what you're hearing there on campus.
Yeah, definitely high emotions, Tamara and Brooke, and we'll talk to some other witnesses in just a minute. But first, I want to show you where we are. We are on the west side of the Utah Valley University campus.
School shooting in Colorado right now, I guess. Well, it is the United States of America, so you can expect a couple of those a day.
Kirk was speaking when he was shot, and you can see behind there's an area where all of the spectators were gathered to watch his speech and to witness exactly what happened. I'm joined by 3 Utah Valley University students. This is Isaac. I'll start with...
Okay, we have multiple confirmations. Law enforcement official briefed in the shooting told the Associated Press that Kirk is being treated in a critical condition. They spoke on the condition of anonymity. Okay. It's possible that they're working off outdated information, or that they're being overly optimistic or cautious with their statement, but okay, you can take that as the current state of things.
We just saw him in his neck. We saw him fall backward, blood shooting out of his neck, hit the floor, and we just had to bolt it out of there immediately. We got all soaked, running through the water. It was actually surreal. We didn't actually know what was going on. We just kind of were like, oh, like this might be like some skit. What is this?
Is that where we are as a country right now? Genuinely, you hear a crack from behind you, and then blood spurts out of the neck of a person on a prominent political figure on stage. And everyone's first thought is like, dog, this is like a crazy YouTube short they're setting up. What the fuck are what are we doing here, man? I guess that's the audience you've primed, right? The average Trump supporter? Like every single piece of data coming from the media is a conspiracy. All reality is fake except for what Trump says.
Idea until everybody started running out of the way, and we're like, oh, this is one of those scenarios where you're actually in like a school shooting like position. You're like, holy, then we got to get the hell out of here. So yeah, how close would you say you were to where he was speaking? Probably 20 feet, 20, 30 feet from where he was speaking. I actually personally saw him get shot. Everyone else was filming, and I was just sitting there just watching the debate, just seeing what was going on, and then I just immediately hear a pop, see him get shot in the neck, blood come out of him, and then he just hit the floor, and then I just take these guys and we just run out of there. Chris, I wanted to ask you for your perspective as well. Were you in similar position, kind of watching?
I was just right by him, and we were
I'm
watching.
pretty sure in critical condition just means he hasn't been pronounced dead. It's very possible, yeah. Like the pronouncement would not happen the nanosecond they have that information. I'm not entirely sure. Also, if the last confirmation was done by law enforcement, it's not like law enforcement are in the hospital room. Law enforcement might have been present when he was handed off to the doctors, but you know, they're not there like with the doctors as they supervise. So we'll see.
And it was kind of hard to see because everyone was like standing up. I thought it initially was a firecracker, like a loud firecracker. Some people do dumb stuff all the time. And then no, we just saw him fall to the ground, and then we all just booked it. We ran, and it was crazy experience.
When you found out that he had been shot, and that as information trickled out, because now UVU has confirmed that he was shot, what did you think?
I thought it was super surreal because UVU is a nice place. It's a very good place. I thought that would more happen in more crime city type places, not at UVU, Utah. But you know, it's a crazy experience. That's all it is.
Erica, I assume you were with these two guys as well. What did you see from your perspective?
I couldn't really see just because of all the people, but just the gunshot sound. We didn't think it was a gunshot at first. Everybody kind of stood there for a second and then hit the ground, and we all just ran out.
I can only imagine that feeling when
the American collegiate on full display. Jesus Christ.
Everyone starts to run and panic. Can you describe what you did next after the shots?
I just ran. He grabbed my hand. I was just getting dragged, basically. I was pretty in shock, and so we ran through the water of the fountain just trying to get out of there as fast as possible.
Tell me why you had come to his event and why you wanted to hear Charlie speak today.
I just see him on social media and stuff. I like what he has to say, and I was excited to see the debate and hear more of what he has to say.
Yeah, we hear about political violence, Chris, and I mean, you don't think of it happening here. You don't think of it happening where you are, but yet here we are. How have you been processing the aftermath of this news?
To be honest,
we have been building concentration camps across the country illegally and stuffing them to beyond capacity with people who have not even been given due process to determine the legality of their presence here in the United States.
It's crazy to me because I wasn't even like that shocked in the moment. I was kind of like, did this really just happen? You know what I mean? I wasn't like frantic or anything. I just got out of there safety quickly, but it was a crazy experience. I don't know why or how this happened, but it's Utah. I feel like this is a pretty nice local neighborhood state. You know what I mean? So I think.
What the fuck are you? Nice local neighborhood state. What?
That would more happen in other states. You know, a little bit more violent, but it's tragic that it happened here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it's actually wild that this is happening. Like, I don't even know how to describe it, but yeah, I can't believe that I was actually part of something like that. But you hear about it, but you're like, is this actually going to happen? Like, to me one day, and then we were actually talking about it right before this, like, oh, the craziest part is, like, there was no checkpoints, nothing to get in here. Everyone was just able to walk in here. I'm like, I have my backpack. I'm like, if I wanted to, I could just bring a gun with me, but, like, I'm like, this is just...
You shouldn't say that on TV right now, bro.
Crazy that everyone was just allowed in here and just with anything you could have in your backpack. And so I was like, and so there was no checkpoints, nothing. I just wish there was like some kind of checkpoints or something.
We
at least
found
check
them.
people, because if that was true, this probably wouldn't have happened. But I guess legislatively or by law, you can't have like checkpoints at some public schools. So I don't know how that works, but it's actually wild.
Had you seen a law enforcement presence generally around?
There was law enforcement presently around, but like the immediate response, I was like, is everyone like why are we not running more? Like, why is everybody sticking around? I was like, let's get the hell out of here. And I don't know. I just thought it was crazy. There was people there, but it didn't really. Everybody kind of just didn't know what was going on at the moment. They were just sitting there, like watching it. Like, oh, did he really? I'm like, yo, dude, he got shot, dude. Get out of here now, dude. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. And I heard you on the phone earlier sharing. I don't know if you were with family or friends talking, but I imagine you've probably got a lot of people hitting you up to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, no, totally. All my friends like, oh, dude, are you okay? Were you there? Like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, dude, it was crazy. I'm good. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm fine. But it was wild what happened. I saw him get shot, and I just immediately we got out of there, bolted out of there.
I can't make my analysis about this guy. I can't read into it too much. He's probably suffering from some kind of shock, but Jesus Christ.
Cops are good now. I mean, they evacuate everybody, which is great, but it's just surreal, really, being in the moment, because you're like, this could never happen to me until it does, you know?
And I think it's surreal, and I think many would say it's sad that at an event where you come to hear political speech, that this type of thing happens.
Yeah, it's crazy, because Charlie Kirk, I love the man. He's a great guy, and I don't know why anybody would feel a certain type of way to shoot him. It's just a debater. Like, who cares? You're just a debater. Like, you're not doing anything or harming anyone, so why shoot anybody? Like, let's just talk. If we're going to be in this environment, let's just talk about stuff. You know, I don't know why we have to, like, become violent about it. So, I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
The shocking thing is that, like, again, this person is, and I'm saying this respectfully and honestly, too stupid to lie. He probably does genuinely feel that way, which is, like, it's kind of unfortunate that we have to navigate the political landscape of a country where those aforementioned concentration camps are being built, you know, gleefully by the political right, but also so many of their supporters are doing this, like, kumbaya bullshit when stuff like this happens, you know?
Isaac, Chris, Erica, thank you very much for making a few minutes. Glad you're okay.
No,
Thanks for. I will let you on your way now. Appreciate it, guys. So yeah, obviously these were some tense moments for those students that were here, and now we're going to show you here with some law enforcement walking by with weapons with them here on the west side of the UVU campus. Lots of law enforcement. I mean, where we are, I see law enforcement from Provo, from Orem, from UVU. We've been told the FBI is here. We've been told that other federal agents are here, and it's quite a scene. I mean, I've not seen anything like this. Certainly, I'm from here, grew up a couple miles to the east, and have not seen anything like that here. Certainly at UVU or in this area. But you heard those witnesses here. I have one more individual who wanted to share a little bit more about what they saw. Tell me your name.
I'm Wesley.
Wesley, tell me what you noticed. You were inside there for this.
Yeah, so where I was at the line, I guess, side to the right of him. And
I was just there to ask a question.
Oh, no.
I was there with a lot of my friends, just having a good time. We saw one person question him. Just seemed business as usual. And then when the second person came up, he asked an interesting question about like whether like transgenders are disproportionately represented as mass shooters. And then I heard the shot, I looked over, I saw what I thought was smoke, and then I got out of there. And yeah, I think it's really interesting that the person asking the question was asking about shootings like right as the shooting happened.
A tense moment. What did you do in the aftermath? Because I know everybody started to run.
Yes. Well, I mean, there was too much of a crowd, you know, to sprint, because, you know, it's a big crowd. So I just act calm. I walked out in that underpass at the pace I could. And then the police, like, first they said they wanted to interview me, and then as things took a while, they were just like, hey, just give me your number. And then sent me on my way. So
pretty.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Wesley, thank you very much. Your thoughts there. So we've heard from a number now of witnesses that me and others that have interviewed of people that were inside there, or I should say outside, because it is an outdoor venue, when the shots were fired, when Charlie Kirk was shot. That's what we've got here from the west side of UVU campus. We'll continue to be here, but we'll send it for now back to you, Brooke and Tamara, in the studio.
Daniel Woodruff reporting live from UVU campus, where earlier today Charlie Kirk was shot. And we are hearing from the AP, who has confirmed that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a hospital, again, after being shot at this event held at UVU.
And though we don't know any other medical details on that, I think that's an exhale for a lot of people right now to at least hear.
Victims from 2 minutes ago, victims of political violence show support for Kirk. Former U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a Democrat, I've heard of this, posted that, quote, "The horrific shooting today at Utah Valley University is reprehensible. Political violence has absolutely no place in our nation," end quote. Pelosi's husband was seriously injured in 2022 by a man wielding a hammer who authorities said was a believer in conspiracy theories. Of course, AP News won't add the fact that Charlie Kirk has at multiple points joked about the attempted assassination of Nancy Pelosi and of her husband. You know, that's the difference, isn't it? We sane wash the whole thing, but as always, like, they get to gleefully paint over when the Minnesota Democrats were assassinated just a few months ago. The right immediately was like, "Oh, it's a transgender. Oh no, the shooter was a Democrat." Every fucking time.
And we've been hearing from students all along here. Many of these students right here, all
exactly.
these students
they will always laugh
story.
at us.
Let's start
and
at
we
the
will
end here
always
and
be made to grit our teeth.
Reaction. It's Ike.
Yes,
you
sir.
say, okay, Ike, tell me a little bit about where you were at, how close you were, and what you saw.
Yeah, so I was about 20 yards off the right-hand side of Charlie. Obviously, it's a traumatic thing. Nobody should have to see that in their lifetime. The taking of a life is hurtful. And hard to see, but you know, we were talking about, he was having a conversation with somebody about gun violence, actually, and he was hit in kind of the left upper neck area, kind of in the carotid artery area, and it was just a traumatic thing to see.
Yeah, seriously, like this was Charlie Kirk talking about the Nancy Pelosi's would-be assassin. Charlie Kirk says a patriot should bail out alleged Paul Pelosi attacker. Like, right after the attack happened, he was like, you know, American patriots should put some money together to bust him out of jail. Like, that's this is the dichotomy, okay? Just always keep this in mind. No matter how much propaganda they throw in your face, no matter how much they thoughts and prayers and why can't we all come together and why is the left so bad about political violence, this is institutionally acceptable behavior from them. The highest level of Republican political pundit is allowed to do this. No consequences. No condemnation from the right whatsoever. Absolutely none.
I feel bad for all these wonderful students and alumni that were present and had to see that. It's a tough thing to see, but obviously it's a very serious thing that we need to all be able to work through and work through together as a community and come together and really rally around Charlie and his family. Nobody should have to worry about their father or husband going out and doing the things that he loves, and that's a tough thing to see.
How many shots did you hear, and what happened right after he was hit? What was the mood of the crowd?
Yeah, one shot rang out. From what I heard, I don't know if anybody else heard different. One shot rang out and hit Charlie, struck Charlie, and I don't know if it's angels or good bystanders who jumped in and stopped more shots from coming, but I'm grateful that if somebody did, they deserve high praise. One shot hit Charlie, one shot rang out, lots of chaos, lots of panic. It's hard to stay cool, calm, and collected in those in those moments. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
They're Mormons,
stick
guys.
around for just a minute if you don't mind. Your name and just what you saw, where you were at, what you heard.
My name's Kaya Meek, and then we were just about 50 feet from the left of him, and then I just remember he was on his second conversation, and then that's when the shot came, and then we just saw his like head jerk back and shoulder, and we immediately just turned and dropped to the ground, and then saw people start getting up and running, so we followed in with that, and were able to get to the apartment buildings and get in with a really kind girl that started driving us. And then
How scary was this? What was the mood there?
it was just really terrifying. I mean, I was kind of in shock, like, because I was like, no way that just happened, you know. But I'm definitely very grateful that there's only like one shot and stuff, or else I think that a lot more people could have been injured.
Okay, thank you very much. And where were you at, and what did you hear there in the scene?
Yeah, I was with Kaya, and we were just like 50 to 100 feet to the left, and just heard a shot, and then just saw his head fly back, and he just slumped in his chair and saw blood coming down his shirt, and then this, like, people just yelling, "Get down," and then just see a flood of people going throughout these doors, so just ran and followed them.
Wow. You know, we hear about school shootings or university shootings, those kind of things.
Given the partisan bent of any people who were present at this event, I'm actually really surprised that none of the in-person interviews that we've seen from people present have devolved into like unhinged ranting about Democrats.
To actually be in there when it's happening, your thoughts about that?
I mean, you just never expect it to happen. You're just going to this event. You're not expecting anything to happen. So it's definitely shocking when something happens like that.
Tell me about why Charlie Kirk. What was it about? You wanted to go hear him, or what happened there?
He's on social media. I've seen a lot of him do a lot of debates. We just thought it'd be cool to come see him debate a couple people.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And share with us where you were at and kind of what you saw.
Yeah, I was about 50 feet to his right. And I want to say that, like, he only got 1.5 questions in. The first question, he was very graceful when confronted about comparing Mormons to Protestant. And then the next question, right before he got shot, was...
Wait, what? I understand we're all chuds together in arms or whatever, but what? You can't bridge the... You can't bridge the theology between Mormonism and Protestantism. There's no fucking way. It's not possible. It's completely incompatible doctrines. They have totally different ideas about the way it's not possible. Okay.
Asking about transgender mass shooters and the DOJ wanting to take their guns. And then he got a few words in, and then I heard that one shot ring out, and then he fell over to his left, and everybody panicked.
Okay. Man, thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. And boy, what a traumatic experience for all of these students here. Again, we're on the north side there of the UCCU Event Center here.
The New York Times says the suspect they had is not the shooter now. Really? Is that hold on, let me confirm that with my own eyeballs. Can't trust you bitches. So that was just a suspect? That person's life is probably going to be ruined anyway. The police, okay, according to the New York Times, posted 5 minutes ago, the police have determined that a person who was taken into custody is not actually the shooter. The university had earlier said a suspect was in custody. Okay, so it's not that old guy. Oh, shit. That means that it's not an old white guy, or at least not necessarily an old white guy.
Let me just kind of show you just traffic right here. You can see traffic completely still backed up. Everybody's still trying to get out of this location here. But you heard the stories there, you know, one after another. Just these are students that are just right there in the middle of it. And all of a sudden to have something like this happen right in front of them and witness something like this, just a very traumatic thing. But again, trying to get out of the north side here of the campus. Boy, it is just a parking lot here. This, of course, happened, you know, about 12:30, right around there, a little bit after, and still here we are with traffic just really congested and everybody trying to get out of this location. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys, and we'll continue to get more information out here and come back to you as soon as we have some more.
All right, Dan Rascon reporting live from the Utah Valley University campus there. And just to update you with the latest information that we've received, the AP reporting that Charlie Kirk is in a hospital in critical condition at this time.
The AP also reporting a few more details at the moment of impact. They described Charlie Kirk reaching up to grab his neck, right hand grabbing left side of the neck.
Suspect fired from a building 200 yards away. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy shot. 200 yards away. Definitely a vet of some sort. How many meters? 182, apparently. There are plenty of competent civilian shooters, but that is a significant distance.
Traffic, and then with people trying to get out of, this exit area, it's just taking them a very long time. Some tense moments in the aftermath of this horrific shooting. Now, I'm here on campus just outside of the Wolverine services, and I also have, there's probably about approximately 50,000 students that attend UVU, and I'm here with Marta Villa. She's a third-year student, and she wasn't there at the event, but she was in class, and still some very tense moments. Marta Villa, tell me, what was that experience like for you?
I mean, it was terrifying. None of us knew what was going on. I was just in class. Someone heard a stampede of people running down the hallway. They checked it out, and immediately they're like, lock the doors, just go in. There's been a shooting.
How are you feeling in those moments?
I think we were all terrified. I mean, yeah, I was very terrified. I didn't know what was going on. I just wanted more information.
Now, there are people who have talked about, I wish there were metal detectors and, maybe some more safety measures going on. One thing that terrified you were telling me earlier, is that...
It pisses me off, man. No one ever talks about, like, the social stability element. Jesus Christ. No one ever talks about the social... It feels like we're quickly heading into like a Yugoslavian level of social stability in this country. It's not even, this is not good. Okay. From the perspective of like maintaining civilization, it is not good to be in this position. I understand a lot of people are going to be vindictive, and I can't, it's regardless of your opinions on that and how funny any given bit of vindictiveness might be. The broader position, which is that like, this all should have been stopped from the beginning with Merrick Garland bringing the hammer down on Trump. That was the fucking turning point, USA, if you will. All of this could have been prevented if the due rule of law, if justice was delivered properly earlier, then we wouldn't be in a position of social instability like this. And in all likelihood, Charlie Kirk wouldn't have been shot. None of the preceding conditions would have been fulfilled. We wouldn't be running through the Fourth Reich right now. We wouldn't have a bunch of fucking concentration camps getting built. What's happening right now is a direct consequence of the Democrats' fecklessness when it comes to properly prosecuting treasonous behavior from the get-go. And obviously the Republicans are the ones doing all of this in terms of like running the country into the ground. But like, this is what happens when rule of law is not enforced. You get this. Obviously, you get lawlessness.
Thank you so much, Marta. So as Marta was saying, there's a heavy police presence here, armed. You can see their rifles out. A lot of them have been in unmarked vehicles. So there is a, heavy law enforcement presence because they want to assure that, everybody's going to stay safe. Nothing like this happens again today or in the future. And so you've heard it from Marta, her experience, and how nerve-wracking to have the doors in your classroom not lock. So you can, we'll be having more information unfold as we get more details, but I'll send it back to you.
Jody Reynoso reporting live for us from Utah Valley University. Appreciate the update there. Let's go ahead and check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is also there at the UVU campus. And Daniel, you've been able to talk to folks there on the ground as well, getting their perspective of what happened at this event. As we know, the UVU campus has since been closed, but still a lot of people trickling in and a huge police presence.
Yeah, we're here on the west side of the Utah Valley University campus, and campus has been closed, as you said. Classes have all been canceled for the day. People have been asked to leave. As we got here, we saw a very long line of vehicles trying to get out, so there was a major congestion due to that. But campus is closed here at UVU due to the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And I am joined now by Sarah, who is originally from Draper, a Utah Valley University student. I understand you were inside, and it's been a traumatic thing to witness. Tell me a little bit about what you saw and how you've been feeling.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been a little bit over an hour, over an hour since it's happened, and my heart is still racing and I'm still shaking a bit. It's definitely scary. Basically, Charlie Kirk came out at about like 12:06, and everybody was super excited to have him there. And the first student stepped up, and they had a conversation about like Mormonism and Christianity. And then after that, they had another student step up to talk about transgenderism and the violence and gun violence that's been surrounding that recently. And that is when Charlie Kirk was shot. It was in the neck, and I watched the blood just spurt out all over his body as he slumped over and fell down. I believed that he was dead on impact, but it sounds like he is in critical condition. So big prayers going out to him, hoping that everything is okay. After the shooting, everybody was kind of shocked, and everybody fell to the ground. Everyone was screaming and really frantic. My mom was with me, and she looked up at me and said, "Run." So me and my friend grabbed hands, and we ran out of the building, out across the street, all the way to Bucked Up, across from Utah Valley, and just waited there. And we had a sweet retired law enforcement officer kind of help us out and make sure that we were safe. So, because processing something like this, I mean, you mentioned your heart is still racing and probably still replaying what it is you saw and heard. Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely really traumatic, and I didn't really realize how shocked and traumatized I was until, I mean, at least 30 minutes after. I was really, I just couldn't stop crying, and I mean, it's so sad and it's so evil. So yeah, I'm just glad nobody else got hurt, but big prayers out to Charlie Kirk and his family.
And from your description, Sarah, it sounds like you were sitting fairly close to the front.
Yeah, I was in the fourth row back. That's when I saw him just get hit right in the neck, lower neck, and just blood spurting out all over. It was awful.
You had come here to this event to hear.
There are reports that he's dead. That's a tweet. If there's an actual report, let me see it.
On a Wednesday morning.
Not that I would be surprised by the news.
I have classes today, or did have classes. I had my morning class, and afterwards I went to see Charlie Kirk. I mean, he's an awesome guy. I agree with all of his political stances, and I was really excited to see him, especially at my own university. So yeah, just going out there to support him before my next class, and what a traumatizing experience it was. So.
Yeah, and I think a lot could be said for the fact that at an event like this, something like that happens. Have you been thinking about that since this occurred?
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was really ironic that he started talking about...
Tim Pool says he's heard he's stable, whatever use that is. That's fucking cap. No way. Stable after a shot like that? Absolutely not.
So heroes, and I wish the best for them.
And finally, Sarah, what about you personally? Because witnessing something like this, I can only imagine. I have not witnessed something like that. And so where do you go from here, and what do you think about as you process this tragic day?
Yeah, good question. I'm definitely going to be seeing my counselor. I will have a lot of therapy, and honestly, I think it's just going to bring me closer to God. And yeah, through the whole experience, just lots of prayers, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of personal work.
Sarah, I really appreciate you spending a few minutes. Thank you. Best to you and your mom.
Thank you so much.
So here on the west side of campus, that's just yet another voice of someone who was at this event. And the event happened just right behind us. In fact, I'll step out of the way and let photographer Ray here zoom in again just to show.
A conservative newspaper is claiming multiple sources confirm that he's been killed, but they also don't cite the sources. So again, even if it's a little bit slower, we have to wait for official confirmation.
That is where people were sitting. In fact, from this distance, I can see a lot of personal items that were clearly...
Actually, my niece. I'd never really interviewed a family member before, but Taylor was on campus. Start doing right now.
And we are continuing to get new information.
Well, an extremely traumatic experience for a lot of people, especially when there were deep feelings about Charlie Kirk. A lot of people love Charlie Kirk, and to see this happen in front of him was just unbelievable to them. Getting in and out of campus is pretty wild right now, with the campus essentially being evacuated after this and the school being closed.
Yeah, the shooter's still at large, apparently, which is interesting. They probably won't be at large for very long, though. Way too much publicity on this one.
Wait, which is quite long, and I appreciate you being willing to talk with us, Austin Watson, Sierra Arbon. You were
still a shot from around 200 yards away, and not immediately getting caught. This was a pretty well planned, like this was a person who had planned and committed BBC News says he's in custody. No, multiple reports claim that the person who is in custody is not the person who committed the shooting.
When I asked him a question about gun violence, and then we heard a shot, and for a second it was like it didn't even feel like it was like actually happening. It almost sounded like a firecracker. And then from where I was standing, I wasn't right up next to him, but I saw him double over, and then everybody like went down to the ground. And then after a few seconds, it was just like a sea of people just trying to get out of there. And yeah, there's videos you can see online. There's just everyone's coming out full speed, and there's phones on the ground, AirPods, like everything. Everyone's just leaving all their stuff, and it was pretty chaotic. So it was crazy.
Sarah, you were watching that. What went through your mind as this was just happening?
A lot of things were going through my mind. I was thinking about how I wasn't supposed to be there today and how I was supposed to be at work, but then I got canceled. And I was scared. It was a scary situation, but kind of along the same lines as Austin. I thought at first that it was a firecracker, and then I realized that was a gunshot because I'm short, so I didn't see above the crowd. I couldn't really see Charlie when it happened, but yeah, it was scary.
What interested you most about Charlie Kirk and why you came out today?
Well, I would say he's just an interesting person. I honestly haven't listened to a ton of his stuff, but I knew that he is like a pretty strong conservative Republican figure, and I lean more that way. So I just was interested to see what questions other students at UVU had to ask and what his response was.
Has anyone seen video of him actually getting shot? Everyone has seen video of him actually getting shot. I'm afraid there's no ambiguity as to the severity of the shot.
Would be to them is really it.
Austin, you followed him a little bit more. Tell me just your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really respect Charlie as a person. He's a great person. He's a family guy, a good Christian. Like, he has strong beliefs. They chatted a lot about religion right before it happened. I mean, there was only one question before the shooting, but I really think he's a great person, and he sticks up for what he believes in, and I respect that. And I enjoy watching him debate people. He knows what he's talking about, and he comes from a state of logic, and I respect that a lot. And so I've watched his videos for a while, for years now, honestly. So Jesus. I think, yeah, he's a really interesting person. I was pretty excited to hear that he was coming to Utah so that he could see, what Utah's about and have his support group here, because I know a lot of people really respect him here. So it's pretty sad that it had to happen here.
Well, I was going to say, just the fact that there was a shooting, he was shot, and an event like this, your thoughts about that?
Honestly, it's kind of shocking just seeing how many hundreds and hundreds of people were there in support of him. And, I think it's really sad. I think people are trying to prove a point. It didn't change my thoughts on the right to bear arms at all. And so it seems like it was kind of for nothing. And I think people just want recognition, and they want
It was all for nothing. Sorry, would-be assassin, but your plot to change my mind on the Second Amendment failed.
I think they're doing something in support of their beliefs, and I think that's pretty messed up. So,
Austin Watts, Sierra Arbonne, I appreciate you being willing to chat with me for a few minutes. Everybody just trying to take this in, what happened here at UVU, and of course, trying to get away from campus is going to take a while. If I can actually just push the camera over here, I didn't prep Stuart for this, but if you look over here, there's this line of cars, and so it's going to take a while. Just getting in here is tough, getting out of here is tough. Some people just wanting to sit it out because there is no easy way out of campus, as it has been closed, and as police, as we've seen, have been sweeping the grounds here.
Before I give my opinion on this, did Kirk address the two Democrats that were shot dead earlier this year? I don't remember what he said, but I think it's probably reasonable betting odds that he claimed that the shooter was a Democrat. Like, he said that it's a Democrat because at some point in the distant past, Tim Walz hired him for some government position or something.
That may help explain why the campus has been on lockdown, why they have not been allowing people in and out of the university. We can't confirm that report, but that's the latest on the status of what they had reported earlier.
And again, Charlie Kirk reportedly shot in the neck while visiting UVU during his Prove Me Wrong tour. We understand he is in critical condition. We are checking in with our news specialist that we have out there on campus. Let's go ahead and check in.
If we get a confirmation, it's probably going to be happening pretty soon, by the way. Like, right now, all we have officially is critical condition, but I have a feeling that we're probably going to get that confirmation relatively soon. What makes you say soon? Because the entire nation's eyes are on this, and you can only hold, like, ambiguous speculation out for so long before people start asking, like, why haven't we gotten official confirmation? Apparently there was no security at the event, just Kirk's private security. Again, I don't really think it makes a difference. The point here is about broader political stability, not security. We don't need 50 cops at every school.
As to where the venue was. And as you mentioned before, I do have two students. These are unique students in that they are high school students, okay? They are at Cedar Valley in their senior year. They were just here on campus, though, to take a test. So I'm here with Ryder Warner and Kylie Stoffer. Okay, Ryder, let's start with you. Tell us, like, what was going on, because you were there at the venue when it first happened.
Yes, ma'am. We were driving past it, so when we passed it, obviously you have all the news cameras, all the cameras pointing towards them, all the students rushing in to go and see what's going on. So we got to witness that, and you know, just a normal talk by Charlie Kirk. It was kind of cool to see Charlie Kirk here. You know, we watch him on TV a lot, watch his clips a lot on YouTube, whatnot. So it was cool to see that. I don't
know. There's just, I understand that I'm critiquing the rhetoric of non-media trained students immediately after witnessing something traumatizing, but it's just strange that of all the people that we've watched, not one of them seems to be talking about this in the context of, like, the historically momentous implications of a high-profile political figure being publicly assassinated. You know what I mean? Like, I understand people are traumatized. I'm not gonna, like, you can't expect people to react, like, super logically under circumstances like that. But it does feel a little bit grim. I don't know. If you could get a bunch of, like, in-person interviews after the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, do you think a lot of people would have been like, yeah, I don't know, I came out to see him, that was kind of weird, or something? I have no idea.
a rush for a test, so I didn't get to stop and see, but I did get to see the venue. It was super pretty. Whole student body was there. It was super pretty to see. Got here, and it seemed like everything was in chaos. They were super hesitant about letting us test.
Before we get to the test, though, I want to just take us back to where you were in the venue, because you said you actually witnessed the shooting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when they shot, it was, I wasn't actually there. I just saw it afterwards, the aftermath, the cops rushing up, the helicopters flying in. I just saw videos afterwards. It was probably 2 minutes after I left that I actually got to see what happened. So when
you got video.
They have testimony from newspapers at the time, and a lot of them were like one-to-one what you just said. Okay, maybe I protest too much then. Maybe that's just how humans tend to react when they've seen an assassination. Wild to think about, but okay.
Stuff like that, super gruesome scene. I'm super glad I didn't see it in person.
Did you, at that moment, did you go to, you know, like, what is going on?
Apparently he's dead. The only confirmation we have of his death is from one reporter from Deseret News, who admittedly were the people who were initially linked on breaking the story of him being shot. That being said, he is a reporter, so it's possible that's all we need. I'm looking for any kind of confirmation from an official news source that's a little bit more reliable.
Last night you were watching a YouTube video, is that right? And you didn't even know he was going to be here.
I didn't even know he was going to be here. He popped up on my For You page on TikTok, and I was just scrolling through, and I love watching his debates, especially as somebody who's big into English. I was watching his debates and learning how he argues, and I actually definitely based a lot of what he does into my own life, which is big for me, you know, being a student, especially being in an English class.
Will Summer is also saying so. Will Summer is saying so based on Real America's Voice, which is Charlie Kirk's network. Or at least a network that his show aired, claiming that he's dead. Based on what information? People are saying that a local speaker declared this? Where? Where did he declare this?
Now, does he ever talk about violence, or is it, you mentioned he was more Christian-based, and so this seems just out of the ordinary?
It is absolutely out of the ordinary. I can't believe that this even happened. He never talks about violence. You know, it's not something he's big into. He's just into the argumentative side. He loves getting other people's perspectives. He definitely can get under people's skin just because, in like any argument, you know, you're arguing against somebody or against.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
I mean,
yes, yes. Wow, right here, Rav, at this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gene. You were continue on the horrendous news that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Well, my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family. This is beyond devastating, Eric. I've known Charlie, as I said, since he was a child, running around, coming to conservative events.
What's their source? Yeah, that pretty much confirms it. I don't think that they would speak on this unless it was confirmed.
What they're saying.
Calm event moments before they heard a shot.
Yeah, in fact, I'm joined by two more Utah Valley University students who told me that they were some of the first actually to arrive morning for this event. Logan and Raleigh here. Logan, we'll start with you. What kind of set the scene for me? What was it like this morning when you got here, and then tell me what happened?
Yeah, we arrived, I want to say, an hour and a half before everything went on, and there's a couple hundred people here, pretty chill. But then as things went on, people just got...
I'm changing my title to reflect that because I can't imagine that that news source would lie about this. We'll have to see.
I would say there's thousands of people here. And we thought things were just a little unsecure. We thought,
in terms of security getting in.
Yeah, security getting in. There weren't a lot of officers around, police officers. So we just thought things, I don't know, it didn't seem right from the beginning, in my opinion.
Raleigh, as you were there, what did you notice as the crowd was kind of settling in, and who was there?
Yeah, so we were all there. We were having a good time, excited to see Charlie. The majority of us were, we support Charlie, and there's a group of other people that were kind of antagonizing us up on this bridge up here. And I don't know, there's definitely some kind of bad feelings towards each other, but we didn't think much of it. Like, we thought the security was a little bit off. Like, there wasn't many people.
The media bias fact check of reporting source. Just the News? I just said Just the News was Charlie Kirk's channel. Obviously, they're right-wing. The fact that they're right-wing probably means they have contacts who are close enough to Charlie's family that they would be present to hear the announcement of the death before it goes out publicly. Of course, huge lack of discipline on the part of those people to leak that information to their media contacts before it's been announced publicly. But yeah, no, if anything, that increases the likelihood of it being legitimate.
Looking around to see if anything suspicious was going on, but I don't know. It was a
new person taken into custody.
It's a tragic thing that happened, and really sad, and we don't really wish that on anybody.
And Raleigh, when it happened, where were you, and what did you see or hear?
Yeah, so me and Logan and a couple other my buddies, we were, 15 feet away from Charlie, give or take.
Like 5 rows back about.
Like maybe 5 rows back. And all of a sudden, after the first questionnaire, the person asked a question, the second guy walked up, he started saying something, and then we just heard a pop. It sounded like a firework, but it just echoed around. No one really knew what was going on. And everybody kind of just got stunned for like 3 seconds. And then everybody just dogpiled on top of everybody, trying to get low to the ground, mass chaos. And it was pretty scary. Everybody was like freaking out, trying to find the people they're with, make sure they're safe. And we didn't know if there was going to be more shots fired or anything. We were like, I had no idea.
Logan, were you watching the stage where Charlie was speaking when he was shot?
Yeah, so I actually saw it happen, and it was really disturbing. He fell back, and we all dropped. He was rushed off, and then we all just ran towards this way, like through that bridge under there. So, yeah, it was just really disturbing, hard to watch.
Yeah. We know that this event had attracted some controversy with the petition to try to cancel it, but as you were here and as the event began, I mean, I imagine that it felt like you were surrounded by people who were like-minded or who at least supported him being here to speak.
Yeah, I would say majority of the crowd is for him. There was a lot of chants going on. A lot of the people were for Charlie. There were some people in the back that were, against him, but I would say majority were for him.
And as you've processed what happened, I mean, it's been now, I guess, a couple of hours. I don't even know what time it is. But what's been going through your mind as you've just sort of been replaying what you watched?
I'm lost for words. I don't know. It's something we'll remember for the rest of our lives, that's for sure. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Obviously super sad and tragic, and I think it's sad that we can't even have a civil conversation anymore. It just turns into stuff like this. Like, he has an open mic. Like, if you disagree with him, come talk to him. But apparently...
Your entire political party is aggressively, publicly, and unambiguously in favor of the removal of due process for people you want to deport. You're literally against talking out your disagreements.
just not what some people want to do, and they want to just have violence and lash out instead of talking through things.
And we love Charlie. We hope he's okay.
Yeah,
We're praying for him, and yeah, we hope everything's all right.
And in terms of engaging with him, that's, as I understand, the point of the tour, correct? Is that he'll answer questions and that it's a back and forth engagement.
That's exactly right. So if you disagree with him, he welcomes you up, and he'll try to be respectful. Some people aren't respectful to him, and it kind of gets heated sometimes. But he's open to discuss things with you, and he tries to keep an open mind. So I just think it's sad that other people won't give him the same kind of courtesy.
Well, you guys are students here. You're from Utah County. Any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Just prayers out to Charlie and his family, and
stay safe.
Yeah.
Well, Logan and Raleigh, I appreciate it. Thank you for spending a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So some more perspectives here from the west side.
Daily Wire reporter saying he's dead. Yeah, we might as well treat this as confirmed. This information is coming from all the people who you would expect to be present in or around the hospital room, or at least people close to those people. If this information gets out early, it would be to these sources, not to the New York Times or whatever. I think it's overwhelmingly likely that he's dead.
They're closely watching what's happened and waiting for more information. Obviously, a lot is still unknown right now, but you heard from these witnesses what they saw, what they heard as they were just behind me here where the event was taking place. The tent where Charlie Kirk was speaking is literally a few yards away from where we're standing right now on the west side of UVU. Back to you.
Yeah, Daniel, that was some really stark testimony and things that they witnessed today. You know, I had another thought as we were seeing the video from Chopper 5 of those bleachers, an event that had been full just moments before and was now, you see, littered with backpacks and with water bottles. And it's a hard contrast to see an event where people are having open discourse to one where they obviously fled in fear and just left everything behind. That was it's
very telling, isn't it?
It is.
This is the narrative we're going to go with. The peace-loving, debate-loving conservatives, where you can go up there for the courtesy of having your argument with Charlie Kirk about whether or not trans people should be put in a blender, edited down to favor him in the YouTube release, versus the violence-friendly left, who is completely politically disempowered and statistically commits less violence than the right.
A lot just by what's left behind.
And we've been hearing accounts all afternoon long from our news specialists that out there on campus. We want to check back in with Dan Rascon. And Dan, you have been speaking to so many people there that they're just willing to share their insights and what they saw, some describing it as traumatic and something they're never going to forget.
Yeah, that's exactly right, boy. These stories that we're hearing out here on campus are just pretty incredible right now. But we're about 2 hours after the shooting here. Things are finally starting to clear up out here. That's UCCU Center there, just over here. So we're on the north side of it, and as you can see, the traffic right now beginning to clear up. It's pretty much opened up right around in this area also. So it's finally starting to kind of get that congestion out of the way here. But we're going to...
Americans, when a historic event happens, look at these roads. The traffic's finally clear.
Stories from people that were there at the event. You were kind of behind the event, and as far as like some windows were right there, and then you were seeing. What did you see exactly from your vantage point?
So, like you said, I was like in the Hall of Flags building. I was behind the window. When I heard the shots, I didn't see where the shot came from. Of course, when that shot happened, everybody from my building ducked down. I ducked down as well, and like before I ducked down, I got like a little glimpse at Charlie Kirk, and there was blood all over his shoulder and on his left shoulder, and that is pretty devastating to see. I wish I could unsee that, but that was pretty traumatizing and stuff.
We've heard a lot of that. Your reaction that something would happen like that right here at UVU. I mean, this is obviously a very safe campus. A lot of good students here. A lot of good people. Your reaction?
Top left.
Yeah, no, like you said, like there's a lot of good people, like friends, professors. UVU is the place for you, and like
none of these updated for near the last 10 minutes. NBC, CNN, Fox, AP. Yeah, 100%. It's again, we're just waiting for the confirmation information at this point. A bunch of like independent right-wing sources have confirmed it. There's silence on the part of the major news networks. They're making they're for an announcement like major political figure dead, they can't just type like, yeah, he's dead. They need to run it by everyone. Probably like every person up the chain editorially at all of these rags has to confirm it. So that, you know, they need to vet that.
Far, like, it's been an awesome experience. For something that to happen is just really devastating, and I can't believe it happened right here.
Kind of describe a little bit of the chaos there is what we heard as far as people kind of running and kind of getting out of the way there. I mean, there's some shock there, but tell us kind of what you saw when people started to kind of get out of the way.
So has the shooter been caught? An initial suspect was caught and then released. A new suspect has been caught.
When I saw the one, like after the shot, everybody from the courtyard started running away. Everybody from my building started running away. But me, like, I was like a little shocked, so I couldn't really move.
Yeah, that pretty much does it here. New York Post. Charlie Kirk fatally shot at Utah Valley University. This is like the upper tier of close enough to Charlie Kirk politically that they would get the news early, but also, careless enough with their reporting that they would drop that information immediately. It's confirmed. There's no other possibility.
So I was just standing.
We knew that, but they're still calling on people who are on campus to shelter in place. You know, that coincides, you know, with the information that we've learned that the university has now said they do not have a suspect in custody. So just keeping you up to date, we can't confirm the suspect of the status of the suspect, but within the last half hour, the university is still urging people to secure in place until police officers can escort you safely off campus. Let's go now to Alex Cabrera, who has been on campus. Alex, what are you hearing out there in your vantage point now?
Yeah, we made it a little further onto campus from where the parking lot was, and you just mentioned that police are asking those still inside the school to shelter in place until an officer can maybe escort them to a parking lot or to their car. And that's what we've seen a little bit here and there. A lot of police officers here near the UCC Center, and then right behind us over here, I mean, there are several police officers from all sorts of different agencies, not only in Utah County, but I've noticed a few from outside of Utah County as well, just all helping to be a part of this. And just a few seconds, oh yeah, up there you can see the DPS helicopter, Department of Public Safety, up in the air as well. Now, one thing, hearing that maybe a suspect is not in custody at this point. Originally, we were hearing that there was a suspect in custody, and it kind of let a lot of people here on campus that we saw students leaving the area maybe think a little bit like, okay, let's just leave, everything's okay. But now hearing that a suspect may not be in custody, it's kind of amped things up just a little bit again with students, as they're saying, is it safe to get out?
Literally no source is saying that he's dead. Where are you getting this info? The New York Post just posted it. If you're saying like no source has confirmed that they are the original person who made this claim, the reason for that is because they're doing so before the official death announcement. They're being rude, basically. No doubt a ton of people around Charlie Kirk, people who are associates of him, people who are close to him right now, or his body, I guess, in the hospital, heard about his death and immediately leaked it to their press contacts. But the official death announcement has not taken place, or hasn't been broadly distributed.
Here, they were brought to the baseball field, and now they have been moved from the baseball field as they still try to figure out exactly what's going on with the suspect and everything about safety on that sort of thing. So again, we'll continue to stay here. We'll walk around, chat with some more people, and try to update you with more information as it becomes available.
Thank you so much. Alex Cabrera reporting live from us from UVU camp.
Trump confirmed? Well, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania's and mine sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, our family. Charlie, we love you. Not a reliable source, but, you know, take that, I guess.
campus, and just want to bring your attention to the screen here. We were just looking at chopper video there, and we had just mentioned that Utah Valley University had sent out boarding people safely off campus. They're just reminding people to please clear out the campus again, because UVU had reported just within minutes that they do not have a suspect in custody. So this is going to be something that
we still don't have an actual suspect then. That is genuinely shocking. What evidence is there so far that the crime has been committed? Sorry, like, obviously he's been shot and killed. I mean, like, is there a bullet casing? Is there a bullet hole in a window? Like, what's the location? What do they have to work off of to find the suspect?
Still seeing officers going in. What can you tell us from what you're seeing?
Yeah, as officers are going in, everyone else is coming out. So you can look in the parking lot right here. This is the main entrance of UVU where that roundabout is, and it gets pretty busy during school time. I have never seen this many emergency vehicles in one spot at one time. It's incredible. An armored car is behind me as well. You have SWAT, multiple SWAT agencies that are here. So again, when you look at all these flashing lights, all these emergency vehicles, if there's any question how seriously they're taking it, that's it right there. And so I've spoken to a number of students who were here on campus. As Alex talked about a little bit earlier, as they go inside these buildings here, room by room, clearing things out.
Yep, Fox, MSNBC, everyone's running it now. It's confirmed 100%. I know some people are still holding on to that, but yeah, no, 100% confirmed. Whoa! The Associated Press making implicit statements. 56 seconds ago, Kirk lashed out at critical race theory, George Floyd. At a November 2021 rally in Minnesota, Kirk called George Floyd a scumbag. Floyd's death under the white Minneapolis police officer set off a global reckoning of racial justice. I appreciate AP News reminding everyone who we're talking about here. Gone woke? We are, again, like, we never forget that we are talking about somebody who is pro-death. Charlie Kirk is pro-death. He is pro-murder. But because I'm civilized, and I believe in civilization, and I believe in the West, and I believe in the Enlightenment, at least some of its principles, most of them. I'm not a big capitalism fan, but I believe in the Enlightenment, I guess, on principle. I think that people who are pro-death, like Charlie Kirk, should not be subject to random whims of vigilante violence, but should instead be discouraged from expressing those opinions by way of, making society stable enough that there isn't really like $1 to be made and calling for stuff like this. Like, I just, like, in a good society, this wouldn't happen, not only because there wouldn't be random shooters, but also because there wouldn't be a political market for people like Charlie Kirk to hate monger. What we're seeing here is the result of systemic failure on multiple fronts, and if the society that I wanted existed, none of this could even happen. Charlie Kirk could live his life as a wretched person peacefully, as is the right of every wretched person, as long as they don't inflict violence on other people. But we don't live in that world, and the reason we don't live in that world is because of people like Charlie Kirk, who make a lot of money telling a lot of people that the real way forward is through death, violence, and hatred.
This, as we're reporting it, we got it from NBC News, but it is a report from President Trump on his Truth Social
and as
media.
That is just really some unsettling news, especially based on the accounts that we've been hearing from bystanders who were there, witnesses, students who had gone to this event just 2 hours ago, coinciding with what they saw. Reports also confirmed by AP that he was shot in the neck. Very traumatic for those people that we have been hearing from. And now to get a post from President Donald Trump stating, in fact, that 31-year-old Charlie Kirk has died.
We've been seeing all afternoon. It's a sobering update, because we've been seeing all afternoon leaders from the state, leaders from the political parties, even on the national level, sending their prayers, their concerns for Charlie Kirk and for Utah and the students and everybody who was involved in that. It's hard news to process on top of what everybody has already been through down there.
And we have been talking about UVU campus as well. classes canceled today, campus closed, police saying that everybody needs to clear out to make sure that the campus is secure and safe. We do have our reporters who have been there on scene, and they've been talking to some folks there about their perspective about what they saw there at that event. Let's go to Jody Reynosa now. Jody, what can you tell us?
Well, it's a very solemn feeling right now. As reporters talked about before, it's quieted down here. The parking lots are very thin. You don't see, the stream of cars trying to make
Americans when reporting on historic news. Fuck me, man. Jesus Christ.
Big vehicles coming in here.
It is wild that he's the same age as me. It doesn't look that way. I mean, looking at him, but...
DPS helicopters overhead. I am with a high school senior from Cedar Valley High School. Kylie Stauffer joins me, and she was here. She wasn't expecting to go see Charlie Kirk. She was actually here to support Ryder, who I spoke with earlier. But we're going to go to her and see, what was that feeling like when you heard people coming out and screaming?
It's a very surreal, scary moment, not knowing what's going on with everybody around, and it's like, where are they? That's the scariest part, not knowing where they are and wondering if you guys are safe and if, everybody else is safe.
And you happen to be here to give support to Ryder, who was taking a test, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what is your family, your friends, is there a flurry of text messages coming in saying, are you okay?
So many text messages, are you okay? What's going on? I heard it on the news. A lot coming in.
What is your feeling, though? I mean, not too common that this happens around these parts.
Jesus.
No, it's...
I know the reporters are also at just a loss. This is like a local news station. They're probably not really equipped professionally to handle something like this.
Very scary, especially it's very shock. I feel like we're all still in shock. Like it just hasn't set in all the way because we're all just hearing everything as it's coming in.
And now hearing that Charlie Kirk has passed from this horrific shooting, what are your feelings?
Super sad. I don't even know what to feel at this point because it's all just happened so fast and just very sad, feel bad for his family and everybody else.
Any of your actions or your path forward in your mind, has that kind of changed, or has the trajectory changed being that this happened? I mean, you're in high school. I mean, are you thinking about, okay, what precautionary measures do I need to take if I decide to go to college around here?
Yeah, it really makes you realize that the world is very real. We're not going to be protected much longer as we're in high school.
We have confirmation on the location of the shooting. I mean, from where the shooting was conducted. That is a significant shot. If they took the precautions necessary to line up a shot like this, and everything that you would need to do beforehand, you would need to be a well-trained marksman, so on and so on. I wonder. There's a slim, extremely slim, but not impossible chance that they get away with it forever, which would drive the country insane. That would drive the country absolutely insane. That would be unbelievable. But it's so unlikely. It's very, very unlikely. Now they'd pin it on someone. Yeah, I suppose they pin it on someone, but without the definite answer, it would drive people mad. It would drive people absolutely insane. No way they don't pull out the secret surveillance tech for this. That's true. If they did it for Luigi. Sheesh. You never know the FBI staff with retards right now. That's true. .200 yards, it's a good hit, but any soldier can do it. Well, that's the point. A regular person can't shoot somebody from 200 yards reliably with a single shot. That's the only point I'm making. People in chat, they're all eagerly trying to prove what their high score at the range is. No one gives a shit. We're talking about it's not a conventional civilian shot. It's obviously somebody who is a trained marksman of some kind. People are well, an average soldier can do it. Yeah, soldiers are trained marksmen. They train for years. That's a significant part of their job. Don't be stupid. This isn't about bragging rights. Fucking, oh, I've hit a shot from 400 yards. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Realizing that I need to look at things when I go to college like that and realize there's a world out there.
What are the drills like at Cedar Valley High School? Something like this.
I don't know, just locked down in our classrooms. We actually had one a few years back, so just kind of staying put until we get the okay.
So you had one at the school not too long ago, you said? Yeah. Okay, and then now this. What is your take on everything? If you could talk to the people who can't be here right now, maybe high school students across the country, what would you tell them?
That's a loaded question. Stay safe. I don't know. Just really realize there's real things out there, and you need to take those precautions and keep yourself out of those harmless situations if possible.
Thank you so much.
No one yet has spoken on broader social instability. Fuck me, man. It's just going to be like this forever. God damn it.
Shock. They are just, trying to grapple with what's going on. But I will send it back to you.
Reynosa reporting live for us from the UVU campus, talking to folks there. Again, just getting the news moments ago. President Trump posting on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, has died.
Yeah, we just are seeing also a post on social media from Governor Cox, who says he just got off the phone with President Trump, working with the FBI and the Utah law enforcement to bring this individual to justice after this tragedy. He and his wife Abby are heartbroken. Tough news. Everyone is reeling from this because it's been such a traumatic event to happen in our state, on our campus, to expose so many young people to something like this, and we all are going to be grieving this together. Let's go to this special report from NBC for a moment and see what they are reporting at that level.
Whoa, content
that
stealing.
Someone who engaged, exercised his democratic rights, both encouraged and provoked those to share ideas, and violence has apparently taken his life.
Dog, look at my left-leaning media. Look at what people say is like the left-wing equivalent of Fox News.
According to President Trump. Tom?
Yeah, Kelly, we have covered politics, you and I, for a while now, and I don't know if we have seen, as you described it, a season of political violence like this, starting in Butler with the assassination attempt on President Trump that came so very close, just inches away, as we all saw in the photos and the video, and as the president has described, a second assassination attempt on his life. What happened just...
Let's pull away from local news. We're, with the confirmation of the death, we're switching to a more national perspective.
Few minutes. Like the first question had just finished. It was kind of a longer question, so they had maybe done that for 10 or so minutes, and they had just gotten into the second question, I believe. And that's when I heard like a huge pop. Whenever I hear sounds like that, at first I think, okay, maybe it's
right
just...
now the biggest live stream on YouTube is Megyn Kelly.
10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence, asked Charlie. And that's when he was shot. We have the SOT. We're going to play it. We are not going to show the execution that happened, but here's the Q&A.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Epic owns, sir.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
And that's when the shot was fired. No idea whether this...
Yeah, he went out how he lived, ignoring real statistics in favor of low IQ rhetoric to mobilize people towards hatred against marginalized communities. That's true, yeah. Literally, like his last words on Earth were trans people, also black people gangs. Like that was literally like the last shit he went out as he lived.
Is related to the trans issue, but it's one of the many that Charlie's
the trans question, some might call it.
Leading on and very outspoken on, and it's something that was near and dear to his heart, and we have seen it too much, as he put it, too many trans activists turn violent.
Mm-hmm.
We're
already on this. We don't even have a suspect. We're already on this.
The reality of the shooting happening exactly after that exchange is beyond chilling, and again, just absorbing this in real time. This is what people, it's easy for us to get numb to this because it was always there for us. But imagine, it was always there. We grew with the technology. Like the technology has been around, and it's grown. We've seen it grow. But if you're Gen Z, if you're Gen Alpha and you've been scrolling your phone, seeing this guy, larger than life figure, like Charlie Kirk, larger than life figure, you know, arguing, mixing it up. He was supposed to be speaking with Hassan Piker at an event in several weeks on the left. And you've been seeing this on your phone for years. And then you see a video of him being sniped on a college campus after an exchange, the likes of which you have seen just about every single day on your TikTok and on your Twitter. This
there are probably
injects a
going to
new
be
tone
people
of,
who unironically believe that, by the way.
a new tone of violence, and it's just this raw violence that, again, I just don't think anybody is prepared for what this is doing to the young minds who are absorbing this today. This is
very young.
Very young. And I mean, this is one of those moments where how often is it that, you know, there's Butler, of course, but a single shot, I don't even want to talk in the sort of callous detail, but a single shot from 200 yards back, that feels like a 1960s style execution. And it's one that we all just witnessed. If you were lucky enough to not have clicked on that video yet, I imagine you might be in the minority of people who were absorbing this news in real time online.
We're doing the JFK comparison? I don't know why you'd phrase it that way, but
Country just saw this.
I was holding it together okay until I saw that. And then it was very clear to me he was dead. There was no way. There, you see his video, there's just no way any human could survive it. But, you know, I was encouraged by the reports that he was at least in critical. He had apparently made it to the hospital, or at least, I mean, he must have, for them to be saying he was in critical. I don't know. We're just getting this in now here. Here's more. New York Times, search activity is continuing at Utah Valley University, where several groups of armed and outfitted agents can be.
Yeah, we still don't have a suspect even. Moment of prayer and silence in the House.
There have been calls from both sides of the aisle to do something to tone down the rhetoric in this country. There are some of the images from the House floor. And
Jesus Christ, look at the fucking view sharking some of these people. The current state of the right. Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event -war. I'm officially radicalized. He wasn't sure about his positions up until this point, but he's finally left the left.
And we're even hearing from former Vice President Kamala Harris, who obviously was in a very contentious campaign against President Trump leading up to the most recent election. Charlie Kirk obviously was working to help get President Trump back into the White House. And even so, the former vice president saying, "I'm deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers. Let me be clear. Political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we must all work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." Again, calls from both sides of the aisle to calm down the rhetoric in this country. We're going to have much more on Charlie Kirk, the horrific event as it played out in Utah today. I'll see you for World News Tonight. For many of you, your local news is next.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
And our breaking news coverage continues now on ABC News Live Reports. I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles as we cover the murder of conservative activist, young husband and father, Charlie Kirk. We heard moments ago from the president, who wrote on social media, "The great, even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now
Maybe
he is no
national news
longer
really
with
is
us."
just across the board worse than local news.
Playing out something that they thought about when they were doing big events, and now a rethinking of what that security footprint will look like. Ben Shapiro, we understand, has canceled an event he had tomorrow in California. His team certainly rethinking how they move forward with big public events.
Okay, Chris Van Cleve outside Turning Point USA's headquarters there in Phoenix. It is just after 5 p.m. here on the East Coast. We're on the air with a special report as Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, has died after being shot during an event at Utah Valley University. 31 years old. He was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, known for mobilizing young Republican voters. Kirk was shot in the neck earlier this afternoon. The suspect is still at large. Police say a search is underway. Utah Valley University police say they are going building to building right now to try to evacuate people who are still there. President Trump posted...
Seriously, it's going to drive people crazy if we don't get a definite suspect here. If people are, if we get like a tentative arrest a couple of days from now and they claim that they're innocent and there's no like substantial evidence, people are going to lose their fucking minds. We really have no idea how the JFK assassination would have played out if we had modern surveillance technology back then. Like, we have no idea how the if Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't shot, or if we had better information. Like, we have no idea. We don't really have a modern context for this.
Looked at going forward.
Well, Maurice, this is just a devastating development, and certainly there will be an after action of what security protocols could.
Why is this bigger than the two politicians being killed? It's in terms of like significance, like a public assassination with thousands of attendees at a rally is much larger than like quietly killing them in their homes while dressed as a cop. In addition, Charlie Kirk is massive. I think a lot of you guys think of Charlie Kirk, like a lot of you guys mistakenly think of Charlie Kirk as like a guy like me because I debated him once, but Charlie Kirk is an enormously influential figure. It's difficult to overstate. And he's 6'3". Yeah, he is very tall. Yeah. So just keep that in mind.
Individuals through warrants at the individual's property, reviewing their social media, talking to friends and family, and then, if necessary, employing a range of federal, state, and local law enforcement assets to try to track the individual if that individual is at large. What we don't yet know is whether there still is an ongoing threat to the public. If a suspect has not been identified and has not been apprehended, Maurice, that may in fact be the case.
Sam, anything from the video we have seen, anything tell you or give you any clue as to the distance of the shooter? Because initially the local authorities there thought they had him, or whoever it was, from some 200 feet away, I believe it was. I looked at it, you know, untrained eye, I thought it was maybe from close range. What do you make of it?
I think it's a little hard to tell. It certainly doesn't look like the individual was in the first few rows in the crowd that you're seeing on your monitor right now. And various witnesses have indicated that it sounded like it was more of a rifle rather than a pistol. But I would imagine that law enforcement, federal, state, and local, again, the FBI and other parts of the federal government are likely involved at this point, are likely reviewing video from the event itself and trying to ascertain where the shot came from. There's advanced technology that they can use to trace the path of the bullet that fatally struck Mr. Kirk, and then from there to try to capture footage to identify the suspect.
Okay, Sam Vinograd, thank you for that. Our senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Reaction is pouring in from across the spectrum, Ed.
It is, Maurice, and importantly, it's pouring in from across both political parties. Obviously, the president, the vice president, and others in the Trump administration, from the moment the reports first surfaced, asking for prayers and now recalling their late friend and fellow conservative activist and leader. But we've also notably seen Democrats. We heard Chris Van Cleve there mention the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. California Governor Gavin Newsom was one of the first notable Democrats to weigh in on this, saying that the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. And what's notable about Newsom weighing in is the fact that earlier this year, as he launched his own podcast, the governor invited Kirk on to discuss essentially how Kirk had successfully done it for years for Republicans, and what it was perhaps the Democrats could learn in their engagement digitally and in events like this to reach younger voters. As anyone may recall from last year, the big takeaway was that the Republican Party, the Trump campaign, quite effectively engaged and galvanized younger, more digitally focused voters to their side. And
it's worth noting that for the most part, Charlie Kirk's project to radicalize younger people into being Republicans was mostly a failure. TPUSA was popular with the oldies, but young people who get into being right-wing don't usually do so because of Charlie Kirk. This is a Utah university. A lot of the students here would have been right-wing regardless. They would have been right-wing under Bush. They would have been right-wing under anyone, you know? Charlie Kirk is considered kind of cringe for that demographic, I think. the young people were gotten by Gamergate. I got bad news for you, buddy, okay? Gamergate happened so far back ago that the people who are politically radicalized by it aren't really even the young demographic anymore. They're at the very least, like, mid-20s.
Johnson asked colleagues to rise and do so. It sounds like there may have been some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
A moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there at least momentarily in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how quickly he...
So much for Resistance Dems. Where was the heckling? I understand some of you guys are vindictive, but there's a reason you're not on screen right now. Don't be a fucking retard. You seriously think Democrats in the House are going to start cheering? You're so internet poisoned. This is an extremely high-profile and very public assassination. Like, we have very few modern contexts for how something like this is going to be handled politically. Obviously, the right wing is going to do everything in their power to weaponize this. Like, they're going to make a martyr of him. He is definitionally a martyr, unless this is an unrelated assassin. Unlikely. But, like, that is what is going to happen. You can't, you know, don't be dumb. We're going to be seeing the fallout from this for years.
Dates on whether they are pursuing somebody, have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The Utah Valley University police are helping to respond to this, the local police. And we know, according to folks at the university who've spoken with CBS News, they're going door to door now on campus to help evacuate anybody who's there. They want everybody off this campus. And if you are doing a door-to-door evacuation, if you are offering to come get people and walk them off the campus, that's indicative of a kinetic threat, of something that is not fully settled at this point. But we're going to keep tapping into FBI sources here to get some a sense of what's going on. But I'll tell you, it is unorthodox now. We are 2 hours and about 20 minutes since this shooting, and we do not have an update from law enforcement if they have somebody either in their sights.
He's going to have streets and charities named after him, chat. Yeah, I don't think it would even be an exaggeration to compare this assassination to MLK's, not in terms of, you know, the goodness of their character or the quality of their work or the outcome they've had in this country, but in terms of, like, the ripple effect that it's going to have. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but unfortunately, you know, we live in very partisan times. The bubble that they exist in.
You know, Charlie was a friend. Charlie was a father. Charlie was a husband. You know, Charlie, every time that I met him, he had a very intense smile on his face. He was a happy warrior. And he's a guy who fought for what he believed in. And he believed in America, and he believed in his family. And I think this is going to leave a big hole in America, really. That when we see this kind of a senseless tragedy, you know, we cannot allow this to take place in America anymore. We really need to do everything we can to kind of prevent these political fights from escalating to violence like this.
Can we talk about that a little bit, sir? Because, I mean, everybody's wondering now, what happened? How do we get to this point where now this is almost...
Oh, please, speculate. Go ahead.
I don't want to say not surprising, but and not expected.
I mean, Charlie Kirk was a figure who openly celebrated and mocked the deaths of his political opponents. He advocates for concentration camps. He advocates for the removal of due process from people who would be both murdered or deported by federal officials and by the local police, you know. His final words were ignoring statistical reality of the fact that cisgender people commit by far the vast majority of mass shootings and pretending that it's some kind of transgender specific issue. And then, while dodging the question on the propensity of mass shootings in this country broadly, he brought up mass shootings committed by gang violence, which is, in his context, a dog whistle for racial violence. You know, it's What could have brought us to this point?
People are still sort of reacting like, I knew something like this would happen. How did we get here?
Well, I mean, it's absolutely tragic, is what it is. You know, I think
again, I really do blame Merrick Garland for all of this.
When we think about, you know, President Trump being shot earlier this summer, 2 different attempts on his life, you know, and it's really easy, you know, in the moment to say it's the other side. But the fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever. The fact is that a husband and a father has been taken from us way too early in his life.
A little more about what type of father and husband and man Charlie Kirk was. Hard to believe we're talking about him in the past tense right now, but, you know, someone who was a provocateur, who did it with a certain amount of joy, right?
Well, look, I think that
there are so many synonyms out there for race-baiting neo-Nazi. It's crazy.
Approached every day with a certain amount of joy, and it was great to be able to work with him, to do events with him, to spend time with him. You know, he was a very intense, very loyal person. He was very demanding, but in a good way. And I think that you know, he brought a passion to politics. He brought a passion to what he did with Turning Point. I think that's unbelievably commendable. And like I said, it will be a big hole in certainly my world and everybody else's world that had a chance to know Charlie.
Okay, thank you so much, former RNC Chair Michael Whatley. We appreciate your remembrances there. Reaction coming in from Governor Wes Moore, Democrat of Maryland, condemned in strongest possible terms the attack. You know, you see this kind of reaction from Republicans as well. Tom Tillis, the senator, praying for Charlie Kirk. Political violence has no place in our society. So I bring in our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You're hearing the condemnations far and wide, yet here we are once again, Bob.
Here we are once again. The specter of violence continuing to hover over the United States and our political culture.
That's not a specter.
Leaders in both parties expressing horror at what is unfolding here on a college campus today, a time when so many students are going back to school, starting their classes in September. It's the carnage of violence at a political leader. And this country has seen it many times before. You think about President Lincoln. You think about the shots fired on President Reagan. Of course, President Kennedy being gunned down in 1963, and other political figures have been shot. You think about George Wallace running for president being shot. He survived. Charlie Kirk, at such a young age, being gunned down, assassinated at a political event. Within the past decade or so, of course, President Trump facing his own assassination attempts, Gabby Giffords, the former member of Congress.
I want to shift over to NBC.
A shell casing or a weapon that was left behind, or video that person was there. We've been showing videos throughout the afternoon here, Tom, of this incident, and is typically the case whenever there is a shooting incident, certainly that involves a fatality. We don't show that moment of the shot being hit just out of respect for the individual, but also, you know, these things tend to inflame and incite these types of incidents in the future, and certainly don't want to contribute to what the shooter tried to do this afternoon.
Is this super quiet for everyone else?
The incident, as we saw the video of the injuries, you described them several moments.
Generally speaking, those are not covered by security agents who are down close to the stage that he's on. So if that's so, we have an assassin, because this man was assassinated today. We have a shooter out there that we have to bring in, and a lot of resources are going into that right now. But the fact that they say there's no threat to the public is incongruent to that. So I don't know where we are here with this. I hope they have him identified and they're searching for him. That's my hope right now. But we're looking for press.
It wasn't quiet for you guys?
Months ago, they appeared to be grave from the onset. Obviously, we now know Las Vegas earlier this year. That case was, as far as where that person came from in their background, license plate readers were so critical to finding out that information, and that'll be potentially helpful here if they can get a face on this person. Certainly, they can use facial recognition to be able to try and determine who this person is. Taking a step back here, yesterday I was at a gathering of law enforcement experts and officials as part of 9/11 Voices and the Voices Center for Resilience, their 9/11 family, and they have a gathering typically around this time each year. You think of the enormity, Tom, of the security issues that we had following 9/11, which is, of course, tomorrow. It'll be the 24th anniversary of that, what this country had to do to
party logical spectrum. Kirk, 31, was the married father of 2 young children, a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. Former Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Whatley knew and worked closely with Kirk and will join us tonight. And one of the most influential writers in conservative circles, Matthew Continenti, will also join us to talk about Kirk's influence, how it...
I wonder when the shift is going to happen. It has to be within 24 hours, right? Or maybe after they catch the shooter, or catch somebody that they allege to be the shooter. Like right now, basically everyone left of Hillary Clinton on social media is gleefully celebrating this. Because, of course, again, Charlie Kirk is a death mongerer, somebody who wants hatred, wants, suffering, a person who wants to inflict misery on the world and profits from it enormously. So that's not necessarily like undeserved, that response. At some point, the right-wing message is going to shift from, sadness or, so on mourning, to gleeful calls to violence. And I wonder when that's going to happen.
Running in the immediate aftermath. Here is the video that we're talking about that appears to show the shot that was fired. We're told a single shot. This is a very challenging crime scene, and if law enforcement is still looking for that suspect, every minute that goes by widens the periphery of places that they need to search.
Authorities seem desperate. Local mayor urges people to report anything suspicious as shooting suspect remains at large. Mayor David Young of the north central Utah city of Orem says several local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies are working the investigation while the suspect in Kirk's fatal shooting remains at large. Again, this country is going to lose its fucking mind if we never get a definite suspect.
Especially confusion because we got early reports that a suspect was in custody. In fact, police did arrest a man, but they said that this was not the shooter and that individual was released. So at this time, Major, still a lot of questions.
And this was an amphitheater setting, hundreds upon hundreds there, enthusiastic, very, very up for this encounter. And Charlie Kirk does these things as sort of an open mic event to have a full dialogue with those who are either supportive of his points of view or highly critical of his points of view. And as I've come to understand, Anna, there was no particular security checkpoints at all. No weapons checks, no magnetometers, nothing like this. A real free speech atmosphere. And as I understand it, the university has said that the single gunshot came from some considerable distance. And as I understand it, Anna, there is a building by building search going on that campus currently?
That's exactly right.
Wasn't
As
it some
we're
old guy?
talking
No, it
right
wasn't
now,
him.
them and securely evacuate them. That, of course, was immediately following the sort of race to leave that initial area, that grassy open field that we were just looking at. So while there was chaos, then police stepped in to go building to building. That also suggests that there is not necessarily a neutralized threat. We don't know, but it appears that there could be a suspect still at large as we are speaking right now.
And that is very startling news indeed, Anna, but it's important to convey to the audience that this is an evolving, ongoing law enforcement situation in that community, and we will keep you up to date. And Anna, if you get anything else on that front, you can let us know, and we'll come back to you straight away. Anna Schechter, as always, thank you so very much. Christian Overton joins me now. He was a witness to the shooting. Christian, I'm very sorry. You saw what you saw. You experienced what you experienced. I am appreciative that you're willing to discuss it. Can you tell me what happened?
Certainly, yes. I attended the event with my 17-year-old son, Ryder Overton, this afternoon. We got there about an hour early and had found some what we thought were good seats. It wasn't until shortly after that we moved down to the fence and were allowed to sit just off from the stage where he presented. Everything went as planned. He actually even came out and handed my son, a couple of hats. So it was a wonderful gesture, and we were excited. And after about the second question that was asked is about the time we heard the shot, I diverted to look up just for a second to see where the sound had come from, and then seconds later witnessed Charlie with a hole in his neck and bleeding. It was at that time we laid down on the ground, not knowing what, or how many shots might follow. At that point, it was just a matter of trying to get out of the gates and go to a safe place.
How does this land on your heart, Mr. Overton?
Very heavily. I, as well as Ryder, my son, we're both big Charlie Kirk supporters.
Yeah.
It hits home, having it happen here where I actually graduated from college many, many years ago. And it's just a sad day. It's a sad day, and it'll weigh heavy on our hearts for some time to come.
What was the preparation for you and your son? Was there any, I just summarized with Anna Schechter, you might have heard that my understanding, but you were there, so I want to confirm it with you, sir. Was there any kind of security there at all that you felt or experienced?
None whatsoever.
People are really, really, really hung up on this point. What kind of security do you expect to be able to protect somebody from a sniper 200 yards away? Like, people keep asking this, but like, what is the security perimeter supposed to be around the entire university campus? It's also, doesn't this university campus allow for open carry? Sorry, to trigger warning to any Europeans who are watching right now.
There were people in with backpacks, school bags. There was no metal detectors. There was just no one checking anyone coming in. So.
And based on what you saw, were you immediately fearful for Charlie and his health?
By all accounts, when I saw the amount of damage done.
Stupid ass questions.
College campuses, he's not provoking anybody. He's like Socrates. He asks questions, and he does it with a smile.
I don't know how I feel about going to Jesse Waters as a, like, no pun intended, watermark for conservative outrage, because he is himself a troll and outrage merchant who just says anything. He doesn't really believe in anything. But he often, like, oversteps, right? Like, he exists to do this. It's his job.
And there's nothing controversial about saying socialism is worse than capitalism. Men and women are different. Let's put America first, because that's all he was about. Putting America first. And as Greg said, this hits differently because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. We've got trans shooters. We got riots in L.A. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate?
Actually, this rhetoric is pretty toothless by the standards of Jesse Waters, to be honest. Doesn't feel any different from a regular broadcast. He says this every time he stubs his toe.
And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, and the media, and all of these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point.
Yeah, this, no pun intended. This doesn't really mean anything. He talks like this all the time. It's just content to him, so there's not going to be any fire in his words.
son. Wasn't sure that he was going to make it. I was hopeful. His staff did a great job by taking him off the stage immediately, but it wasn't. It happened so quickly, and we were all just at that point concerned about our safety and getting to a safe place.
And how did you go about that, Mr. Overton? I imagine that was a pretty chaotic circumstance.
It was because of the number of people trying to get out the same area that we were. We actually had fallen down, and it could have turned a lot more ugly. But we actually found a break in one of the guardrails or one of the fences there that we
Can't see what Stephen Miller might say. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, like, what rhetoric can they really escalate to? The right for years now has been essentially saying, this is full-on war, we need to do the camps, do the deportations, suspend rule of law, da-da-da. Like, all of this rhetoric is pretty common to them. They've been saying all this stuff. The only thing they can really do is commit to the bit. And the question is, like, to what extent, how much political capital do they have, and how much of it are they willing to expend in response to this, you know? Like, they've used the military to occupy the nation's capital, and for the most part, it's been an embarrassing clusterfuck. The soldiers don't want to be there. Not much has really happened. The pending military arrival to Chicago is mostly just being met with a kind, like, there's a kind of sigh of resignation, I suppose. I'm not saying that people are, you know, just about ready to break their chains, but, you know, what can they do to capitalize on this?
Able to get through, and then kept our heads down and ran for as long as we could.
Mr. Overton, I'm lucky enough in this world to be a parent to 3 children.
Overton?
Every parent sometimes gets very difficult questions from their children, hard to answer. I imagine that's a particularly heavy burden on your shoulders this afternoon.
Yeah.
What have you talked with your son about in the aftermath?
Well, we had a discussion about how difficult.
You think they're going to pull a Laken Riley or something? They're going to be like, they're going to fast track like the Charlie Kirk law that gets a bunch of bipartisan signatures. What would it even be? No assassinating conservative political figure? What would, I don't even know what they would do.
Is to stand up for your rights, to, listen, there's been, we've spent most of the time going back in silence, to be honest with you. It was just trying to wrap our heads around what we had just witnessed. It was difficult. He's dealing with it in his own space right now, and then we will come together when some of this is lifted a little later.
For what it might be worth, Mr. Overton, I wish you and your son and all in your community the very best as you work through that process, which I guarantee you, I know, will be difficult.
Thank you very much.
Politics. I think that's real, right? That every time that we see allegations or we see charges that are going out there that this person is a Nazi or that this person hates America or that this person needs to be stopped at any cost, then that is something that is problematic. When we see President Trump get shot, and then a number of weeks later, we see a second assassination attempt, that is not right in American politics.
Really?
And what we saw with Charlie today, I think just kind of
super cool that CBS's preferred person to have on for indefinite coverage of this assassination is a former RNC chair. No, like, can you imagine if Jesus, I don't even know what a good comparison would be. Just letting him go off nonstop about how, like, apolitically wonderful Charlie Kirk was. I guess you can only expect that from them, but, like, not even like a regular news broadcaster. It had to be an RNC chair.
Pounds that conversation, that we do need to step back and understand, what is it that we're fighting for? What is it that we're so passionate about? And reflect truly on, where are we going? President Trump made it very clear after he survived being shot that he felt like he had, survived for a reason, and I think that that's very important. And I really do think that we all need to reflect on what it is that we're trying to accomplish here through these political means, and that violence is not acceptable. It is not at all.
And that your political opponent is not your enemy.
Correct.
You fundamentally believe that?
I do absolutely believe that. I think that when we talk about in any political campaign, you know, what are people ultimately running for? Politics is about helping people. Politics is about lifting up communities. Politics is about making sure that families
and that the
can
American
do better.
experiment, as we've come to know it, continues.
Absolutely.
Continues.
Yes.
Not runs off the rails.
It looks like there are some videos of the shooter from OSN Technical. Sorry, I was looking at them to make sure they weren't like completely bullshit.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
And then in this video, you can see right over there a dot moving across the same roof. Right there. That seems like it would match up. No, that isn't 200 yards. Maybe that's not correct. We'll see.
In some,
hopefully across the country, you know, but it is a real crushing you know, story that we're dealing with here today.
It is.
And I think, you know, I want to make sure that we continue to go back to the fact, you know, that this man was a husband and this man was a father. Ultimately, that has been what's taken away from us today.
Michael Watley, it's a hard day. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Major.
Fucking CBS News, man.
Of who this person might be, right? What kind of experience as a shooter might this person have? The idea that they might have been concealed at a raised level with the ability to escape. What kind of weaponry, what kind of weapon system would they have had with them?
It really could have been any type of long gun type of weapon, in my opinion. It's also could be something, though, that is collapsible. In other words, they're able to walk up with it under a shirt or under a jacket, and then be able to extend, you know, the shoulder.
Okay, sure.
Secure itself. Now you're looking at
rage and really saying that political violence like this has no place in our country. But again, here at the White House, a profound sense of sadness and shock because many White House officials and of course the president so close to Charlie Kirk.
We are hearing, Gabe, not just from the current president, but from the former presidents as well. Not just former President Joe Biden.
Oh, Tim Pool is finally live. What's his tone?
For you, we'll help you find it, but here's the cost. And that's okay. Charlie was like, we got a studio you can use. He built us a studio. He let us use distribution and ad sales. And they tried claiming ownership in a tiny little clause at the bottom. I had one contract.
Okay, he's talking about business. All right, never mind.
And be safe.
Yes, sir.
You will see that across the country here in the coming hours as it happens. I think you see them there now lowered at half staff. So that's another thing that has happened. And we've seen the political reaction continue to pour in from Republicans, of course, but Democrats as well. Just a little while ago, former President Joe Biden and his conveying thoughts of his own and then of the former First Lady, saying there's no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family.
Can we move on and come to this later? Well, unfortunately, the other stuff that I had to cover, like Andrew Cuomo mentioned Hassan saying America deserved 9/11, haha, kind of pales in comparison to this. You know, you have to, there's a tonal contrast that you have to respect. No, it's very significant. Listen, again, for me, the question is, what are they going to do to capitalize on this? Let's not be children here, okay? Let's not make engage in pretense. The Democrats don't know how to do politics. The Republicans do. The Republicans know to never waste a tragedy. They understand this. They don't even waste non-tragedies. They'll make up tragedies. They're aware of how this works. They're not going to let this one go to waste. So what are they going to do with it? You know? Is it going to be a fast-tracked bill? Is it going to be some kind of executive action? Is it going to be a virtue or vice signal? What are they going with here? Is it going to lead to a big crackdown? I have no idea. This is a big enough event that it would be difficult for them to just let it roll by, you know? Did they not waste 2 attempted Trump assassinations? Not a bad point, but Trump wasn't the president then. If the attempted assassination on Trump had happened after he was president, they almost certainly would have taken advantage of it to do something.
What he did, and the fact that, as the chairman said and others have said, he was a happy warrior. We should be looking for happy warriors on all sides
We're really
of the
going
aisle,
with that?
and celebrating them and letting them be happy warriors, whether you like them or not.
Jesus Christ, we're on CBS. It feels like a Klanner dying and like mainstream news going like, yeah, he was a crusader for the West. Yeah, man, he was like a happy crusader. What are you talking about?
Announcing the death of Charlie Kirk, we are hearing from every major figure of the MAGA movement, of the Trump administration weighing in. I wouldn't be surprised if in the coming days, we saw some sort of event from the White House, maybe a speech from the president at a potential funeral. I think the White House will certainly pay their respects to Charlie Kirk in a way that will reflect how greatly he was considered inside of the White House as an advisor, as a friend, as a confidant. Again, we've discussed how he was helpful in...
The foundation of a free society is the ability to participate in it without fear of violence. Political violence is always an attack against us all. You'd have to be blind not to see that, from Ezra Klein. Yeah, and he's correct. I made this point earlier. I don't support vigilante violence, I'm not going to, pretend at civility and act as though like Charlie Kirk was an asset to life on Earth or anything. He was a hate mongerer and a miserable piece of shit who enjoyed causing misery and death. But political violence is not good, right? Like, the absence of political violence is a pretty good indicator for a stable society. Again, if law and order had been enforced after January 6th, and the right had been reminded that you cannot, in fact, engage in violence, insurrection, and treason against the country, that probably would have set a pretty good tone. But allowing January 6th to happen and nobody significant getting in trouble for it was about as bad for law and order in this country as it would have been to have declared a purge day and say that in the future they'll be more lenient on prosecuting murderers. Like, you basically fired a gun in the air and said, this shit's okay now. Why not let the next era of this country's political speech be dictated by open treasonous hate mongering? Just like no pretense. Pull that stuff out of the shadows. Don't just let it be, Stormfront or Alex Jones or whatever. That's just mainstream now, Charlie Kirk literally died trying to pin an epidemic of mass shootings on trans people. And to an extent, gang shootings, parentheses, black people. Like, that literally his final words on this earth. So whatever, whatever shots people want to take, like, no, I condemn this entirely. This is a symptom of a lawless society, and it is lawlessness that has been born from people like Charlie Kirk and from the fecklessness and the weakness of people like Merrick Garland and the Democrats broadly, who have allowed stuff like this to propagate. Much in the same way as we said on this very stream yesterday, we said that I think local democratic governance is partly to blame for the political rhetoric around increasing crime in cities, because they do let people just habitually get released back out into the public, even though they're clearly mentally ill. They don't dedicate city resources to mental health rehabilitation or anything like that. They do allow serial offenders to go out there, and then you get stabbings on the subway or whatever. Obviously, the person who committed the murder was the crazy guy in the subway. But I don't know, man. He has fucking 57 arrests, and we know he's mentally ill, and you let him out on the street anyway, even though he's known to be schizophrenic and violent, Like, to an extent, you have to there's a system that's at work here, and this political violence is itself like a product of that systemic failure.
would say it's not just TikTok, it's Charlie Kirk who helped me get those young voters out to vote. He's really seen as this rising star of the movement. He started his organization when he was 18, and he right now is only 31. He was so young and was really seen as someone who is going to continue to shape this movement for decades to come.
Oh, and to give you an idea of how much he meant to the president and to this country, the president just now has issued, Selena, honor of memory of Charlie Kirk. He wants the American flag to be flown at half staff, really across this country, public buildings, military posts, naval stations, naval vessels as well. He also added he wants this done abroad at U.S. embassies. So again, in honor.
Not surprising.
Of Charlie Kirk. There you see the American flag at half staff at the White House, and you will see that across this country, in the water, and in other countries as well. And Selena, before I let you go here, we also know the Secret Service not only expressing their sadness and condolences for Charlie Kirk, his loss, and what it means to this country and his family, but there's now also a concern here about what protective service looks like for the President of the United States, President Trump, as he was campaigning.
Okay, he's the president. He's probably fine. He's the president of the United States. Hassan was set to debate Charlie Kirk in 2 weeks, but he'll get even more threats. Now, I do feel bad for Hassan. Hassan's gonna fucking hire security at his house, man. Jesus Christ.
Mean for the level of protection for President Trump. And I just want to read you the statement that we've received from U.S. Secret Service. They are saying that they are extending their deepest sympathies to the Kirk family, all of those affected following this terrible act of violence. The safety and security of our protectees is a U.S. Secret Service's top priority. President Trump receives the highest levels of U.S. Secret Service protection, and the agency adjusts our protective posture as needed to mitigate evolving threats. Out of concern for operational security, we cannot discuss the means and methods used for our protective operations. Again, that is a statement according to the U.S. Secret Service spokesperson. And Kana, we've been talking about the president's schedule as well. We are told by sources that he has canceled a planned dinner tonight with some of his cabinet officials and other outside guests. We are currently inquiring as to whether or not the president has adjusted his schedule for tomorrow as well. We've been told, and I've been told, that the mood right now in the White House is one of shock, disbelief, of grief. People are certainly rattled right now, Kana.
Rattled, that's for sure. We are also, of course, hearing from many prominent Republicans and Democrats, as you point out, across the aisle there, Selena. Speaker Johnson just releasing a statement calling it utterly devastating. He says that Charlie Kirk was a close friend of his as well and confidant. And he then goes on to say, Selena, that every political leader must loudly and clearly decry this violence. And it sounds like, at least in words, we are hearing that. And while they're decrying the violence, Selena, they're on the House floor, took a moment of silence.
This is a moment, in fact, when you see leaders across the political spectrum coming together.
90% chance no one at the White House gives a fuck either. Actually, I disagree. A lot of these people might be content-hungry hate mongers, but it's worth keeping in mind that, like, and I said this again yesterday, one of the differences between America and Nepal is that Nepal is a poor and unstable enough country that the anger of the civilian population is a legitimate threat to the safety of the people who rule the country. In America, that's not the case. For the most part, this country is stable enough that people don't experience the political leaders don't experience the consequences of their actions. But once the door opens to this kind of stuff, everyone's on the field. Public figures, politicians. How about some of those Nebraskan farmers who have seen all of their land go to waste, you know? They can't even sell their produce at market price and make a profit. Like, once you open up the door to this kind of behavior, it gets easier and easier to understand how it might happen in the future. Leaders get more and more cautious and paranoid. It leads to them acting more recklessly. It's not just about Charlie Kirk, you know? Political violence is getting more common. We're probably in the biggest rash of it since the 1960s. Security is going to be beefed up at public events for both politicians and political pundits. It's not great. And usually periods of instability like this precede authoritarian leadership. Just keep that in mind. Like, stuff like this does not usually lead to the establishment of a peaceful social democracy once everyone comes to their senses. It usually leads to strongmanning or societal collapse.
Most influential MAGA podcasters and right-wing influencers in general.
Absolutely. We talk a lot about his appearance on Governor Newsom's podcast. I mean, Governor Newsom chose him to launch his podcast. He was his very first guest. That was the level of importance that even, Democrats really viewed him as. Selena, I want to play for everyone a soundbite here. Sure. It's actually from our own John Karl, who was able to get President Trump on the phone. And John Karl's reflecting on the conversation they had, but this was just really moments before the announcement was made that this young 31-year-old father had been murdered.
I had a brief conversation with the president over the phone. He sounded quite upset, quite down about this. He told me it's horrific. It's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. He was a great guy. He was a good man. He was an incredible guy. There's nobody like him.
You can even tell there, Selena, when John Karl is talking, just how impactful that conversation must have been with President Trump. We know that there is a tremendous ripple effect here happening, not only just in the White House, but throughout this country, as people are certainly thinking about Charlie Kirk's wife and young children, 2 of them under the age of 5.
He's 31 years old. He is a father. He is a husband and a leader of this movement.
I know, it's not exactly riveting stuff.
Yes, a number of people I talked to, they didn't know. They didn't even know this was going on. So I don't know, unless you're kind of in that circle, maybe that conservative circle, knowing that was going to happen on campus today.
The deed, as the 19th century anarchists call it, is returning to America's campuses and college lessons, such as the gunning down
pseudo-intellectual analysis
of the United
on
Healthcare executive last year by Luigi Mangione. This kind of propaganda of the deed, as the 19th century anarchists call it, is returning to America's campuses and college streets. And so it's a very disturbing moment, not just a sad moment for the family and for the conservative movement, but I think for the country as a whole.
And Matthew, I know you are familiar with the fire that was set at Governor Josh Shapiro's home, the attacks that left one member of the Minnesota legislature dead, another wounded, Gabby Giffords. So this has happened, as I said.
Hold on. How is Hassan doing?
100%. That is the reality, okay?
Differently. Because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets
I saw
hit
this clip.
in the ear.
As always, I'm ahead of the curve.
Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot.
They went after Musk's cars. Brother, once again, I can't believe, dude, what
Why
the
isn't your
fuck?
mic diagonal?
These are not comparable things, okay?
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Also, 2 months ago, there was...
Hassan seems distraught. Yeah, I wonder why, He might feel a little bit like it's open season.
...of Minnesota, and these fucking assholes immediately went, oh, he's a leftist. He must be a leftist. They have concocted a completely alternative universe where they just go off of their own hysteria, their own made-up norms, their own made-up reality.
2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in L.A.
Trans shooters.
They are at war.
They got trans shooters. They got black shooters. They got Asian shooters. They got Hispanic shooters. Jewish shooters. You know the bit? You know the bit. I can't say the funny word. Sorry. Gay shooters.
Whoever killed him didn't just mean to kill him. The killer meant to kill that whole structure that allows us to speak and to deliberate over public policy, public affairs. That's what I think we really have to fight against here. not just enforce the law and deter these assassins, but also to preserve the mechanisms that have kept this country free for 200.
Charlie Kirk was literally, in all the world, one of the most active and effective advocates for eliminating the Western liberal order that allows for free discourse. The establishment of the MAGA regime has at every turn been a blow to our ability to discuss openly. People are literally getting deported for criticizing Israel. Like, he stands against all of that.
Especially with a rifle. But it could very well have been beyond the regular security points. And
yeah.
Mike Hedrick, the widespread condemnation, Mel, across the political spectrum of political violence, coming from everybody from current sitting members of Congress on the Republican side to former high-profile elected Democrats, former President Obama, former Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Joe Biden as well. Mel, you're hearing a lot of that today on Capitol Hill, including from some members who counted Charlie Kirk among their friends.
Last I heard, they ain't caught the dude. Yes, that is correct. They still have not caught the shooter. And as I have said multiple times, it's very important to keep this in mind. People are going to lose their fucking minds if a shooter isn't caught. Probably going to assume that the right is going to run with the narrative that the shooter is at very least a Democrat. I think that's pretty safe to assume. We'll see if they end up, openly speculating about having been like a trans person or something. They're going to run wild with the fact that the very last words out of Charlie Kirk's mouth were about, like trans mass shooters or something like that. I don't know. We'll see how far they go with it. Do you think they'll just arrest a random person? 100%. There's a 0% chance that they are not going to bring charges against somebody. They're going to find somebody. Whether or not that sticks is another matter entirely. But, this is a shooting that took place in a very public space, in the middle of the day, very big crowd. It'd be pretty easy for people to establish an alibi that would place them not there, especially since I guarantee you surveillance footage has caught the person running away after conducting the shot. Like, there are cameras tracing them, but that doesn't mean that, the identity of this person is known. Just means they see a guy dressed in all black running away.
Not clear that there's an answer that everyone can agree on how best to do that. Speaker Mike Johnson did come out and talk to us a little bit ago before holding a moment of silence on the House floor. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes.
Yeah. The skill of the shot makes this harder to put on just anyone, though, IMO. That's true. Yeah. Again, it's going to be pretty difficult to pin this on any random civilian. Normally, when it comes to something like this, you can, like with Luigi, for example. Luigi's alleged assassination was not conducted in a way that would require any specific skills or training. It was from, 2 feet away. This, on the other hand, if you arrest a random person, the defense attorney could credibly argue in court, when the fuck did my client ever get the skills necessary to pull off that shot? We're talking about more scrutiny being applied to the proceedings here, reasonably so. Of course, even if they found somebody and arrested them and pinned the charges on them, it could be months till the trial actually happens, years, because of the way our justice system works.
In a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop.
And those comments were before it was announced that Charlie Kirk had actually passed away from that gunshot wound. After it was announced, though, Speaker Mike Johnson put out a statement, again reiterating that Charlie Kirk was a personal close friend and confidant. So just a reminder, again, of why this is hitting so close to home for members of Congress.
Melanie Zanona. Mel, thank you. I know you're staying close to a camera tonight as well. I want to take you now back to Utah. I want to show you here the room where we expect to see a news conference shortly. This is just the prep. This isn't the news conference starting. They're just checking the mics. They're making sure everything works, because we do expect to hear at some point soon, we don't have exact timing,
I would love to hear
from the governor,
news.
from law enforcement officials, both locally and we presume federally. We understand at least
This
some
guy looks like
representatives
shit.
from
I used to have really bad acne in high school. Don't be too mean.
as well.
Wash
with
your
a
bed
series
sheets,
of
folks.
questions now
Your
around
pillow
the
sheets, at
current
least.
status of this suspect, of the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, questions around security at this event, questions around what happened as we are waiting to hear more. We're going to keep this live shot up because we want to bring that to you as soon as we get into it, obviously. But I want to go to Ryan Riley, who we brought in just a second ago. And Ryan, while we watch to see when this begins, again, it hasn't begun yet. This is just the prep. We talk about this spate of political violence that we have seen spike in this country. You look at just the last couple of months here. You had not just the obviously the incident today. You had the CDC shooting that happened not too long ago. You had a Republican member of Congress who said he was nearly run off the road this summer by somebody who wanted to kill him and his family. You had, of course, the horrific death of a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband, the shooting of another state lawmaker there and his wife. The list, unfortunately, could go on. You look at the assassination attempts against former President Trump. You look at Paul Pelosi, of course, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband. In context, this is a moment where there is real concern, real fear, and real anger right now over the political violence that we've seen.
Yeah, in fact, the trial of one of those attempted assassins of Donald Trump is ongoing this week in Florida. So there has just been a ton of
that one guy who's just
violence,
creeping
that
close
we've
on the
seen,
golf course.
Political violence that we've seen over the past several years, and it's something that you worry about having a contagion effect. And obviously, there's a lot of readily available information on the internet now. People are able to research these things ahead of time. It's just sort of a lot easier for people to plot out their steps and plot out their maps, and as well as
in 50 years.
Think about President Lincoln, President Kennedy, shots fired at President Reagan, political candidates like George Wallace, lawmakers like Gabby Gifford, Steve Scalise survived shootings. Charlie Kirk was someone who was so happy to be in the arena.
Wait, genuinely, is CBS, did my understanding was that CBS was like another dickless center-leaning network that had a pretense towards neutrality. Why is CBS News like 100% all like Charlie Kirk buddies lighting candles? CBS taps conservative policy veteran for new UMSBug. That's right. After the fucking lawsuit settlement thing, they completely capitulated to the right. Yeah. Sorry. I completely forgot. They might as well be Fox News now.
the extremists.
Right.
That is, yes. And I mean, they, have also been assisting, but, there's also the questions of which, obviously, this is something they've been very publicly reacting to. The Minnesota one, investigation was not one that there was a huge response to. The burning, the arson that we saw at.
Oh, Michael Knowles is live. That's fun.
I've loved listening to what you're saying as someone who was also a friend of Charlie. The warning students to stay where they are, but if they had not yet
evacuated by mainstream left-wing outlets is so unconscionable. I'm not even going to say what they said. I share your sense of dispiritedness by that fact, because it reminds me of
what mainstream left-leaning outlets said something. What are we referring to?
John Donne poem. No man is an island entire unto himself. Each man's death diminishes me because I'm a man. And
all right, this is loser shit. Never mind.
That's what makes out.
Leader Chuck Schumer, he said today, quote, political violence has no place in America. We also heard from Gavin Newsom, who had hosted Charlie Kirk on his podcast earlier. As Congresswoman Debbie Dingell comes out, actually, when we talk about Democratic reaction, if you want to listen in, we might be able to hear.
Together to de-escalate the rhetoric and the hate in this country. It is upsetting. It's upsetting what's happening in schools, and we all have to work together. Hate is not acceptable. I can't. I cried when I found out he died. So all of us have got to work together and de-escalate the hate and the rhetoric in this country. And remember, we're Americans, and you can disagree in a way that doesn't end in a horrible way today did.
What can change, here in this building, around the country? Because we hear lawmakers, we hear political activists say that those same things every time something like this happens.
I'm somebody who goes to the other side of the aisle and talks to everybody.
I'm sure. This is the closest I've seen to mainstream media saying something spicy.
then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt,
and that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Turning Point USA has confirmed that he was shot. And there are a number of
then lead to hateful action.
That's it? Okay, so MSNBC guy said FAFO. Gotcha. Is it FAFO or FAFO? Probably FAFO, right? They have even no weapon. Police are still looking for suspect and weapon. This is genuinely crazy to me. The fact that there wasn't even a weapon recovered on scene. Like that means they ran away and got out with a rifle. No casings either. Yeah, shit, I guess so. So they really did, like, one shot, pick up the casing, fold the rifle, and then run. Jesus. Didn't that already happen in Luigi's case? Luigi had a pistol. This is a rifle. And Luigi, allegedly, did what he did at, like, 5 in the morning with no one around. This was in like a huge... Do we know for sure it was a rifle? It was a shot conducted from a rooftop, at least 100 yards away. It's not a pistol. No one's taking a shot like that. The pistol. A bolt action would have left no shell too with one shot. Yeah, but like it's not that difficult to pick up the shell. Versus, I don't know, the potential benefit of being able to quickly fire multiple shots. Still, no weapon found. Brass catchers are a thing too. The point that I'm trying to make, and not argue with chat about the specifics of what you know about, you know, cool lay epic gun skills or whatever, is that this was, at least based on the evidence we have right now, a professionally conducted assassination. Like this, given the how public this was, like if you wanted the easiest possible shot at a public figure, you would not do it here. This is like deliberately as difficult as it gets. News hasn't said what caliber it is. It takes a lot longer than that for the police to do all of the forensics on the bullet. So this was to send a message? Why else would you assassinate a political figure in the middle of a rally? Like, yeah, of course it's to send a message. Wait, is Vosh saying a hired hitman did this? I'm saying it was professionally conducted, not that it was a hired hitman. Like, this is obviously not the work of, like, a random lone wolf, like, guy loses his temper, or, like, a person has a flip. Like, the person who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump did not do so in a professional manner. Not only because he missed, but also because he just tried it. He just, yeah, the Butler attempted assassination. The fact that they didn't even find a weapon at the scene, that the shooter was able to get away with the weapon, suggests a high level of planning and coordination that you would not get from a person making this decision flippantly. That's all I'm saying. And I think that's a pretty inarguable opinion, by the way. Like, I think that's pretty straightforward.
I'm not states.
who informed the American people that Charlie Kirk had in fact passed away. That certainly is an unprecedented moment.
It is, and something that at least we were hearing through our sources that the president was being continuously briefed on, in contact with Charlie Kirk's people, spokespeople, aides, top aides. Of course, Trump was getting updates, I'm sure, about his condition from the hospital, and this is somebody who Trump highly respects and who Kirk also highly respected. We've talked a lot about the relationship, Kana, between Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump, and it really is the case that Trump would credit Charlie Kirk with much of his success, especially with the younger vote. For example, you see
Josh Shapiro's home is not something that the FBI
I really want this press
really
conference.
got involved in. So, there.
But my brain couldn't even process what I saw in front of me.
Who the hell are you two?
I was just more focused on
more than many members of Congress, Republicans, in getting Donald Trump reelected because he was so influential with that youth movement. Again, 31 years old, seen here at the White House many times during the first Trump administration, and developing that close personal friendship with Donald Trump Jr. He went with him to Greenland earlier this year. And again, there's this profound sense of shock and sadness here at the White House over the last several hours as soon as we got that news that that shooting was unfolding at that campus in Utah, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you very much for that. I'm going to ask you to stand by and to stay close. But
Prior Marine here, nothing about this rings as an organized hit. Okay. Just, I'm going to try not to get upset at people. In real life, most of the time when violence takes place, it's stupid people acting irrationally. This is the reason why every time there's an attempted assassination or some it's going to happen moment that you guys follow intently on social media, your first thoughts when looking at how it all played out are, wow, that was a shit show, parentheses, in your head, I could have done better, right? In real life, for the most part, people who are willing to toss their lives away on something like this aren't acting rationally. We have a very, very, very high opinion of our own lives. We don't want to lose them flippantly. Like, conducting an assassination like this, you're basically you're not putting your balls on the table, you're putting your entire fucking body on the table. You're putting your head and your neck on the table. It is borderline suicidal, and suicidal people tend not to be rational. So normally, this is why, like, every time a school shooting happens, the immediate impression that you get from their manifesto and from what they do and how they conduct it is stupidity on every level. This is why in real life, serial killers tend to be low IQ, highly emotional people. The standard that we set in media, where serial killers are like these Hannibal Lecter intelligent types like Dexter or something, not real. In reality, it's not like that. It's just not. These people are generally stupid and crazy. We want to set up these interesting mysteries for our media, but in reality, it just doesn't play out like that 99% of the time. So when you see an assassination conducted in this way, this is significant. To do so in the most difficult place, at the most difficult time, deliberately, to conduct it in this way, and then to make an escape to cover your tracks, it just suggests a higher level of care and consideration. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm only saying that it's interesting relative to the standard. I'm not inviting everyone to step forward with their own opinions on whether or not they could have quickscoped him, okay? I'm sure. In reality, things just usually don't play out that way. Like, even historically with attempted assassinations on the president, you know, normally it's like who attempted to assassinate Reagan? It's not some like super well-coordinated effort or whatever. Some dipshit, like lovesick idiot ran up to him and then like beefed it, you know? It's just, in reality, things don't usually play out the way that like it's not an Agent 47 hitman map, you know?
Of course. Thanks for having us.
Sorry, I'm not trying to
Chase,
ramble.
I'll start with you, and then Logan to you. And I want to just note for both of you, too, if I have to interrupt you, I'll apologize in advance, only because that news conference may begin any minute. We've got teams monitoring that, so we'll cut into that as soon as it happens.
I want that news conference.
Chase, tell me where you were. What happened when you were at this event?
I was standing, I'm assuming you've seen the overhead footage, up and to the left of him, above on that balcony area, looking down when we heard the shot ring out.
Logan, were you with him? Were you two together?
No, I was on the opposite end on the overlooking balcony. You can see it in the footage right now on screen.
Just the triangle point, he was actually on the edge.
I was there filming it for the news team.
Okay, so you had both attended the event to be able to watch and to listen. What was happening in the minutes before this shooting? Presumably, from the video that we've seen, people were lining up. They were asking questions to Charlie Kirk. It was kind of one of these usual campus events that he holds, yeah?
It was, yeah, very full campus, a lot of noise, you know, lots of cheering. When he came out, it was like exploding like a concert. There was some booing too.
Isn't it weird we're calling it an assassination, like the MLK assassination? Why is it not just a murder? Because assassination is the word that we use for murder when it's political. That's the word.
And he was actually
an assassination is murder, like of a political affair or someone of public import.
Fairly early on in the event. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Probably maybe 15 minutes ish around there, maybe 20.
Okay. And Logan, when the shooting happened, can you tell me what you heard specifically? One shot? Did you hear people yelling? Give me a sense of that.
Yeah, so I was up on the balcony. I had headphones on because I was checking the audio for the news team. I was just listening to him talk, and that's when I heard what I thought at the time
the
was
news
a firework.
conference should be starting like any second.
Not as loud as I was expecting the gun to sound, but my brain couldn't even process what I saw in front of me. I was just more focused on processing. I'm like, was that actually a gunshot? And I turn back and I look and see the entire crowd just getting down, and Charlie Kirk has been pulled down. And I'm like, oh, this is real. Someone has a gun. And then I left it rolling and I got away as fast as I could.
Logan, you say you saw Charlie Kirk had been pulled down. Had he fallen? Had his security taken help? What do you mean by that?
Is it true he was shot after downplaying mass shootings? No shit. Literally the last thing that happened was somebody asked him, do you know how many mass shootings there have been in America? And his response was like, do we count the ones done by the blacks? And then a hole opened in his throat. That is like literally, well, I'm editorializing a bit with his words, but that's the sentiment of what he was saying. Last words. So, you know.
Yeah, so his security team grabbed him after he got shot and they pulled him to the ground to get him out of sight of wherever the shooter may have been.
And Chase, you were in a different location from Logan, and did you immediately know that it was a shot fired?
I don't think I instantly knew, but there's such a history of divisiveness of Charlie.
Yeah.
That and there's this air of controversy while you're there, that there's this fear that something's going to happen. And the second we heard a noise, just naturally, without even registering what it was, everyone just started to run.
Where did you go?
I went into the building. If you see the video now, up and to the left, there's a balcony.
How do you get
we
this
just went
long?
right in those doors with everyone else.
And at what point were you cleared, either of you? Did anybody come around and tell you to remain where you were? Did you talk with any law enforcement? Was there any kind of sort of investigatory procedure after?
When I had stepped back from my camera, there were policemen there who were yelling at everyone to get away from the scene and to get to safety.
Okay. And that's what you did, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
You both are students, and you know this campus. We know from what officials have said, the shot came from a building that's about, I guess, 200 yards away, right from where this amphitheater was. I believe it's called the Losi Center. Can you help us understand, how far away from where you were is that building? We're looking at a map visually, but you know this campus. Explain this to us.
From where I was, I think it was about maybe 50 feet away from me, from what it sounds like, and from where it sounded like the bullet had come from.
I see. So more on that upper deck, kind of behind where you were standing, Logan.
Yeah, and after looking...
You know, I'm thinking, but for me, one of the big things that I've been looking for in terms of the power and reach of this administration is how well they take advantage of every opportunity they get. How much Hitler shit do they do every time they get away with it? You got the Lake and Riley Act, you've got the mobilization of people in Los Angeles, of the military in Los Angeles and DC, now in Chicago, that's coming up. How much are they willing to get away with? How hard are they pushing? Basically. When the Reichstag burns, how much do they make of it? Obviously, the reason we reference the Reichstag burning is because Hitler made a lot of it at the time. If they don't make something big out of this, if they don't take advantage of this tragedy as aggressively as possible, it would be seen as a massive sign of weakness for the right. Like, there are not many events that could be as Reichstag burning as this, basically. Like this is very high up there. This is shockingly high up there in terms of making a statement or something that they could take advantage of or you know, milk to make the world a worse place. This is very, 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 very high up there. So I feel like if they flounder on this, because again, like let's not be children here. We know for a fact they're going to try to like militantly weaponize this for every bit they can. If they're not able to, it's a huge, huge, huge sign of weakness. I don't know. I get we have to see how they respond, you know?
Footage from what I've seen from other perspectives like this one. Once the shot happens, it seems like the upper levels get cleared out a lot quicker, which makes me think that it was closer and people heard it first.
Got it. And Chase, to enter or exit that area, was there any security either at the event or is there generally any security in that particular space?
There was good security. There was right above where he was at was completely clear. There was police officers there. There were police officers inside.
They are going to pass the Kirk Act.
With him,
that
as
is
you've
true.
seen the video, and so it was very quickly. There were officials and law enforcement asking us to move.
Got it. And to enter the event, and Logan, I don't know if this is different for you as a member of the news organization covering it for school. Did you have to go through any metal detectors? Is that typical or atypical?
There weren't any that I saw. I just walked right up.
Okay. Is there anything you want people to know about this experience today and about what has happened in what is, as you well know, a horrific shooting that is reverberating not just here in Washington, but around the world tonight?
Is it finally time for that fucking press conference?
Reports that perhaps
said that
campus like that
change the
world. A 31-year-old from the top
They're always late. They're always fucking
level
late with
there
press
where people were
conferences.
standing from various points in the
I agree the security discussion around this is extremely stupid. Extremely stupid. It happens after every act of public violence. Everyone wants to talk like, you know, well, what could have been done to prevent this? Dog, there's nothing, you can't. Nancy Mace is blaming it on Democrats. It makes sense she would be one of the first politicians to do so.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today.
Yeah, literally the first thing she says. Like, you literally see her run up to the microphone and go, like opening statement. Nancy Mace has nothing to, like, she's literally just a content creator. She's barely even a politician.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then, by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Oh my God, a reporter with a backbone? Do we still have those in this fucking country? Holy shit.
By that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the
I'm actually shocked. I'm just so used to living in a country where the journalists are completely complicit in what's happening.
two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
And a follow-up too.
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his
Panic. She didn't expect to be pushed back on that. Are you kidding? Like, she like slurred out a response there.
On both
Are you
sides?
kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some rage.
Did not expect any pushback at all. This bitch is just a stupid. This dumb fuck is just a stupid content creator. Literally, like every time anything happens, she just runs to a camera and does something that'll get her a little bit of attention.
Leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
no, not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats
no,
have
this
to own
is
it too,
on.
but I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a
Democrats own
problem
this.
with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking.
Total weakness. Glad that guy was there. That's nice. 1 minute ago, GOP lawmaker Lauren Boebert, thank you. Just after House chamber paused for a moment of silence, conservative activist Charlie Kirk, a shouting match briefly erupted on the floor as one GOP lawmaker accused Democrats of fueling political violence. Lauren Boebert, who is a vocal supporter of public prayer, complained that silent prayers get silent results. Wow, that's funny. Jesus Christ said literally the exact opposite, with Democrats audibly groaning, according to a person who witnessed the exchange. Pauline Luna, who's close to Kirk personally, began hurling expletives at Democrats. That person said, "You fucking caused this." Luna began shouting across the House chamber. CNN has reached out to Boebert and Luna for comment. Democrats could be heard shouting back about a school shooting on Colorado Wednesday and a call for action on gun violence. Yeah, okay. Not really about gun violence fundamentally, but okay, sure. Glad you're shouting at least. Anna Paulina Luna is another crank, yeah.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh.
Oh, switch the mic.
The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order.
Damn. Got to go down there and fight him.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Huh. Same content, wider angle on the floor. Do we get to see them tussle?
The chair would ask that all... Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
There's no wide shot when they start suplexing each other into the chairs. I wonder if it's already a sign of weakness on the side of the Republicans that a lot of them are deferring to this, you know, we need to de-escalate political tension in this country rhetoric. Kind of what happened after Trump's assassination too, right? Like there was like a somber period before everything went crazy. I wonder if that's a kind of like implicit capitulation. Obviously, what the right, like they're fascists and they want everyone good on earth dead. So the strategically advantageous thing for them to do would be to do what like Nancy Mace or Lauren Boebert or whatever else is doing, right? Which is to instantly find the nearest microphone and scream as loud as they can that, you know, the great godly vengeance must be enacted across all Democrats these days. I don't know how much they're going to commit to that, though. Liberal fascism moment? We'll see. Oh, Kash Patel is claiming that they've gotten a suspect. The FBI did. The suspect for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates to enable. Okay, we'll see if that leads to anything. This is 3 hours ago. 3:21 p.m. and it's 3:25 p.m. for me. So, no, I think they're referring to like a current pickup. Yeah, wrong time zone. EST, motherfuckers. Can we get that goddamn press conference?
quickly as well. This was obviously state and local law enforcement were first to the scene, and so that quick partnership sort of lines.
I would encourage everyone be incredulous when they roll out the suspect. For one, Kash Patel is not reliable, obviously, and for two, they really want to capture somebody. Like they really, it would look horrible for everyone, for the FBI, for local police, for the Republican Party, if they didn't get somebody. So we'll see. We'll see if evidence is provided. If they do capture somebody, they might pin a bunch of stuff on him, but like, we'll see if actual evidence mounts, you know? It might take months.
We've got that special report beginning now with that news conference. Let's take you there.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And we are coming back on the air with breaking news right now. Officials in Utah are holding a news conference on the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was killed while giving a presentation at Utah Valley University.
Fucking press conference is never going to happen, man. Is a best case scenario for them to pick up some random. They went out there and found the very first green-haired trans they/its individual they could pin. Finally,
The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim.
I think I'm willing to do this again.
While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public.
So there's not anyone in custody? We don't know how current this guy's information is.
For tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well.
If this is an FBI rep, and the guy before him just said they don't have some, wouldn't they mention this?
As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational.
What is the FBI's jurisdiction of? What is the FBI's jurisdiction? Doesn't there have to be a federal crime committed? The FBI can assist local and state police whenever they want. They have the ability to step down a peg and work with like any charges. But also, murder is federally illegal. My understanding is you can't murder people on federal land as well. But they step in to assist with local and state police all the time.
Investigative and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone.
Okay, wait. So was Kash Patel just full of shit? He said like 10 minutes ago that they have a suspect. This guy's saying they're setting up a tip line? He's not even announcing it? Did Kash Patel just pull that from the ether?
I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you. On behalf of President Tubanez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU.
Patel, we are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Yeah.
We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children.
Yep, that's like the main thing he's known for, in fact.
He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place.
NBC reports that the shooter is still large. Okay, so Kash Patel might have literally just tweeted that for no reason then. That's cool. Can you imagine the kind of pressure that he's under, that he feels the need to do that? Like, he hates doing his job.
Where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing.
Wait, what?
Is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody.
We do? But the FBI rep didn't.
The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you.
Yeah, I guess they are just saying person of interest, not suspect. A person of interest could be anyone. Like, a person of interest can literally, like, anyone they want to keep in the station and talk to. It can be a witness, it can be anyone, yeah.
And we will hold you accountable.
Have they released the old guy?
To the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Epic owns, sir. He deleted his tweet? He deleted the tweet?! Oh my god, dude. Our fucking government is run by clowns. Jesus fucking Christ, are you kidding me? He literally woke up. He in a panic, he pulled his head up from the mountain of cocaine on his desk. And he scrolled through his fucking Twitter newsfeed. And he was like, shit, fuck. They got the old guy. They got... Jesus Christ.
Is broken. We've had political assassinations recently, and Minnesota.
Oh, wait, fake news. He didn't delete the tweet. Never mind. Sorry. The mountain of cocaine is real, but the tweet's still there. Sorry, guys. Ban? Nah, it was fun for a sec.
We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken.
Oh, do you think that do you think Kash Patel is referring to the person of interest? Like he's not even referring to a suspect, he's just referring to a person of interest? The subject for the horrific shooting today. Subject? Not suspect? No one knows. No one has any idea. We have no fucking idea what he means. Nobody has any goddamn idea. Yeah, the subject would be Charlie Kirk. Okay.
Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk.
Well, no, the FBI has him, apparently.
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care.
Whoa, his? Way to assume.
That he was an American.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the shooter.
We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for,
liberal fascism,
will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody.
A subject?
I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
Okay, so another person of interest, but they're not even labeling them as a suspect? Okay.
So are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it. But it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have much better description other than that.
That does kind of confirm the legitimacy of those OSN videos that showed a person running on the rooftop. That person was dressed in head to toe in black.
The shot came from here on campus, from a location At a fair roof. Potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students.
Bad fucking day to be these guys, man. They don't have shit to do with it. Campus police are supposed to be like, accosting people for smuggling in alcohol and ignoring like rape kits. You know, that's their job. This is like way the fuck above their profile.
And we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things. You know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident.
Whoa, wait. Hold on there, buddy. Don't insinuate that you haven't gotten your bases covered. There is no way any campus police department can prepare for the eventuality of like a professional sniper setting up an assassination attempt, okay? Like listen, I don't like cops, but I'm telling you, don't like preemptively blame yourselves. That's not a reasonable expectation.
So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team.
Fuck, now the FBI is going to arrest this guy. They're going to drag him off stage.
He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
It's true, he's wearing black.
Being asked about mass shooting, was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What happened was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team, or a combination of both, that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through.
Man, it's like from an evidentiary standpoint, it's like fucked. With something like this, assuming that the entire cover-up of the shooting was conducted in the same manner as the execution of the shooting, you can probably assume that the shooter, almost immediately after this, destroyed or discarded the weapon that they used, everything that they had on them at the time, and is now, like, I don't know, playing fucking Counter-Strike Global Offensive at the home or something, you know? Oh, hello, officer. I've been in this lobby for 6 hours. What do you mean? Like, they're playing Silksong right now. So like from the perspective of like getting a quick prosecution, a decisive prosecution, you have a limited amount of time in a situation like this, because you either like immediately catch them with the gun on hand, in which case that's a pretty easy like fast track to the electric chair, or you just find a guy who like maybe might match the description and seems to be the right build, and like they could have done it, but you don't have like the evidence necessary, at which point like the trial drags on for years and nobody gets like a sense of satisfaction out of it, and everyone goes insane, you know?
Issue of semantics, or they have the man they were looking for?
Yeah, it's an issue of semantics, Tom. And according to our colleague Mike Cosner, who is talking to the top of the FBI tonight, there is growing confidence that the individual...
At a point we haven't been in decades, really, since maybe the 1960s, but it's gotten a bit out of control, citing what's happened in Minnesota with those Democratic lawmakers, with the governor of Pennsylvania, and then, of course, what happened to President Trump, inches away of being killed. Corey Compantoria, a supporter of the president, though, losing his life.
If the person of interest was actually the guy, how do you think they'd imply that? If there was any evidence the person of interest was the suspect, they would call them the suspect. They want to have a suspect in custody. The person of interest is almost certainly a witness, somebody who saw the guy running across the rooftop. But if they caught a person with any like tactical gear or a weapon or like a shell casing in their pocket, they would say suspect, and we would know about it. But again, if this is all being done with the same level of like planning and professionalism, the gun has probably been tossed in a furnace. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
That over many different cases with different dimensions. So those are some of the questions.
If it was just a witness, why would they be in custody? It's common after like high profile cases like this, like you detain a lot of people. You don't only you do not allow witnesses to casually walk in of their own volition. Time is of the essence. You get them in there immediately. If there's a witness, you bring them in immediately. You don't just wait for people to respond to inquiry.
Live in a world now where cameras seem to be everywhere, both fixed surveillance and security cameras, as well as handheld phones and people recording an event. And certainly there were many different angles of this. What can that tell officials about this? Also learning more about the weapon. When was it purchased? What type of weapon? All of those questions are still to be determined. That nitty-gritty work will go on, but separately in a parallel track is the emotional sort of cascade of what happened here. And Governor Cox certainly tried to put that back into human terms by...
Again, seriously, the fact that the weapon wasn't found at the scene is just... They made it out with a rifle. With that many people there, with that much going on in the area, on a university campus, they left the campus with a rifle. Or somehow disposed of it on campus. Just, again, very uncommon. Very uncommon. Not impossible, just very uncommon.
Is just one piece of it, the political fallout another. We've seen broad condemnation from across the political spectrum, including not only the current president, who knew Charlie Kirk as a friend, but also former presidents like Joe Biden and Barack Obama, who have commented about no place for political violence. So
maybe it's collapsible, almost certainly, but keep in mind that like if their plan was to collapse the rifle, hide it in their clothing, and then merge with the crowd, every single person running out who looked like they could be carrying anything or who had anything on them that might have been carrying a weapon is getting investigated, right? Like everyone running out with like a briefcase, with a guitar case, with a backpack, not to mention the difficulty of collapsing a rifle so that it can fit in a backpack. I mean, a backpack is what, 18 inches tall, 20 inches tall? You can't, that's not just collapsing the butt of the rifle. That's like you'd have to collapse it, then remove the barrel. Okay, I don't want to speak outside my field of expertise here. I am a live streamer. But the point that I'm making is that, again, this is difficult.
Not elected. He was in so many ways a leader in that party. He had a huge platform, and because of that, he was a target for someone, a deranged individual who may now be in custody. So, Kristen, I want to ask you...
Only takes 2 pins to break an AR in half. That's true, but you have to do that under pressure. You have to do that very quickly and very carefully, and then you have to hide everything, and then you have to run. You have to take all your clothes off, because, again, you have to switch clothing. You can't leave campus dressed head to toe in black. You might as well be like... You might as well be holding the gun at that point, you know? The amount of planning or consideration or knowledge that you would need to be able to do all of this while under pressure in the moment is significant. To be fair, people wear all black sometimes. Yeah, and those people would have immediately gotten stopped by the police.
Voters to go to the polls for his first election, and then in this latest race played a pivotal role as well, Tom. And that is why you are hearing from so many Republicans who are just in a state of shock and devastated, but Democrats too. Everyone, Tom, saying this has to end. But I think the question is, how can it end? And what, if anything, can lawmakers do to bring this political violence to an end? You have ticked through all of the different examples. I was struck when Governor Cox said, our nation is broken. Really powerful, Tom.
Yeah, and on that point, I want to bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, who's been covering this with us, and our team here moment by moment. Hallie, I do want to ask you, you wonder, you know, we covered Butler, what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. We covered what happened in Minnesota, what happened with the Pennsylvania governor. We cover all these events, and the news cycle moves fast. But I just feel that we're getting to a point now where this is going to change things. And you wonder how other people like Charlie Kirk on the right, on the left, people in the...
Like, did they dispose of everything on campus? You open up a whole new level of risk if you dispose of firearm or clothing, because there's always a possibility that some incidental bit of DNA or evidence is left on them. Ideally, you don't want anything to be present for the police to find. But, like, how the fuck do you escape campus with all that shit on your person? All that black clothing and a rifle. Vat of acid? Yeah, that's a Danganronpa scenario right there. Like, the assassination was conducted on the rooftop above the chemistry building, so you drop down through a roof panel and, like, dunk everything in the vat left over from the lab examination that you knew was taking place at exactly that moment, and then you spread that. Yeah, it's, you know...
There is also a degree of fear as well about where we're going, about what is happening here at this moment. And I think I was struck by what you heard from Governor Cox there, who talked about what Charlie Kirk was doing in Utah in the first place. As you well know from these events, he goes out, he went out, he would talk to people, he would have disagreements, he would have debates. That was the point. The discussion and the debate was the point. That is the free speech, which is one of the ideals that this country is founded on. And Governor Cox said that when somebody takes the life of a person because of their ideas or ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. I think you are seeing a reaction already tonight here in Washington and beyond related to the questions that you're asking.
Keep in mind, I don't principally disagree with what's being said here. It's just that, like, Charlie Kirk was one of the nation's primary architects in removing those protections for free speech. Man was literally anti-due process, you know? Like, I think that's a pretty important part of the equation to consider.
But at this moment, I think there is a lot of, one word that I've heard from talking to eyewitnesses even again and again, processing what has just happened.
And Hallie, if you can also speak to the point, I mean, Charlie Kirk's influence, his reach, his platform, the president of the United States told the country that this man had died. That's how close he was to the president.
That's right.
And that's how big of a role he had, at least within the president's movement.
That's right. And that is, listen, that is unusual to hear the first word of somebody's death come from the sitting president of the United States. And to your point, it speaks of the role that Charlie Kirk had. You know, his team said that every month he reached something like 100 million people with his social media reach online. He had a show. He would do these campus tours. He was a voice, not just among young conservatives, but inside the powers and the halls of power here in Washington.
Confident source to NBC, FBI confident person of interest is the shooter, a senior official says. Then why have they not labeled them a suspect? The FBI is confident that the person of interest is the shooter. Wait, a senior FBI official told NBC News the person of interest announced by Utah authorities is the same person, Kash Patel. They're confident this is the shooter, the official said. We will wait and see on this. This is an unusual, like, pattern of information release. We will see. We'll see. Okay? We will see.
the FBI director calling him a
I've been drinking
subject.
so much coffee.
The Utah governor calling him a person of interest. But investigators and law enforcement believe they have the man who allegedly assassinated Charlie Kirk.
That's right, Tom. There's growing confidence tonight that the individual that Utah officials have described as a person of interest, that the FBI director in his ex-social media posts described as a suspect, is in fact the person that they've been looking for and is the person responsible for this political assassination. The FBI Salt Lake City field office, which will work with the Utah officials in this investigation, telling people that if they have any videos, and, you know, Tom, you and I have seen probably, what, a dozen, 2 dozen videos of this today. If you have any videos, any digital evidence, tips.fbi.gov, or to reach out to your local field office with any sort of information about this. We've been stopping these videos because obviously we don't want to show the death of somebody. Right. That's generally our policy here, obviously. But yes, they're looking for more information, and there's growing confidence in this. It did strike me at the press conference, they were asked if there was any sort of a foreign connection, and the official that answered said no comment. Was that no comment because they just didn't know yet, or that's an avenue that they're investigating? Again, all questions that we have and question investigators.
And it's still very early. They also revealed a little bit of the evidence they had, or at least the clues they're looking at. Closed-circuit television, the suspect allegedly dressed in all black. Have they mentioned the weapon yet? Have they mentioned...
Can you debate Charlie Kirk in the past? Yeah, like 4 years ago. Owned his ass. Not that that's relevant to today, but it would be more embarrassing if I had lost.
Been a long gun at that range to
200
hit
yards.
Somebody with a handgun would have been very difficult. So some sort of a long gun, either a rifle or a semi-automatic rifle that somebody would have used to be able to hit Charlie Kirk.
And it's chilling how similar this is to Butler in the sense that it was somebody on a roof, shooting down from a roof at a public event, someone speaking, and then just taking them out from that vantage point.
Let's put ourselves in the shoes of that chief of police today. He's got an event on campus. Charlie Kirk appeared to have some security with him. He has some officers that are there. And so now, Tom, you're in a situation where you're going to host these events on campus. And these days, given how, you know, our political environment, everybody...
I was on campus when the shooting happened. Pretty much everyone is traumatized to some degree from witnessing an assassination. Yeah, I mean, I saw the video up close, and, like, it is extremely brutal, you know? I think a lot of people got that kind of abstracted because, like, the very public attempted assassination of Trump was just a little spurt of blood across the face. So insignificant that to this day, a lot of people still wonder whether or not it was a squib. And in comparison to this, which was just straight up, like, live leak shit, you know? As soon as I saw the video up close, I was pretty certain that he was dead. Like, that was, I don't... Like, even if that happened while you were on a hospital bed, I think it would be extraordinary to save your life.
Sort of writings and whatever statements they might make to law enforcement could be helpful in their investigation, and that could also potentially trip federal charges beyond the state murder charge, you would presume.
And credit to them that they worked pretty fast, and if this is the man, they got him quickly.
Yeah, I mean, within 6 hours, yes. Yeah. Within 4 or 5 hours, actually.
Okay, Tom Winter, we thank you for that. That's going to conclude this NBC News special report, and we'll have much more ahead on Nightly News in just moments. I'm Tom Llamas. We thank you so much for watching this special report.
I really want to see who this suspect is. I really want to see who this, because again, like, because you know what the discourse is going to be if it turns out to be somebody who's known to be trans or left-leaning or black or whatever. We know what people are fishing for here. Want to see who this gets pinned on. What's local news on?
To expect for the day, 93 to 88. And what's ahead in the forecast.
Right. Local news is doing local news shit. Gotcha. Okay. Associated Press has their guy on the scene doing whatever they want with the camera. Abortion machine still going burr, according to YouTube chat.
Stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world.
Nicks to the jugular are 30% fatal in an OR, according to Google. But it wasn't a nick to the jugular. It was a bullet that went, like, straight through his throat. Like, it wasn't like it wasn't just a major artery that was cut from the side. It was like the entire internal structure of blood moving from his body to his brain was destroyed. I have no idea, like, what you could even do to repair that, you know?
Bullet. Officials saying a person of interest is in custody. The late details. And Kirk's assassination sending shockwaves across the country. Politicians from both parties condemning the attack. How the youth leader with deep roots in the MAGA movement helped get President Trump elected. And the latest act of political violence on U.S. soil, calling into question the safety of political leaders all across this country. Also tonight, several students in critical condition after being shot at a high school in Colorado just down the road from Columbine. What we're learning. Plus new fears. The war with Russia could be spanning beyond Ukraine. NATO shooting down Russian drones inside Poland.
In custody, but FBI installs tip line. We'll see. I think it's pretty likely that the guy they have in custody, they're not confident that person is the shooter. Why was that older guy shouting for people to kill him? People are fucking crazy, dude. Oh, yeah, sorry. People are fucking crazy. Gotta keep that in mind. Jesus. I have to admit, guys, the wind has been taken out from my sails a little bit with regards to covering any of the other stuff happening today. But is there anything here that I could talk about that would not just be me like, so this happened, so this happened, so this happened. I genuinely don't know. Didn't Kamala say something? Yeah, no, there's big news today. It's not, we're not like absent things to talk about. I think I need like a buffer to go from momentous political assassination, unprecedented in decades, buffer anything else. Yeah, I think I am going to play some Silksong. At some point later during this stream, I might go back to political topics, but for right now, I'm just going to play Silksong. The alternative to that would be me just ending stream and then coming back later, which I am not going to do. So, you know, you can make your own judgment as to whether or not that's something you want to watch. I imagine most people watching will go to other political media that's continuing to cover this, and I don't blame you in the slightest. Oh. Oy, oy. That being said, for reasons that are probably obvious to anyone with half a brain, I am not turning TTS on. NBC called my phone because there was another person with my name at the event, and they wanted to see if it was me. Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Holy shit. That's... Oh, I don't like that. People keep asking me, like, whether it feels weird that somebody I've debated has been assassinated, and this is going to sound kind of like Reddit, edgelord, atheist, etc., tips hat, tips fedora, but, like, there was an argument made. I don't know who made it. I think I remember it from Destiny's stream, so it must have been years ago. I don't remember if it was him or if it was, like, somebody around him making it and he just talked about it. I have no idea. About how empathy can be detrimental to good political analysis, where, like, your proximity to suffering should not have an impact on your ability to understand its significance. Kind of like in the same way that, like, empathy might drive you to care if somebody close to you has died, but, like, you know factually that like 100 people, 1,000 people a day or whatever dying in horrible circumstances all over the place, you know? So I guess the point being, like, statistically, I know for a fact that there are people who have sent touching dono messages to me who have since, like, killed themselves. Just statistically speaking, the number of donations, the number of people, the number of time, mathematically it works out that way. When people ask, like, does it feel weird, like, you knew Charlie personally? I don't know. Do I know him any better than I knew those people who donoed or, like, anyone in chat? I think that like there's the default towards proximity there, or like, well, you knew the person or you met them. I guess, and like I'm not stupid. Like if there was somebody who I really knew who died, obviously I'd feel differently about it than like anyone else. But I don't know. I guess it's been my job for so long to cover so much suffering in like a broad perspective, and I'm trying not to let that desensitize me to the idea that like, how do I put this? I don't know. This feels kind of like Reddit edgelord to me. Does it feel more real though? I think if I let it feel more real to me, it would be an implicit detraction from the realness of everything else that I've covered. I feel like that's kind of like a decentering a little bit. You know what I mean? Like you have to remove yourself a little bit from the abstract. To an extent, it's always like that. If you're the closer you are to something bad happening, the worse you feel about it. That's just math. It's normal. But I think you can go too far with that, right? You can lean in the other direction where you're like performatively distancing yourself from everything. I don't know. But a bunch of people have been asking in chat over and over, like, well, does this feel weird for you? And I say, I don't know. I guess my thought right now is like, this is definitely the most consequential political assassination in this country in decades. That's like the main thing I'm thinking, I guess. It's not really like a personal thing. It's more like, damn, this is going to be written in the history books. Though I suppose a lot of the stuff I cover fits that category, but usually not in this, like, in this way. Can you blame chat for asking, though? No, which is why I didn't blow up at anybody for doing it. There are plenty of people in chat who have deserved being blown up at, by the way, to be totally clear. A lot of you people being annoying, which is why I removed chat visually. But, you know, these are momentous times. History is happening, blah-de-blah-de-blah. You all know how this works. Surprised you weren't on vacation today or something? Actually, I slept really badly and I very nearly started stream at noon, which would have put me after the shooting. But I started at 11:30 because I decided to be slightly less lazy today. So, you know. I don't know. It's weird. We'll see. The main reason I asked if it was weird for you is because I literally cannot imagine what it's like for somebody I've seen to be assassinated. I was genuinely curious. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's weird. But it's weird for all of us, right? Just make sure to take care of yourself. Don't patronize me. I'm playing Silksong. GOG Galaxy. I'm not turning text-to-speech on, and I do not mind if you guys continue to riddle me with annoying political questions. I think it's fair considering the circumstances. We're just taking a break between political bits. Oh, fuck my neck. Got to fix the ergonomics of my setup a little bit. Just so I don't... Should I keep the title what it is? No, I probably shouldn't. No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Only if you keep talking about it. I'll also be talking about video games, though. Charlie Kirk shot and killed at university rally, playing Silksong. I don't know how you square that. Here, I'm gonna change it. Taking brief break from the news. Does that sound too like does that sound too much like updated Facebook status going through a lot right now, and then when people ask what's happening, you say, I don't want to talk about it? That sounds fine? Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. It's descriptive. It's not inaccurate. My vote is talking about X while playing Silksong. That's not bad. We should do that. That's probably a little bit less... Yeah, that's probably a little bit better. Talking about... Talking about the news during Silksong. That's probably fine. That conveys even more information, honestly. I like your t-shirt. I'm sorry to do this. However... Isn't it nice? I finally went down a size in Imogene and Willie's mid-weight fabric, and I think it fits me really well. You know? It doesn't have that, like, folding here. I mean, not much of it, at least. I think it fits pretty good. I think it's a nice shirt. Nice try. My partner tried to come in for a hug, but I was just showing off my shirt. Dude, my neck is killing me, man. It's because I'm looking at like a slight angle. Rip Charlie Kirk, you would have loved Silksong. For all we know, he hated it. We don't know that. It'd be disrespectful for me to ascribe positions to the dead. The dead? Man. You just fucking know, by the way, that like by tomorrow, some of you dopamine-deprived dipshits are going to be talking about how nothing ever happens. You're going to go right back to it. In no time. Right back on it. You're going to be like, dude, fucking, okay, come on. All right. We're doing lots of exploration in Silksong. You can watch if you want. You don't have to. It's fine. TTS is not on. We're just going to be talking with chat. Lots and lots and lots of stuff to do. I think we're going to go over here. That's the goal right now, okay? We're going to go over there. Run across, then down, then up. Or do we want to go here? Should I bail if I don't want to get spoiled? Yes. Probably want to take the elevator. Let's take the long way. We could use some dosh. Oh. Okay. We're not entirely washed. Jesus Christ. Did I already cover the NATO Article 4 thing? Yeah, briefly. Will you change your title if you go back to just politics posting? Yes. Vosh, I have a really hard time coping with the fact that I saw a human die on camera in such a graphic way. How are you and chat dealing with this so well? I mean, depending on what your, like, internet content appetite is, you've been exposed to a bunch of stuff coming out of Gaza for quite a while now, so... Not to say it's like a hardiness competition or anything cringe like that. There's nothing more embarrassing than people going online and bragging about how used they are to seeing people die or whatever. That shit is super, 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 super lame. I think I banned a person earlier for it. That shit irks me so much. It's like, okay, what the fuck are we even talking about, man? Like, what are we... Why? I pardon my naivete, but I think it would probably be like a better world if people were really, really unused to seeing death and violence and sex on TV. Perish. Oh, man. Man, I wonder if the FBI has that guy. I'm having a difficult time imagining this assassination having been conducted in so professional a fashion that there's nothing for the FBI to go off of. I know that the FBI leadership has been replaced with sycophants and retards, but, like, there are plenty of local offices that are staffed by people who've been there for, like, 30 years, you know? It's not as though the people working at the local Utah office are all, you know, MAGA hires. Gavin Newsom, the best way to honor Charlie Kirk's memory is continue his work, engage with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. Jesus. Fucking Gavin Newsom, man. When a fake shit poster sees a real tragedy, you know? Everyone be irreverent when the thing we're being irreverent about is the fact that Trump is a fucking idiot. Only the real shit posters keep that energy up. When Charlie Kirk dies. Up? No, we'll go down the left. And we'll stop at the bench too. Let's play it safe. Isn't the head of counterterrorism 22 years old? Yeah, but that's not the guy making these decisions right now. Why is the audio so weird? There should be nothing wrong with the audio. Worth noting, if someone like Hassan got assassinated, then he would 100% not be getting eulogized. Oh, 100%. If Hassan Piker was assassinated, God forbid, the mainstream media would be talking about the 9/11 quote. I guarantee you would not be getting this, like, big jerk-off celebration of the right to free discourse and so on and so on. Charlie Kirk said Pelosi's husband's attacker should have been released from jail. Yes, he did. He was very gleeful about it. Oh, sister. I don't want to do the voices today. Glad he's having fun. You know you can hold down the dash button to sprint. I'm aware of that fact. Thank you. No hints, chat. Yeah, no hinting that. I don't need to know that. No. Oh, right. Timed platforms. Oh, shit. Hello, little guy. We actually voice acted a tiny part of the game. Oh, yeah. My partner is playing Silksong on their own, and I hopped in and did a bit of voice acting for one of the characters they met, and they joined me. It was delightful. Fuck, I was so focused on the news that I forgot to put beans in the stove. We've all been there. It's a very real, very human moment. really do hate to see it, but this ultimately is the result of rhetoric like this. 100%, yeah. Fascists want a destabilized country, you know? Nazi Germany was chock full of political violence, and not entirely directed by the Nazis, right? Like, overwhelmingly by them, but the world was more unstable in general because of them. They like that. They like the chaos because it gives them their strongman tactics legitimacy, or perceived legitimacy. Oh, fuck. Now's not the time for this. At least it's not dark in here. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. I'm so good. My memory's so good. Are you surprised Nick Fuentes posted a typical heartfelt message on X? No. Nick Fuentes' beef with Charlie Kirk was always just about viewership and engagement. It was a content war. Like, there's nothing about what Nick Fuentes does actually demands an ideological war with it. It wouldn't benefit him at all. Second Cog Heart piece? Yeah, I have no idea what they do. But I got 2 of them. What are you doing? Oh, shit. Ow. Oh, shit. He did the same thing as before. What's up, buddy?
Telegram. Husband? Montana. Toro, please.
She likes doing that. Warranted. Oh! Support women's rights and wrongs. Unless the shooter turns out to be a woman, of course. Out of genuine curiosity, did you know you would become a political commentator when you began streaming? Well, political commentator is not exactly like a high bar, right? It's not like you get a certification or whatever. I started talking about politics when I started streaming, so in that respect, I immediately became a political commentator, but... I guess it might be a little bit more useful to say that I didn't initially expect that I would do so much news-focused stuff, and that kind of emerged as a necessary consequence of the way the content cycle works, and that I'm trying to shift a little bit more away from that over time. But I couldn't really tell you much beyond that. Ow. I think there was another pathway up here that I missed. Right? Wasn't there... Oh, I can't get back up there. Yeah, I have no way to get back up there. No, I'll get that later. What are you trying to shift into? I mean, I think that a lot of the streaming that I did used to be a lot more personality-driven. Like, I used to talk about a wider variety of subjects that I found more interesting personally. I don't find it very interesting to just cover news stories, you know? At least, not necessarily. Obviously, on days like this, we're all covering the news story in some fashion or another, right? There's no getting away from that. But generally, you know, I used to cover topics with a lot more variety, and as a consequence, I tended to be more interested in what I was talking about. So it's just trying to be, it's something that I'm trying to be a little bit more conscientious of, that's all. I already made that mistake. And debating chat? Well, I never stopped debating chat. Pretty easy platforming so far. There we go. I did enjoy your content on sociology, and well, it's not just about political content also. Like, right now I'm playing video games. I'm a live streamer. I like playing video games. I like having opinions on that. I do like the idea of being broadly appreciated for personality-driven stuff as well, not just like whatever my take is on the current topic of interest. Wait, can I go up from here? No, okay, it's blocked off. This is a permanently opened way? Okay, it is. Good, good, good. But, you know, people care for what they care for. Why didn't you do a master's in sociology? You seem like you quite enjoy academia. I fucking hate academia. That shit's boring as hell. They make you sit still in a classroom all day? Fuck that. Super boring. Also, I just didn't feel like I was learning very much from that space, to be honest. Like, it's sociology, okay? It's one of the few fields where I think you could make a decent argument that being a live streamer and actively covering the topics that I cover might give you more practical understanding of the subject you're talking about than a formal education on it. It sounds a little bit conceited, but honestly, I just didn't think that highly of the, I don't know, academic rigor of the environment that I was in. Feel like I've definitely had to test myself a little bit more by being, publicly scrutinized for all of my takes than I ever have, merely by, you know, having to do the occasional report on Max Weber or whatever. Oh, whoops. Yay. New area, high halls. Okay, so this is the... Let me clear out the area around this before I go up here. Is there anything else to clear out around here? Actually, no, I don't think there is. I think this is just the next place I have to go. I can go to the slab. No, we'll continue this way. Oh, wait, hold on. There was a pathway down there that I wanted to go down. Bit of a walk back, but still. Oop. Never mind, that's nothing. There we go. Anyway, even if I'm not particularly fond of academia myself, it's still very important to keep an academic mindset your entire life, you know? What's the thing? Rationality is a process, not an attribute. What the heck? This guy's got shooters. No pun intended. Thank you, Sal. Do you think a quick war with Russia would be beneficial for the EU? What, to just get it out of their system? Yeah, why not? Just for funsies. We want a map, and we want to find it faster than last time. Midwest has been shockingly cool lately. Has it? I feel like it was a temperately warm summer over here in Seattle. Climate change works in mysterious ways. Enjoy your cool summers, buddy, okay? They're not going to be like that forever. It was the coolest summer in the last 10 years in Texas. Like I said, seriously, enjoy it. Oh. Neat. Okay. We're looking for a map. Okay, those guys don't have much health. Gosh, her movement looks fun. It really is. It really is. Hollow Knight's gonna feel so clunky in comparison when next I go back to it. How are you guys feeling? I can't see YouTube chat while I'm playing games, by the way, so if anybody in YouTube chat is interested in asking me questions about, I don't know, whatever, but I suppose especially today, politics, you're going to have to join the site chat, I'm afraid. Not an intentional plug, just a fact of the matter. I've been thinking of changing my stream setup so that I can see YouTube chat and my site chat simultaneously. I do want to do that. Like, I get consistent neck pains from the way I sit while streaming, so I need to change something about where I'm looking. I do look at chat quite often, but for right now, I am only looking at my site chat. Why no Twitch? I don't like Twitch. Oh. Fuck. Ah! Alright, well. Really? Really? These guys are spooky horizontally, but not so much vertically. Yeesh. Okay. Would I ever do another Elden Ring tier list for Shadow of the Erdtree? Maybe, maybe. I need to beat them all still level 1. I feel confident in my assessments. I don't take that stuff lightly. It might be content to you, but my opinions are on the line here. Couldn't see I couldn't slide down the wall. Oh. Oh. No more? Safety? Bench? Map? Something? Shell plates and cogs that can be fashioned to a flying automaton. Construct tool. Huh. We need so much more craft metal. Would I do soul level 1 without the Erdtree fragments? Absolutely not. Was that 2 damage just from contact on this guy? Sheesh. Thank you, Saki, for the 5 tier 1 subs. How much did you play Hollow Knight? I beat Absolute Radiance. Can't get over this game's background work. Really fleshes out the world. Yeah, no, it's fucking beautiful. You really do get the feeling that it was made by 3 people, but also that it took 7 years, you know? You get that, like, personal level, but also all the effort. I don't want to fight. Fuck. Yeesh. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Shit. Okay. Bench? Something? Anything? I beg? I beg? Oh yeah, there's absolutely, thank you very much for the dono. There's absolutely no chance that the right doesn't use this as an opportunity to fearmonger about trans people or black people or gang violent Democrats or leftists. It doesn't really matter who the shooter is, though obviously the narrative is going to get a lot more pronounced if they do turn out to be trans or whatever else. That being said, honestly, the fuss about like the recent school shooting, which was conducted by a trans person, like them being trans didn't actually affect the narrative that much because the right already calls everyone trans. Like, the right went on to make these big lists of how, like, here are all the recent school shootings that have been conducted by trans people, and they listed people who weren't trans. So, like, what was the point of them being trans? It didn't seem to make much of a difference in the narrative construction, you know? Eesh. Wasn't there also a school shooting today in Denver? Yeah, but it's America, so. Like, people think I'm joking when I say that, but like, school shootings fucking all the time in this country, like constantly. Not to suggest that it's not a big deal, just, you know, statistically, it's a common occurrence. No thanks to people like Charlie Kirk. Can I get a bench, please? Do those exist? Bench, map, anything? Some kind of solace in this tough world? I feel like I'm exploring pretty thoroughly here. Benches are a myth. I'm sick of all the anti-homeless infrastructure in the Citadel. Like, unironically. Haven't I... Isn't this the beginning? I think it is. Did I not notice those 2 places to go down back there? Okay. Hard to know without a map. Yeah, this is definitely the place that I've been before. Okay. Like when a game returns to the beginning with the abilities perspectives. Yeah, I mean it's the Metroidvania special, right? Okay, we went down last time, so let's go up this time. Bench, map, anything? the left has no idea what they've done stuff is such scary rhetoric. In fairness, please keep in mind that they have, oh, fuck you. They say that about literally everything, and that's not an exaggeration. They say that shit every time. Tim Pool has been Civil War posting over every single development that has taken place in this country for like over half a decade. They say it constantly. Wait, I don't know where to go now. Is there another way up? So is there another thing up here? No, it seems not. We're back down here? Okay. Kind of scary. To the right? Have I been here? That's not actually an opening. To the left? I have been here. And I went down and around. WBGN, I don't think that my chat is uniquely bad or anything like that. I've seen other live streamers' chats. Trust me, I know how live stream chats tend to be. I went down this way, correct? Did I go down this way? Did I? Yeah, I did, because this has the little pathway over here. I just know you were really rough about the vibe for a bit. Well, I have standards, you know, I mean. I have expectations. Okay, there we go. We've done that. We can't go this way. Yeah, we're just following the same cycle. And I have a limited amount of health with which to do that. Ooh. Okay, we went through this way. We definitely went through that, because I was so proud of myself. Okay, new way. Bench? Left and down. Bench. I really don't want to walk into an arena or something. Trade rosary store. I'm gonna get fucking mobbed. Hold on. Do I use this for something over here? Is there like a thing over here I can only reach by moving this over? It looks like there's an open path over here, because when I swipe up, I'm not hitting anything. But I can't jump up there. Maybe there's something there. We'll come back to it. Down, bench, map, bench, map, bench. Elevator. Darling, you have to put me on headphones if you're gonna listen to me. Thank fuck. A bench. A map? Oh my god. A bench, map, and elevator all in the same spot? I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Hell yes. Unfortunately, none of your tweets will be as funny as when Trump inevitably insinuates he's more manly for surviving a gunshot. True, that's going to be really funny when it happens. Near guaranteed. Part of me wants to go back to school and just mog on all the ChatGPT students with my inherent abilities. I don't know, man. What if you can't anymore? What if it's like, now that everyone's using ChatGPT, all the professors are like, yeah, 12-page essay every single night, all the time, because they have to like raise the standards to meet the increasing amount of ChatGPTing. What if there's no way out? Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't done there. I think that, yeah, that opened the way back to the coral chambers right here. So we have the shortcut here now. What a satisfying shortcut. Ornate door, simple lock. Okay. Another simple door. God damn. This is so obviously going to be a boss room. Or maybe not? Maybe not? Because there's an opening on the floor right here. Maybe it'll close when the fight starts. This is also a good boss room. Nice. Okay, they follow the ground. They don't arc up. Buddy, come on. It's over. It's over. Oh. Big boy. Damn! He rinsed my ass. I did not have a pre-programmed set of instructions for those attacks. Yeah, Sake. All right, again. Whoops. Dono missed. Speaking of ChatGPT, went to office hours the other night and TA consulted ChatGPT. Grim. To answer my question. It's a brave new world we're living in, okay? Large language models and political assassinations. We are rinsing the mob, at least. Just gotta get one down quickly and the rest of it is fine. No, maybe it's fine. Okay, big boy, let's go. He's he's got a big shockwave attack like that. Ooh. Okay. We learn the attacks. We learn the attacks. Not too well, though. Ow. Not too well. Nice. Okay. That guy wasn't too tough. Oh, more! Well, we're out of bombs, which is my main anti-personnel tool. But I think we're fine with these. With these big mob fights, you know? Oop. Now we're doing pretty good. I shouldn't talk, though. I tend to jinx myself. More? All these guys do is parry, they're pussies. Oh no, not two of them at the same time. Oh, okay, alright. Oh. At least they're not on. Damn. Fuck. Oh, I actually dodged that. Alright, I'm pretty proud of myself for that one, actually. Sheesh! I thought I was washed for sure when they both came down. Nice gameplay. Thank you. Yeah, carried by the Ritalin. Hi! A visitor. Now this is rare. I must apologize for not rising to greet you. After an age spent sickly, I find myself unable to lift from this bedchamber. I hope, good pilgrim, our citadel has shown you the courtesy deserved of a bug devout.
Cadestre.
I've borne its hospitality well enough, aged one. My sympathies, pilgrim. We have fallen so far. Only melody left to offer. Yes, we're trying to get a song from this one. Hopefully, Sake. Is there any new news on the alleged shooter? Anything? Any information on the suspect? Anything useful at all? Meaningful news, not just updates on the same basic information we already have. What was this up here? All I've seen is the arrest video apparently had a rifle with a suppressor. Let me see.
I think they just found the guy right outside the carry-on. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. That's his rifle.
I don't think it's this person. I don't think it's this person. They were just driving around and they had the rifle on their dashboard. Also, that doesn't look right. That's like a 22. Yeah, that looks like a 22. I don't think anyone would take would be a sniper with a 22. That doesn't look right to me. I think they just picked somebody up who had a rifle in their car. Like right now, given the level of paranoia, they will absolutely just be fine. Like anyone who has a gun in their car, you know? Authorities said the suspect was found dressed in all dark clothing. Well, the person that I just saw in the video I just looked at was dressed not in all dark clothing. Also, what is what's up here? Why didn't I do this? What stopped me from doing this? Going up there. Is there any relation between the two characters in the games? In Hollow Knight? So, Hornet, the character we're playing as now, appears in Hollow Knight and is a major character. Did I miss something here? I feel like I did. Yes, and half-sibling. Is the knight still around? I suppose it depends on the ending that you get, but if you've completed the entirety of Hollow Knight, then technically the knight is a void god and is presumably like watching over the ruins of Hallownest. I'm gonna go around to make sure I'm not missing anything there. I didn't have the map at the time. It's pretty easy to imagine I could have just missed an entrance. Okay, over to the right, then up. Yeah, let's go. Or over to the left, then up, sorry. Ah! Ah! All right. Okay. I'm not here to fight. Looks like they're here to fight. From what I'm seeing, it looks like the suspected shooter worked for the Heritage Foundation in the past. Okay, we'll see. That seems like an extraordinary claim. Yeah, don't get our hopes up. Parallel Markowicz columnist in New York Post and Fox posted Zachariah Ahmed Qureshi. I can confirm that the person of interest in custody in the Charlie Kirk murder investigation is this individual. He interned at the Heritage Foundation. We'll see. That's just a person of interest, not necessarily the shooting suspect. It makes sense that a person of interest would be an associate of Charlie Kirk, right? Because they might have just pulled in a witness. A lot of the people there were right-wing. If it did turn out to be Chud-on-Chud violence again, though... Oh god, they're gonna blame Muslims? No. The picture of the person that I just looked at, he was as white as freshly fallen snow. Okay, I want to see what's up there. I'm still really amped up from getting that group fight on my first attempt. That was really fun. I feel like I played that really well. I guess it wasn't my first attempt. I died to the first iteration of that boss, but, you know. Wasn't that the second attempt? The second attempt, first time that I encountered the finale there. Okay, straight up, straight up. Oh, yeah, how the fuck do I get there? Oh, I bet I know how you get here. You don't get here from here. Kash Patel just tweeted that they released the suspect in custody. Okay, then yeah, that was just a witness. Okay, I bet you get here from the outside. This is where that Fey mountain thing is. Remember? There was like a whole area all the way over here that we went to briefly. I want to go back there. I want to go back there. I think I went away from there too quickly. The whatever it's called. It's from right here. It's from right here. Can we lower game audio a bit? It's hard to hear you speak. Is it really? Thank you, VCR dear. Sorry, Sake. From the slab in Mount Fay. Yes, yes. Lies from chat? Okay, okay. So wait, down, down, left. Okay, easy enough. Down, left, left. Old news, Patel posted the release an hour ago. That was a different person of interest they had in custody. That was the old man. A lot of developing news. Such a beautiful game. Okay, right, down, left. Easy. How many persons of interest are there? Presumably quite a few. They don't arrest all of them, though. Very good. I'm gonna get this bench right here because we're about to go into an area where I'm pretty sure there's no benches, at least none that I found. Linguistic question, why is it persons of interest and not people of interest? I think this might be like an old bit of legalese that's kind of held over, but in legal documents, people are usually referred to as persons and not people, like in multiples. And I think that's just to get rid of any ambiguity, because people historically is referred to like kind of abstract groupings, you know? And persons is extremely specific and impossible to misinterpret. The plurality of it is straightforward. Zachariah is totally a born-again Christian name. You're right, 100%, yeah. Zachariah is like a very born-again Christian or like Mormon. Zachariah is so Mormon. Either way, they've been released, so. Okay, so there's this great big bridge. No. Put another way, persons does not imply any connection between them, while people can. Oh, that's a good point. Like, if you say, we arrested the people tied to the murder case, the implication is that they're involved together. Whereas if you say, we've arrested persons involved in the murder case, now it's like, okay, there's multiple people, but we don't know what their relationship is. That's good. Thank you. That was a good way of illustrating that point, or demonstrating it. here. We'll get more out of that soon. So we traveled west for a while in this biome, and then we found an area that was like an ice mountain, and our health went cold. There's a goddamn freezing mechanic in this game. Oh, that's right. Oh, right. We also found a bell station. It was like a weird bell station. It took a while to get to the bell station part. Do you think this was the rest of the road that they tried to take you down before you destroy the bridge? No, it's that road was this one right here where we fell down. We're like a ways away. That being said, the map here feels a lot more abstract than it did in Hollow Knight. Like, so the Citadel is all of this, right? And then here's like the sewers beneath the Citadel. That makes sense. The Great Gate is the entrance, but the Great Gate looks like it's exposed to the winds, right? Same with the Blasted Steps. Like, wind is coming in from the side. But now we're in a cavernous area above the wind. So I don't really know if there's meant to be that much consistency to the broader world layout. What the hell? Something gooped me. I got gooped. Oh, we didn't go this way before. Goopers? Any goopers in chat? I think that's more a state thing. Florida's been very laissez-faire in people's identity. Yeah, the reason Florida man is a meme is not necessarily because people in Florida are crazier. It's that the state law does not prohibit the release of, like, all information after a person's arrest. Oh, here we are. Yeah, see, it's cold. It's fucking cold. Oh, shit. That was fast. Oh, okay. Will the cold reduce my health? Like it'll hurt me? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Oh, it takes a while before it takes effect, and then it goes quickly. Okay. Okay. All right. So we did try to go this way. We can't go further up, see? So we have to go down into the Bell Beast area. That's the only way left. Gotta find something down here. Otherwise, there's nothing more we can do here. I have to check other areas. What a wild day. Did I not go this way? No, I did. Why not check out Cold Place? I couldn't go further to the left there. I was blocked. Apostate key. Can't go further this way. Still processing everything that happened today? Yeah, maybe it's the beginning of a dark new era of widespread political violence. Or maybe this just gets mulled over in a, increasingly insane political climate. Feels really difficult to say. I don't know who James Dimon is, Sake. I'm afraid I can't par with that pun. And what's the left here? Oh, the mountain again. Okay. Okay, here we are. Now we're here. You have any idea how to talk to liberals who are easily butthurt by criticism of the Democrats? I don't know. That's a tough topic. Okay, we can only be out in the cold for a little bit before our health bar gets angry with us. Oh, little frozen soap bundles. Oh, fuck. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Did you see Mega Malamar? I am afraid I don't know what you mean. Nice. Go in. Yo! Hey! Oh, we have fire. And we have map. Child wielding needle. How far our wanderings take us? Yeah, no kidding. Jamie Dimon's the head of JP Morgan. Oh. Okay, we get more markers. Okay, I'm fond of that. Mount Fay map. And we're gonna use these, we're gonna get these markers. Okay, nice. So we're using silver to demark elevator entrances. And we're using red right now to demark like keys that we need to use, I think. Which means this use of red is inappropriate, right? Should black be like, I don't know what to do here? Maybe? And red should be a key that we can open? And then what am I using orange for? I think right now orange is kind of like undetermined. Okay, let's use red for keys and black for I don't know how the fuck to get here. And silver for the elevators. That sounds good. Somewhere around here, there's still an orange, and I don't know where. Over here. We'll do that. We'll do that for now. Okay. Still cold? Ooh. Wait, did I rest at a bench over there? Did I rest at that bench? Is seeking commune with the creature atop this mount. Take the climb above as test. A challenge beyond even our setting. Huh. Okay. Some kind of challenge here? Alright, alright, alright. Let me make sure, for absolute sure, that I rested at this bench. I don't want to... Sorry about that, Space Wampa. Oh no, I did not rest at this bench. Okay. There is more stuff up here, but I wanna see what this challenge is. Challenge? Up? Wait, is it here? Take the climb above as a test. Oh, you didn't mean literally above, like right here. Oop. You meant above, like generally. Okay. Climb, climb, climb. They released the second guy they caught. I heard. Already too much time has passed. Ooh, shadow. Okay. This goes up and to the right. What about... Ah! Never seen a game impart such personality to Thomas alone. Really? Well, I do think they make a lot with a little here. For sure. Ooh, ice enemy. Uh-oh. They're mad at me. What was that? Such a pretty singer. Okay, I can't wall jump off that. All right, I'll return to that upward climb in a bit. We'll go this way for now. Okay. And up we go. Getting cold. Woo-hoo-hoo! Feel like I could have done that a little bit faster. Nice. Damn! I thought I hit A just in time, but I hit A a little bit before hitting the wall. That's okay, we'll get back there. That was a pretty good start. Ooh, shadow. Yeah, I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. There we go. Okay, did that with only 1 damage that time. Damn. Ah, put me down here? Okay. I was hoping it would set me at that upper platform. At least I got my cocoon, so I don't have to worry about it on this one. Right here. Protection? Safety? Yes! Woo! All right. Just making sure there's nothing over there. Made the damn climb. Can we go up? No, we can't. At least not right now. Let's see what's here. Hello. Friend? Not friend? Not friend. Weirdo little fucking silk creature. You see what Gavin Newsom said about it? Don't you think it would make more sense to tell me what Gavin Newsom said about it? I mean, you see me here playing video games, right? Like, you can be the one to present the information. You don't have to ask. You can just tell me. Oh. No, it's gonna hurt. Where the hell are we? We are really going out there. God damn, man. Bench? Yes, please. Oh, we can't go down there just yet. You said rip bozo? Ah. Oh. Okay, we can go up or we can go left. Left presumably gets me closer to the bench. Basically said we need to honor his memory and have spirited debates between both sides. Okay. Gavin Newsom has always been politically libertarian, so I think it kind of makes sense he would fall in that line. Oh, hello. Hello, handsome. No? Okay, hold on. I need to reset. Yep. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, I'm not cold. I'm not cold. I'm not cold. Nothing up there? Okay, reset. Get our warm. That's interesting. Not entirely sure what to do there. Let me, mark this down. Surely there's a way to get to that bench. Yeah, well, yeah. Need to drop down from the floor above. All right, don't say anything that would risk agitating my spoiler-sensitive brain. Okay. After all, if I end up having a eureka moment inspired by one of your comments, I will blame you for just spoiling me. We'll return to that. That's what the pins are for. Watching the Vosh and Charlie Kirk debate took me back. Yeah, it was so much less attractive then. Oop. Oh dear. How in the hell? We are a while away from the bench, guys. Hold on. There's not even a way for me to regenerate my health while I'm here. There are no enemies that I can just, like, run up and farm for silk. Maybe this guy? Like... it's a bit tedious, but... But am I willing to do it? Maybe. Tim Walz accidentally fell for anti-trans propaganda on the D-trans shooter. What propaganda? Darn, I was hoping to get sneaky with it. Lots of people did. But what propaganda? It's a little tedious. You can probably get 3 in per cycle. Yeah, for sure. Just being careful, guys. You mean red flag laws, the arrived hussars? I think that red flag laws are good policy. Nope, had to go right there. Whew, had to go right there. Okay. Nice. Oh, fuck. To the left. To the left, I saw. Okay. Should have floated down so I had time for my last silk to recharge. No! What are red flag laws? Red flag laws are basically ways to legally permit the seizure of firearms from people who have given red flags. So basically, if a person's doing a bunch of posting on... Oh, fuck, did I break that? I broke that. Oh, that's not good. If a person is doing a bunch of, like, really crazy posting on social media that makes people around them worry, but they haven't actually committed a crime, people can file a report to the police, and the police can show up and say, hey, you haven't, like, committed a crime, but your vibes are off, so we're gonna take your guns. I think that, for the most part, depending on the implementation, this is good policy. There are ways that it can be abused, of course, but... Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Washed. Oh, oh. Yeah. We are quite a ways back. Like, very, very, very far back. We didn't really open any shortcuts. I want to get down there. But it'll be even easier on a second try. Wait, look at map. We can't go up here. Well, wait. No, yeah, we have to go up this way, then across, then down, then all the way left, then up, then down to get back here. We didn't find out how to get to this bench. That being said, the position of everything gives me the impression that I should be able to find the entrance to the bench somewhere around here. Like, I don't get back to the bench at some point. When would I loop back around to it, you know? Next time we go, we're gonna keep a lookout. We're gonna try harder to find the entrance to that bench. Was I really so slow? Aw, dang. Darn it. Might have to do a little bit of silk farming again. Nice. Okay. That one warmth bubble is gone, though? No, I'm sure that came back. Wait, actually, hold on. Do we... Okay, I wanted to see if we could get some silk for destroying those. We cannot. Listen. Nice, lots of silk in that spool. Why aiming up like that? Okay, getting back to the bench point. Whoops. Let's not be reckless. Entrance to the bench. Entrance to the bench. Nothing over here, that's for sure. Okay. Way to access the bench. Way to access the bench. It has to be something in this area right here. Now, in the interest of caution and not losing all of my rosaries, let me do a bit of silk farming real quick. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Gotta be something. Ah, I'm stupid. Didn't even occur to me to check that. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, hold on. I have necklaces. Need 90. Sure. They're booking the Larry David guy for obstruction of justice. Well, apparently he was very belligerent. Pathway down here. It's down this way. Well, wait. Hold on. This looks spooky. I gotta get my cocoon. This looks spooky. One thing at a time. And while I'm here, how the hell do I get that mask piece? I don't understand. Maybe you can't yet? Well, what ability could I get outside of an actual double jump? Maybe it is that. Okay, well, let's go get the cocoon, and then we'll decide what to do next. I don't want to risk going down there. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I want to pull a rare one? I wouldn't normally do this, but I think it might be the right move. What if I ate the thingy that gives me my cocoon back? I have 4 of them. Now I have it back. And now I can proceed this way without worrying that I'm risking, Okay. We've recentered. That's good. Very good. Very good. Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. They come back. Okay. Memory crystal. Reflective stone with mnemonic properties. When taking damage, a memory of the bearer is formed into crystal. The memory will shatter into sharp spines. Okay, okay. When I take damage, I drop a bomb. Okay. Probably not something I'm going to use, but it's cool. Anyway. All part of that 100% completion grind set mindset. Know what I'm saying? Because I never take damage? True. Still have no idea how to do that thing down there, but at least now we can proceed without worrying we're leaving another trail behind. That's not the way forward. I wonder if taking environmental damage like that resets my cold meter. Probably not. Uh-oh. What do you think about people who don't let their partner watch porn while in a relationship? I don't know. It seems like something kind of up to people's preferences that you would have to negotiate. Sort of up to what everyone's expectations are. I think that's weird personally, but, you know, people are going to have their own predilections, I guess. Most important thing is to be open about your desires and communicate, I guess. Oh, fuck. That being said, like, regardless of your personal reasons, there are still, like, reasonable limitations. If you don't want your partner to watch porn while in a relationship because you think that it, like, means they don't like you or don't find you attractive or something like that, I think that's silly and unreasonable. Like, I don't think that's a good... I don't think that's a good reason, basically. All right. Effortless. So easy on round 2. All right, we've almost circled this whole area. Uh-oh. Really? Okay. Did you White Palace and Hollow Knight? Yeah, of course. I beat Absolute Radiance. I did White Palace. I did Path of Pain. Now we're at the top passage to the right. Oh! I'm a long-time watcher. Why do you still do the performative misogyny? I regularly have to stop watching because of the comments about stupid bitches. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what I could be saying that would come across as misogynistic to a viewer, I suppose. Like, I'm pretty flippant with my language, but I feel like the sentiment of what I say is, like, very, very clear. Like, there are people who do misogyny as a bit in a way that I think comes across as a little bit ambiguous, but I don't really think that I do, you know? I think that it's usually pretty obvious what I'm saying or what I mean. Certainly, I don't think that I'm ironically or performatively misogynistic in any way that I haven't been performatively misogynistic or whatever. I think I just sort of like getting silly with it. Oh, thank the Lord. Also, to be a little bit more pointed, I guess, I think that in order to, it sounds a little bit self-congratulatory, but, like, I think that a mark of progressivism is being able to take lightly subjects that you take seriously. Like, I think it's one of the reasons why black people sometimes get kind of a weird vibe off of white people who are, like, really nervous to talk about race issues, and they say African American, and they don't really engage in it in a joking manner, kind of. And I think that it's one of the reasons why trans people are a little bit put off by when people like Democrats will put on this really stiff face and talk about how trans people are legitimate, but they do it in this really, like, kind of corporate or not necessarily insincere, but like really inarticulate way. I think having a loose attitude with the experiences of others can sometimes indicate that you're comfortable with them and familiar with them in a way that you wouldn't be if you were just repeating the doctrinal line, if that makes any sense. Eh? Eh? Oh, I have to go down. I'm stupid. Nope. Woohoo! They got me. I'm feeling good today, people. God damn. That was some fine platforming right there. Whoops. Let me... There. Whee! What's down here? Okay, safe spot down here. Yeah, we are going really far up. We've almost reached the highest point of the map. There's just real traumatic. It's a little bit surreal that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed, but I don't necessarily think it's because I've met him. It's more, I guess, the broader political implications. I don't think my having met him affects my feelings about it that much, you know? I feel like everyone's feeling pretty weird today, to put it simply. An ancient tuning mechanism. We're learning all sorts of crazy stuff. Oh no. Hey, what the hell, man? Oh, friend? If not friend, why friend shade? Friend? Friend? Not friend? Oh. Oh! No kidding! I didn't know if we'd actually get a double jump. Damn, he's super friend. The most friend. Yeah! Yeah! Hello. It's cooing. Oh, we're not getting affected by the cold anymore. Oh, that's so pretty. Blup, blup, blup. Blup, blup, blup. Where am I going? Oh, I can't go that way anyway. Okay. Blup, blup. Ow. Dude, I'm gonna have to get used to that, man. The fact that I don't instantly go into, float mode. Yeah. I didn't think we would actually get a double jump. We already have so many movement options. Can I get a bench? I'd like to, write some shit down on the map if I would. Ooh, quite the descent, huh? Slide down. Okay, I slid down the last bit. Probably doesn't count. My song has been pretty silky so far. Thank you, Hello Finder. Really appreciate that. Okay, so that's the way to reconnect to the earlier area. That's so pretty. Thank you, Saka. Nice meme, Saka. Oh my god, our movement options are out of control. We're like, we can basically cover the entire fucking... We can climb up the snowy hill now. Oh my god. Oh, hello. What's up? A visitor. Grand you are, but you already have a mask. Already a face. It is for those without that I must carve. All deserve a face, a chance to be. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, man. Do you think Hornet could beat the Knight at this point? If you, assuming you beat Godhome in Hollow Knight, I think that the Knight is, can't really be beaten. Like, I think in terms of raw power scaling, the Knight is pretty difficult to beat, even for Hornet. He's a god. Bit of a limitation there. Oh my god, we have a double jump. Fuck yes. This just allows us to, yeah, more quickly connect these two areas. Can you get the mask now? 100%. Isn't Hornet a demigod? Well, Hornet's a demigod by virtue of being the child of the worm. But the Knight is the child of one god and another god, and then went on to absorb the Radiance, and then went on to absorb the powers of the Void. So, yeah, I don't think there's any power scaling there, any comparison. What controller do you use? Just a shitty Logitech controller. Just going on down. Going on down. Trump is live addressing the nation. All right. Hold on. I don't care more silksong. Hold on. It's worth covering. Do you have a link? Trump live? Where is he speaking? Trying to find a live feed where he's speaking. You'd think that would have a lot of views. White House most likely. Yeah, that is typically where the president is. That's true. Trump on Kirk. I know Trump on Kirk. I'm saying, like, where's the live? I don't see anything from the White House. C-SPAN. I don't see anything from C-SPAN. Is this it? From Times Now? Can we get it from a different source? Okay, it's not live then. Here we go. It's not live. This is from days ago. Isn't that link the video of the last one they did?
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for...
That looks AI. Guys, dial it back a little bit. This was posted to Truth Social, no? Community account. Was this not posted to Truth Social? Yes, this was posted to Truth Social. Okay, enough with that.
For liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I know I've repeated this point multiple times, but as long as we're responding to this, it's worth pointing out again that Charlie Kirk has gleefully made fun of and disregarded and made light of assassinations and assassination attempts against Democrats and people on the left in the past. He's an unrepentant hate mongerer. He delights in the decay of Western civilization and of norms pertaining to debate, democracy, and free speech. He's in favor of the removal of habeas corpus. He wants people to be silenced without the ability to plead their case. He was a wretched person, and he contributed directly to the political instability that we are now all experiencing.
Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven.
I'm sure.
Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith.
He was a sneering contrarian who would deceptively edit videos of him getting his ass beat by college students over issues that he is factually incorrect about. His last words on Earth, without exaggeration, was deflecting from the fact that cisgender people commit the overwhelming majority of mass shootings by asking credulously whether or not we're counting gang violence. So basically his response to a question about whether trans people commit a disproportionate number of mass shootings was, okay, well, are we including the blacks? Let's deflect onto that, you know? Like, the idea that he was ever interested in fair and open debate is laughable. No one actually believes this.
His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day.
Gotcha. Something that Charlie Kirk, of course, himself never engaged in, right?
After day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie.
Again, it's liberal fascism, right? Like, the fascist response here and what they're thinking and what they want would be to call for a pogrom. But because again, everything in the universe is cucked, right? The liberal fascist attitude here instead is, how dare you, take away our fascist right to free speech and open debate? Can't we tone down the political, the political partisanship a bit? It's disingenuous, obviously, but like it's so. I don't know. Can you imagine if the Nazis talked this way? I guess to an extent they did, because disingenuous appeal to liberal values is something fascists like doing, but certainly more so here than before.
To Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible.
Also, like, if Republicans don't like being compared to Nazis, then... First of all, inconsistent rhetoric. The right claims that the Nazis are on the left, and also that being a communist means that you support the likes of Joseph Stalin, and they call everyone on the left, including people like Chuck Schumer, a communist. So you can't say that the left engages in irresponsible rhetoric by comparing the right to Nazis, and then say the Nazis are left, and also the left is Joseph Stalin. You can't do all of these things at once. Oh yeah, hold on. I have to play the fucking clip, man. After a lunatic with a hammer broke into Nancy Pelosi's home and attempted to assassinate her, instead viciously clubbed her husband.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly?
He's smiling.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area,
he was a vile piece of shit who delights in murder. He loves suffering. He loves death. It's how he makes his money. Made his money. Sorry, I got to get used to the past tense. What has happened today is nothing more than a broad extension of what he advocates for.
Wants to really be a midterm hero. Someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right.
He says, like, grinning, you know?
But why is it that in Chicago you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco, but if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately.
Yeah. So again, just always keep this in mind. Never, ever, ever. I think that broadly, what happened today is bad because I don't like political instability. You know, accelerationism aside, I guess more of like a descriptive state of the world, like the only way out is through, the world is going to get worse before it gets better kind of way. I still don't like the world getting worse. And as I said earlier, in a good world, this shit would have been tamped down on years ago, and with Merrick Garland bringing the hammer of justice down on the entire Republican Party. Trump and every figure associated with January 6th for insurrection attempt, for treason, all of them. They should have spent the rest of their lives in jail. And I bet you then the entire right wouldn't have been given free leeway to engage in this behavior. The country would have been made more stable. Obviously, lawlessness is what happens if you indicate that you don't care about upholding the law. You let insurrection attempts stand? Jesus Christ, at least Hitler went to jail for the beer hall putsch. Nobody important got in trouble after January 6th.
For the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country.
This means absolutely nothing. This is what? The organizations that go after our judges? What, you mean the White House?
From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York.
Heard about this.
To the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship,
of brutality, violence, vigilantism, lawlessness, and cruelty. Yeah.
The rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come.
Countless, Jesus Christ. I thought he was going to say countless years, which I still think would have been overselling it. But Charlie Kirk was a dirty little right-wing hitman. I mean, his job, he was literally a scoundrel of a political operative whose job was to try and scrape as many college students as possible into the right-wing pipeline. He was a piece of shit. Like, he did not have a resounding voice. He was not particularly charismatic or well-liked. He was just well-funded. Yeah, he's a right-wing pimp, you know, was. Generations is pushing it.
Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
You know, that's the big thing with people who are so massive in their martyrdom that their voice echoes for generations or whatever. You usually don't have to say it like prescriptively. Yeah. Honestly, again, liberal fascism, etc., etc. I'm surprised he's not like going after the Democrats here. I wonder why he isn't. Feels like this would be the time to do it, you know? Yeah, no crackdown promise, no big, like, again, never let a tragedy go to waste. He implied it? No. The organization's going after our judges. That's not... He had time to prepare this statement, too. Charlie also called for LGBT people to be stoned. Yeah, probably. He believed everything evil. It's not like you could just throw a pin at a dartboard of evil beliefs. You don't have to be specific. Well, there you go, I guess. Well, I changed stream title? Nope. I suppose I'll pitch that one to the editors. What do you think is a title for that? Trump makes public address after assassination? All right, hold on. Trump interrupts Silksong. Right after we got the fucking, right after we got the goddamn double jump, too. Honestly. Okay, hold on. I have to do this while I have Silksong open, so it's being finicky. 1 second. 8, 13, 4, I'm sure you saw, but he ordered half masks nationwide. Yeah, I saw. Makes sense. Again, he really was like a very, very, very large public figure. Charlie Kirk isn't just some YouTuber. Okay. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. We had it at 8, right? 8 sounds correct. We've got a goddamn double jump. Boonk. Yankees held a moment of silence. Again, very, very, very large political figure. Should we have a map icon for NPCs? What if we use these brown ones for that? Because there are a lot of NPCs that are all over the place that we don't really, aren't really otherwise marked. Easy. Now we need to find a way to get a map in the slab. "90% of YouTube chat thought the Trump video was an AI. I have to admit, or sorry, not really have to admit, I guess, I really don't like aimless conspiracism. I don't like aimless conspiracy at all. Like, what are you insinuating with that? It doesn't make any sense to me, I guess. Like, what are we... What's the purpose? Does this still hurt? It does. Okay. I didn't know you could do that. What's the most annoying conspiracy in your opinion? How could I possibly nail it down? How could I choose? I can't believe we have a double jump. I really didn't think we were going to get one. No reason to be here anymore. I'm sure there are still secrets in this area. But... okay. Is there an entrance into the slab that we can get to now from, like, the right-hand side? Is there? No. Would I really have to, like, scrape the entire right-hand side of this area right here to see if there's an entrance? Do I want to try that? Eh. I'm playing a video game. There's got to be some way into the slab that allows me to, that allows me to access it. And I don't know what other direction I'd be looking to do that from. So how are you guys doing? You know, momentous days aside. There's an entrance right there! This is the little bit that you can peek out from. Is there a way in? Like, proper way in? Oh, can I get up there? Okay, hold on. Oh, that's gotta be possible. Okay, hold on. That's gotta be doable. That's gotta be doable. Okay. Run. Jump. Double jump. Nope. No. Okay. Dun. No. Why is that? Why am I doing worse? Wait, hold on a second. I can double jump. I can just do this. I'm dumb. Dumb. Hold on, I was curious about that dono, sorry. Unironically, even if Charlie Kirk himself would condemn empathy or compassion, we should show his loved ones the kindness we want others to show our loved ones the event of passing. Well, I'm not really interacting with his loved ones. I'm just talking about his effect in the world. I have no idea what kind of, like, public presence Charlie Kirk's wife or whatever has. No idea. Whoop. Okay, I can't do that. Can't go up there. Okay. Is there any way to, like, break into this area? I don't see anything. Ow. Oh? Is this new? Is this different? Oh, wait. Wait, this is a second outdoor area. Damn, I thought I had something there. Alright, we'll try going back through this way. Hello, buddy. That's not nothing. Friend! Oh, you weren't even stuck. You were just chilling there. Ow. 2 hearts. Or 2 shells. Masks. Stop hitting me. Okay. We're looking for anything our double jump can do to give us more fucking insight into this area. Anything at all. Can you open that door? No, it needs an apostate key. Don't know what that means, but... Glad you're enjoying Silksong. What do you think of Knight's Reign? I have not played Knight's Reign, nor will I think. Can we please find a path to go? Yeah, here we are again. This is the lower outdoor section. There's another one above. How do I get up there? Man, oh man. I have to get in from above. Somehow. Is it possible that the entrance is over here on the left? Or on the right? Can you react to the video Asmongold just made about Kirk? It's pretty nuts. No? Nuts as opposed to what? Any other bit of content Asmongold has ever put out? I have no idea how to get over there. Ah, this is gonna bother me. Okay, hold on. I'm allowing chat to, in rare form, give me some information. Is this, the slab, accessible to me right now? From, like, somewhere in this general vicinity? Yes or no? Like, if I keep looking around... No! Okay, thank you. Thank you. That is information that I asked, and I was given the information, and I have a double jump now. That has to be the last movement upgrade. I cannot imagine what the game could give me above a movement upgrade that would allow me to get around more. So with that, I kind of want to look around and find some, triple jump? Triple jump. You still don't have an equivalent to the crystal zoom? I suppose. I mean, I have the float. That's something. Bonk. Hey!
Notelia.
Megina Fora.
Jakuli.
Cool.
Hironare.
Mito.
Chillin'. I want to do a couple of really quick check to areas outside of there so that we can close off a couple of passageways. We've done everything in the cauldron that I was looking to do. Ray Still, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Your unlock at today's events are really troubling. I worry for my North American friends. Thank you for your coverage of the events, Fosh. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Yeah, to say that these are spooky times would of course be a bit of an understatement. It obviously is. Yeah, sort of unprecedented. Really have no idea how things proceed from here. Let's go over to the blasted steps. But, you know, whatever happens, I'll be here. Hopefully. Keep forgetting I have a double jump now. I can double jump. Prepare yourself. You are everywhere, man.
Tamiyan.
Telegram.
You're a shop now, huh? Thief's Mark, sign yourself as a snitch and scoop up more rosaries from your bested foes. Just watch it when you're snitching, you don't lose some of your own. Okay, so enemies drop more rosaries, but when you're hit, you lose them and have to pick them up again, would be my guess. Snitch pick, spool fragment. Okay, that's an upgrade. Psalm cylinder, we want that. Crafting hit rosary strings. We'll take the Psalm cylinder because we can afford that right now. Man, there's so much stuff in this goddamn game. Holy shit. And now we want to see what's up here. Would telling you something is bugged to not work be a spoiler? I'll accept that. If something is bugged and actually properly bugged, you can let me know. The snitch pick does not work at the moment? Okay, gotcha. I probably wasn't going to use it anyway, but yeah, that information is not spoilers. Yep, sure does suck over here. Yep, yes sir. Yes sirree, Bob. Was it here that I couldn't go up? No, no, it's the right. Oh, wait. I have no idea where that is. There's an open area here, right? Yeah, over here. There's an open area marked. Over here. I guess that connects somewhere to here. Like that connects to the slab? I guess I can't get up there just yet. Okay, that's fine. There's also an area down here I'm curious about. I can run to the left from the Shellwood spot. Let me check to make sure there's nothing in the Grand Gate area that I can't run around in. It's okay, we're marking stuff off. We're marking stuff off. And we can get up here now. Whoa! This is cool. I wonder if I could have gotten up here without the double jump and I just didn't know how. It is absurd how fucking big this game is. Yo! Give me that. Do I want to run to the left or go up? Probably up. All connects? Okay, okay. Alright, okay. It looks good on you, Flavier. Did he beat the High Hall's Gauntlet? Don't be so flippant with information like that. But also, yes, I did. Effortlessly. I didn't even take damage. If I'm being honest with you. We need as many rosaries as we can get. There's a ton of stuff that I want to buy. You know what quest we have not even begun to work on? The one where we gather those 5 gourmet dishes and then bring them back to the butler. We haven't even begun to work on that. I was thinking of maybe beginning that a little bit by going back to that druid. Because one of them is like a mossberry thing, and if it's anything mossberry related, it has to have something to do with that druid. It's crazy that I haven't stumbled on one of those even incidentally. See? Mossberry stew. Pickled muck maggot might be those 2 Australian guys. Crustnut, no idea. Vintage nectar, no idea. Courier's rasher must be... I bet you Courier's rasher is one of the rewards that you get from the quest to... from one of the couriers. The white flower quest. Okay. Thank you, Flavia. I don't remember exactly where the druid is, but I'm sure I can find her. The druid should be... here? This is my guess on where the druid is. Don't tell me if I'm right or wrong, chat. First, let me check over here to the left.
That's fine.
Brataka. Fino, Phoenix.
Sweet. Just making sure there's nothing in that direction. Oh wait, hold on. Is there anything on top of the chapel? No. Okay. What? My flap didn't go up. Why am I orange? You were gifted a sub, my friend. Ah. I didn't expect there to be more back here. Before I go down, let me make sure there's nothing up here. More mossberry! Wait, do you have the... Okay. I bet you I need this mossberry to make the recipe. So I'm getting this here, and then I go back to the druid, and the druid's like, give me the mossberry to make the pie. Oh, you already have it. How curious. Oh. Something like that. Hello. Creepy. Chapel of the Wanderer. Oh shit, there's like content back here. I wonder if this was only accessible now that I have the double jump. Or if, again, I just missed the way here with a single jump. I got here with pogoing enemies in the first hour of the game. Gotcha, gotcha. Being good at pogoing can get you far in life, you know? Yeah, these are not late game enemies. Alright, don't be silly. I speak for myself. But I am being silly. But I am being silly. But I'm being so silly. I'm totally disregarding the threat these enemies pose. In fairness, they don't pose much of one. Oh shit, we're getting something over here. Oh, a new crest. Cut swiftly and nimbly with short, precise strikes. So does this have more DPS but less range? Yeah, looks like it. Wow, that is super short range. So this is going to be the preferred, this is going to be the preferred crest for, like, speedrunners or people looking to do extremely sick, nasty shit with, like, boss kill times. I am locked the fuck in with my current loadout and have no intention of changing it. Yay! Can you fish in this game? Nah. Terrible game. No, you need a bench, Michael T4. Okay, change the crest. Back to my preferred. Thank you. Okay, we did that, and now we're gonna go up. Nothing here? I'm so tired of, every fucking game adding a fishing minigame. I will admit, it does get a little played out past a point, you know? There are only so many iterations on a fishing game that you can make, and sometimes I do not feel like it was worth the implementation. Like, I know the game's avant-garde or whatever the fuck, but do we really need that shit in Nier Automata? Like, was that really essential? I know they want to give you, like, a bit of a break from the gameplay. Absolutely? Okay. Alright. Dredge was a fun little fishing game. Yeah, but that was a fishing game, not a fishing mini-game. Terraria will always have the best fishing mechanics. No, the fuck it doesn't! It's not even a mechanic. You just, you build a little wall around yourself and you sit there for an hour making sure you have enough fish to craft an infinite number of buff potions. Like and subscribe, maybe? It does feel a bit tactless to say like and subscribe on the day of a momentous political assassination, but, you know, it is insinuated. I do like it when people like and subscribe. Druid, yes! I require a picture of your mossberry stew to satiate a gourmand of the Citadel. Will you pass them to me? Oh, okay. Wait, did I not even need to get rid of the extra mossberry that I got? Do I still have that extra? I do still have an extra mossberry. Okay. So, what other Farloom shit do I need? As scenes don't always have to be plot relevant for a movie, like sex scenes, not everything for a game needs to be necessary. Sure, but it also needs to not be, like, boring, right? Especially if you're expected to engage with it. Okay, hold on. Let's think. What NPCs could conceivably have some kind of, like, food... Oh, I remember, we need a simple key to get further in the wormways here. Is there something over here? Ooh, I kind of want to check that out. What if we go Shellway, then all the way to the left? Not today, my love. We obviously need sex scenes in movies. We need sex scenes in movies just to fight back against how fucking, like, prudish people have gotten, dude. It's crazy. Even watching, like, a PG movie in the 80s and some girl has her tits out and then, like, runs out for the walk of shame or something. And nowadays, people freak the fuck out over everything. Shellwood. Pet him? There's no, pet. I wish I could. Didn't Game of Thrones have many sex scenes? Yeah, but that's HBO. Smacking him is petting him is confirmed by devs. I guess he has to be pretty strong, right? Because we did fight the Bell Beast, and the Bell Beast survived fighting us. So the Bell Beast can't be weak. King Bobo, thank you very much for passing the gift sub on. It's very kind of you. See, right there. What's that? Can I... Just barely not. No, can't do that. No. There's got to be something to that.
No.
Yeah, this is the edge of the kingdom. See, okay, it's shit like this, game. The triple jump? Yeah, I need the... Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Maybe try a run up from the other side. I don't think you actually get any vertical... Yeah, you don't actually get any vertical, Oh my god, it's... Can you wall grab a ledge that thin? I feel like I can because it's flat on the edge. So close it's intentional. Yeah, I feel like this isn't doable. Because if this was how you were... If this was how you were meant to access it... Yeah, no, I'm not gonna try. If this was how you were meant to access it, they would have put it like 1 pixel lower. You know what I mean? Like, the game's difficult, but they're not here to make you, like, try a pixel perfect jump 10 times without even indicating that it's possible. Well done, Sking Boobo. Either way, your sentiment is appreciated. Okay. What do we want to go to next? We still can't get over here, for some reason. We don't know what the fuck this is right here. We have no idea. I guess I'll put that in black. It's definitely going to connect to the slab over here. What other areas do we not have completed totally? The Marrow is done. Hunter's March. There's this down here in the deep docks. There's a whole chunk of the deep docks over here. These two that we have not fully explored. Apart from that, though, oh, and Sinner's Road right here, which is definitely double jump accessible, and then also this area of Greymoor. Those were one-way doors in the deep docks. There has to be something down there we can do. Thank you for the update, Miss Pixel. Do you have any simple keys? No. Watch the theater. Hey, thank you. Yeah, that was a long, 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 long stream. The Eight and Fires. I remember that. That goes way back. Thank you. I guess it doesn't really go way back. It wasn't that long ago, but in my mind it goes way back. Have you gone back to Weave Nest Atla? I haven't gone back to any Weave Nest. Yeah, one way door over here. Alright. Let's not get silly. Yeah, right here. So there'll be some way over there. How late is stream gonna go? There are no current plans to that exact effect. How the fuck do we get over there? Is there an entrance from like the right-hand side? The YouTube stream is still the Kirk stuff, by the way. No, it's not. You just need to update your title. Ah! Okay. There's got to be a way to reach those doors from the other side. Embarrassing. It's over. It's never been this over. Oh, good thing we're right here. Totally washed. That guy's tough, man. He's all cramped in there. Completing all kinds of bestiary messages today. Forgot that he could do that. Okay. Yeah, sure. Why don't you use charge slash at all? Because oh shit. Because I completely forgot that I had it until you just mentioned it. That was easy. The game does give you a lot of tools, to be fair. Okay. me check what's over here and down to the right. I'm killing these enemies because I still want to farm rosaries as much as possible. Making it easy for me, man. Oh. Hey! We did have a way moving forward. Nice. I want it. Dang. Hornet is absolutely dark woke. You think so? Hornet's not giving, like, base, like, liberal wine mom, but base to you? That's not the energy she confers? I don't know. To me, her cloak is giving, like, cardigan a little bit, you know what I mean? Like turtleneck? Russia, Belarus started training exercises. When was the last time Russia held exercises? I'm pretty sure that Russia has held training exercises since the beginning of the war. Like, I don't think this is the first time they've done that since the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine. I'm not saying it's not potentially significant. I'm only saying that I don't think you can reasonably extrapolate from the fact that they're doing training exercises that they're going to open up another front in the war. Fuck. Dude, we are in the weeds right now. Motherfucker. You piece of shit game. Honestly. We are stacking the fuck up, man. We are so powerful. I talked about it a little bit earlier, fucking hell. It is so over for flying enemies, man. Being able to double jump? Oh boy. Ah! Ah! Okay. Sheesh. Did you see Conor O'Malley's Insane Clown Chase TikTok video? I don't know who that is or what you're talking about. Go give me a second. Hello? Hello? You're blowing up your friends, man. Fuck, blowing up me. Surprisingly effective in tandem. I can't believe that didn't hit me. Man, I feel like we're getting so close to being able to double heal. Yeah. Nice. You're having so much easier of a time with this area, but I didn't have the double jump. Oh, the double jump is carrying my ass right now. 100%. Okay, we were there. Is this one way? Is this one way? No, okay. Good. Hey, what are you doing here? Little mossy patch? And all the lava? Be free, little filly. We've gotten so many of you guys. We should go back to the caravan master. Do y'all prefer the fleas to the grubworm? Oh, new guy. The fleas are awfully cute. Ow. Okay, okay. Oh, you just fucking ran? Alright. Alright, I'll come back for you. There we go. Does this create a pathway? Okay, okay, it doesn't open two separate doors. Fuck you. Oh boy. Kinda depends on if they give me a map for flea locations. That is true. We'll see how much of a pain in the ass full completion ends up being. Oh, sick. We just extended this entire area down. Okay, well that sort of loops this whole area back around. Now failure is not as devastating. God damn, man, it's 7. What kind of controller are you using? Just a shitty Logitech controller. Nice, another shortcut. Nope. A bucket overflowing with flintstone. Okay. Okay. Why is that observable? those fucking spear guys. Poor brother Cygnus. Luck. Total luck. What if I didn't let myself get hit by every attack this guy does? Yeah! We were on a lucky streak there for a bit, too. Okay, the fastest way to get back there... Yeah, look, we added so much to the map. The fastest way to get back there... yeah, we just dropped down from here now. Okay. Fuck it. Wasn't looking. Easy enough. Yay. Really? Let myself get hit by that? Really? Let myself get hit by that? Really? Let myself die like that instantly? Just get fucking evaporated? Just annihilated the nanosecond the fight begins? No chance, no effort? Okay, alright. No, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. You have the magma bell? I have the magma bell, but I don't think I should have to use it here. The patterns of this boss do not warrant the use of the magma bell, in my opinion. Hey. Yeah, here we go. Now we're... Always lucky, never punished. Got him. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. I didn't need to heal there. What's happening? Let's try not to... Oh, man. What I was about to say was, let's try not to fuck this up. You all knew that. That's a fun fight. I like the rhythm of that once they're both there. X. Oh, even that high up? What the fuck is going on? Ow. What was any of that, man? What the fuck was any of that? Oh. Nope. Thank you. I feel like we've almost got the first one. There we go. Delicious. Did Bosch ever get around to talking about what Harris said about the Biden administration? No! Some other stuff came up. No throwing. No throwing. Fuck, how much health do you have? Oh, safety heal. Because you can take 4 damage and very... There we go. Sheesh. Bench? Now? Now we get a bench? Little late on that, don't you think? Cool room, though. Beautiful. Silkeater, very nice, as we found, actually quite useful. Oh, big boy. There's more? There's more, like, extensive... Oh my... Dude. This area is so fucking big. Ow. Ow. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't want to fuck with you. Ow. Good. I can't believe how far down this goes. Beast shard. You can, Thana, you can free. It's fine. We don't really need to persist in the Jezebel censorship or anything else of that variety. Ow, fuck. Chat. Where the fuck? Where am I going? Why was Abandon confused? Probably people being annoying with, like, specific links. Whenever there's a breaking news story, you have, like, the first guy comes in with a link, and then there are 17 people after him. It's usually the same link. You gotta cut it down, otherwise I get distracted. I get confused, upset. Okay. Proceeding with caution up there, I suppose. Magma time? Hush. Maybe you're just hungry. I am very hungry. That's neither here nor there. Fuck. Ow. How doesn't this game make you rage? Well, I like difficult video games. Ow. Oh, shit. Damn, that's a lot of rosaries lost. Oh, that's what I get for being careless. Alright, I'll equip the Magma Bell. There we go. Well, now I'm not taking damage. We can kind of power through this a little bit, I think. Oh, wait, that still did 2 damage to me. Why did that do 2 damage to me? That's weird. Okay, that only did 1. Is it contact damage? That, you'd think contact damage with that guy would also be double damage because of fire. They found the shooter? Apparently not, no. This is the biggest fucking extra area in the world. No one has ever made an extra area. This is huge. What the fuck is this? An old diving bell, ornate clamp, another random key? What the hell? I can't even do the thing here yet? That's insane. An ornate clamp. Do I get the ability to dive into the lava later? Do I get... What the fuck? Chat, don't answer that, if there's an answer. I'm devastated, Superman. Thank you. Yeah, fuck this game. They made it too big. Oh. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my god. They got the shooter? Was there another arrest? Jesus. There's an arrest and a rifle? A person with a rifle was arrested earlier, but they were not the correct person. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit tired. You'll have to forgive me for my weak constitution. Up and up and up. Nope, not this way. It's this way. I find the deep docks a little bit obnoxious to navigate now that I've more or less completed them. It's a lot of like little fiddly platform maneuvering, you know? Okay, maybe we'll do one more little adventure and then we'll call it. Probably Greymore? I think this area right here, I remember distinctly being accessible via a double jump. Like, you just clearly need to be able to go a little farther vertically. Let's try that. No, I think I'm being a little bit irresponsible. I think I'm actually going to rest at a bench and then stop for the day. I know there are a lot of donos that have not been read. I intend to read those donos in a future stream, but if I do so, it's going to be pretty cursory. I'm sure you can sympathize. Yes, we must be well rested. There will be plenty of streaming tomorrow.
Magina Fora.
Ah, Nectar.
Orzaha.
480!
Yanara.
Asahambahe.
Okay. Damn. Shame we lost those rosaries. Okay. Oh, thanks for watching, guys. Weird fucking stream. A ton of topics didn't even get covered, but I'm sure we'll have time in the near future. Sheesh. All right. Everyone take care. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.